Cybercrime is everywhere and does not favor one person over the next.
Think about how many devices you use every day, perhaps a laptop, tablet, and a phone. These three devices are three potential gateways for cyber attacks.
With technology continually advancing, cyber attack activities have become easier to carry out.
So, how do cyber criminals get it right? They follow trending stories and use this to lure you. It often requires you to click on a link or enter your personal information through which cyber criminals gain access.
The good news is that there are cybersecurity defense mechanisms that you can practice and implement.
So learning about cybersecurity gives you the tools to prevent cyber attacks. Cybersecurity isn't only valuable for personal safety, it's also in demand at an organizational level.
Career opportunities in cybersecurity include a range of roles, from cybersecurity analysts to cybersecurity engineers and security engineers. With cybercrime on the rise, the demand for these roles across all business sectors is greater than ever.
With the right knowledge and skills, you could be the next cybersecurity analyst or security engineer. However, maybe you don't have that specific university degree, the right certifications and hands-on experience.
Or maybe the cost is just too high. Now, you have the opportunity to join us on a learning journey that prepares you for an exciting career in cybersecurity.
This program consists of several courses that will help you build the foundational knowledge you need to succeed in this field.
And completion will earn you a Coursera professional certificate.
This certificate serves as proof of your job readiness and can be shared with your professional network.
Along the way, you'll also create work samples that can showcase your expertise to potential employers.
In addition, finishing this program will help prepare you for the Microsoft Certified Exam SC900, Microsoft Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamentals.
Earning a Microsoft certification provides industry-endorsed evidence of your skills and demonstrates your willingness to stay on top of the latest trends and demands and stand out in a fast-changing industry.
You'll begin this program with an overview of how computers work and how they are used by businesses. This covers basics such as hardware, software, and operating systems before expanding into the specific infrastructure, storage, and networking needs of enterprise systems.
This should help you understand the importance of keeping these systems secure. And you'll follow up by exploring the cyber threat landscape that businesses face and what they can do to protect themselves.
You'll be introduced to common types of cyber attacks, how they are carried out, and the impact they can have.
Fortunately, there are ways to fight back, and you'll become aware of approaches for minimizing risk.
This includes strategies for limiting access, securing communication, and complying with security regulations.
Maintaining security for business systems is no small task, and that's why you'll learn about software solutions that can help administrators automate a lot of the work.
You'll become familiar with Azure Active Directory in particular, an identity and access management service that can be configured to grant permissions based on roles and policies.
Setting up a security plan is one thing, but you'll also need to make sure it works as intended.
That's why you'll dig into testing strategies for checking the integrity of your defense system.
And you'll also find out what to assess for compliance with Microsoft's privacy principles, as well as various international standards.
This program has been uniquely mapped to key job skills required in cybersecurity analyst roles. In each course, you'll be able to consolidate what you have learned by completing a capstone project that simulates real-world cybersecurity scenarios. You'll also complete a final capstone project that enables you to demonstrate your cybersecurity analyst skills. To round off your learning, you'll take a mock exam that has been set up in a similar style to the industry-recognized Microsoft Exam SC900, Microsoft Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamentals.
Once you complete the program, it's time to start exploring potential careers.
And don't forget to share your Coursera professional certificate to get that extra advantage.
Congratulations on your decision to become a difference maker and help ensure a safer online experience for others.
Now, let's get started. Have you ever experienced a cyber attack? Cyber attacks target individuals, organizations, and systems. Having an online profile has made life more convenient by allowing you to perform transactions for purchases, engage socially, or work remotely via the internet. However, it has also put your valuable data at greater risk. Cybercriminals target your private data online, including your financial information. Think about what might happen if someone steals your social security number, date of birth, credit card information, and address. This can make it easy to apply for credit cards in their name and run up debt. Being a victim of identity theft often leaves you feeling helpless as you scramble to close or freeze accounts and change your account passwords. There are necessary security protocols that you can put in place to keep your personal information safe and confidential. This is known as cybersecurity. Cybersecurity protects your digital information, devices, and assets, such as your bank accounts, files, or even photos. System protection is equally important. It is a feature that creates restore points that allow you to set your devices to a previously healthier state before changes may have led to malfunctions or data loss. It is your backup plan. Within a business context, cybersecurity and system protection is essential to protecting any business from cyber attacks and vulnerabilities. Think about the importance of protecting staff anonymity, product developments and innovations from competitors, or even payroll data. The Introduction to Computers and Operating Systems and Security course is designed for anybody that's interested in learning about cybersecurity and system protection within a business context. It establishes a foundation for anyone striving to become a cybersecurity analyst, a cybersecurity engineer, or a security engineer. You'll focus on identifying the various components of a computer system and how the components interact with an operating system. You'll familiarize yourself with the cybersecurity landscape and the various business computing environments. You'll then gain some context by unpacking the threat landscape so that you recognize where and how cybercrime takes place. Furthermore, you'll be introduced to computing devices and how hardware and software interact. You'll learn about various operating systems with their respective advantages and disadvantages. Your learning journey will continue to explore enterprise systems and security. It involves the comprehensive security framework required by larger companies or corporations. The focus is on servers, storage and backups, computing environments, and the process of maintenance and patching. Next, you'll examine different business software solutions. You'll draw a correlation between the appropriate business software as a solution to a particular business need. You'll learn how email apps came to exist and how common functions can boost your communication and productivity. You'll also investigate storage solutions such as large-scale types of data storage, data lakes, and data warehouses. Finally, you'll have a chance to recap on what you've learned and zone in on areas you feel you can improve upon. Throughout your learning, you'll have an opportunity to apply your knowledge through interactive exercises and real-world examples, assess your progress with knowledge checks, and a practice exam. All this prepares you for the Microsoft exam SC900 at the end of this program, giving you a career stepping stone in the right direction. Good luck as you start this exciting learning journey. This course can help you jumpstart your career, whether you're new to the field or just wanting to refresh your knowledge as a seasoned professional. As technology evolves and becomes more robust with security protocols, hackers also become savvier in their cyber attack methods by taking advantage of technological advancements. Businesses are required to increase their security measures to secure and safeguard their information, devices, and assets. Because of this, sought-after professionals such as cybersecurity analysts, cybersecurity engineers, and security engineers are in demand to actively anticipate, detect, and mitigate cyber attacks or system vulnerabilities. Are you intrigued by this career field and wondering how to get started? Let's meet a few candidates and explore their career paths and how they got started. Alex is currently a successful customer service representative at a call center. She is a high school graduate and is well versed in Microsoft 365 applications. She's also upskilling herself with macros and Visual Basic for applications to automate some processes in Microsoft Excel. Alex's natural career progression is to move to a managerial role where she can receive promotional benefits and a salary increase. However, Alex has her sights set on moving to an IT role within the digital technological industry. She has identified cybersecurity as interesting, and her research has confirmed that specialists in this field are in demand. She favours the career of a cybersecurity analyst. It'll allow her to help protect a company's network and assets, including hardware and software, from cyber attacks. She'll be responsible for staying abreast of cyber trends within the threat landscape and identifying suspicious behaviour that may threaten the company's confidentiality or damage the devices. Her plan is to focus on gaining qualifications in this area, which will allow her to begin applying for entry-level cybersecurity jobs. Alex is a beginner, but has already mapped out her career and certification path with a view to getting ahead. Alex has enrolled in the Microsoft Cybersecurity Analyst Professional Certificate, which began with the introduction to computers and operating systems and security. She enjoys self-paced learning because she works shifts in her current job. Once she has completed the SC900 exam, she will begin applying for jobs as a junior cyber analyst. Alyssa has worked as a clerk in the motor vehicle sector for 4 years, and security of information is part of her work-related tasks. She became interested in IT-related issues when an online website that she subscribed to suffered a data breach. As a result, she has become conscious of how her personal information is gathered, stored, and used online. Alyssa wants to know more about cybersecurity in hopes of understanding and assessing how security is handled by online companies that she deals with. She would also like to be able to protect her own devices. Prior to enrolling in the Microsoft Cybersecurity Analyst Professional Certificate Program, Alyssa completed several in-house workshops on data protection and data security. Upon completing the SC900 exam, she has a deeper understanding of the threat landscape and how to mitigate risks against cyber attacks. Through this program, she has extended her professional network with the relationships she has developed with her classmates during these courses. Alyssa has also been promoted to her company's in-house security engineer, where she maintains all the computers and networks against suspicious cyber activity. In her private capacity, she is continuously broadening her skill set to not only identify suspicious cyber behaviour, but to create protocols and software that defend the business against cybercrime. As the business expands, Alyssa hopes to be promoted in the future to Security Engineer Manager and expand her team through the recruiting process. You may find yourself in a similar situation to Alyssa. Deciding to change careers can be daunting. Alyssa found the change rewarding, so taking the step can lead to you being instrumental in identifying a need in your current workplace and pioneering a new role that is mutually beneficial and fulfilling for you and the company. Josh would like to advance his career. He graduated with a master's in computer science. Josh has more than 4 years working as a software developer. He wants to add new credentials to his portfolio and expand his expertise beyond software into cybersecurity. Josh aspires to become a qualified cybersecurity engineer. Based on his research of the role, he feels that his attention to detail and inclination to problem solve would stand him in good stead. A cybersecurity engineer develops and implements security systems. They monitor and evaluate an organization's security measures to protect their data from cyber attacks or unauthorized access. Some of the day-to-day tasks include performing security assessments and audits, crafting solutions to security vulnerabilities, and investigating cyber criminals and threat models. If this describes your ideal workday, then this is the program for you. Josh completed the series of courses in the Microsoft Cybersecurity Analyst Professional Certificate Program, as well as the SC900 exam. He is actively pursuing his cybersecurity career by earmarking his next Microsoft Security Certification Program in his learning journey. Congratulations on taking this first step toward a career in the cybersecurity field. By the end of this program, you'll emerge with a stronger foundational knowledge and you'll be able to make more informed decisions about where to proceed next. Some additional links to the various Microsoft certifications are provided at the end so that you can explore them in more detail. Good luck. Imagine that you have decided to take steps to improve the security of your home. What options do you have available? You could reinforce the locks or install a gate. Perhaps you could set up a camera system to monitor your property. So which is the best choice? Well, before deciding on a solution, you first need to consider the threats that you are most likely to face. Similarly, cybersecurity threats exist in many forms, and the first step toward implementing effective safeguards is to better understand the types of threats that are out there. In this video, you will become familiar with the threat landscape, what it is, and how it can potentially affect you. You'll be introduced to several concepts that will be explored in greater depth later on. On completion of this video, you should have a high-level understanding of the threat landscape and how it has changed over time. You'll also be able to describe the manner and environment in which cyber attacks take place. To illustrate the importance of these concepts, let's examine them from the perspective of the local ice cream shop, Sam's Scoops. With a recent surge in popularity, the shop is struggling to keep up with phone and email orders. Sam has been advised to use business software to manage these tasks, but she knows little about the options available. She is also wary of taking any operations online because of security issues associated with the threat landscape. Let's first break down what is meant by threat landscape. This is an all-encompassing term that refers to three major areas, which are all potential vulnerabilities of an application, the attackers that may be targeting this area, and the attacks that are used. Traditionally, threats to a business include intruders accessing a physical location and removing items of value. But as you may know, a large volume of business these days takes place online. With this trend, new threats and attacks begin to manifest. The resources being guarded become less distinct as companies had to care for physical damage or theft as well as guarding information and access to a company's digital infrastructure. During this transition, there was a clear distinction between intranet, which is the internal communications of a company, and internet, or the worldwide connected web. Companies and individuals would typically set a firewall to guard important internal resources. A firewall can be defined as a block or filter that prevents some external items from entering a system. This firewall was placed at the gate of a company's digital infrastructure and, much like a security guard, prevents any potentially harmful elements from entering. Threats of note would include malware, which is software intended to cause harm or discord; ransomware, which prevents an organization from accessing its own applications; denial of service, which bombards a system with requests so that it cannot respond to legitimate digital requests; and spam-related activities. These attacks are typically clicked or triggered and access a company's internal system. To prevent this, a firewall limits the content that is allowed to enter. However, the threat landscape has further evolved as an increasing number of individuals work from home. This added to the complexity of defending a system due to the need to increase the level of external access that is required for remote work. The proliferation of remote access tools which allow workers to access an organization's network content from outside and the practice of bring your own devices has drastically expanded the threat landscape, reducing the efficacy of firewalls and giving potential attackers far more scope for infiltration. Much like the security guard mentioned earlier, firewalls typically relied on there being a limited number of entry points. Defensive strategies have evolved to identify past attack patterns and develop solutions based on them. However, cyber criminals have evolved with these approaches to continue gaining illicit access. Some modern approaches don't even require a direct vulnerability to exploit, but instead attempt to harvest personal data on an individual. This stolen data is then used to spoof or imitate their identity and then gain access through legitimate channels. You've observed that the nature of accessing network changes regularly, which means that potential attackers look for new vulnerabilities to exploit, and new security strategies must be developed as a result. As you progress through this course, you will learn about these approaches and many more, including both offensive and defensive techniques. In this video, you have learned about the threat landscape and how it has evolved over time. This includes being aware of how defensive and offensive actors are constantly competing with one another to construct and deconstruct security initiatives designed to secure digital applications. If you have any online accounts, such as those for email or social media, then you're no doubt familiar with the practice of setting a password for each one that is used to log in. To save yourself some trouble, perhaps you've developed the habit of using the same email address and password across several different accounts. While this creates convenience, it could also increase the risk of unauthorized access if you're not careful with your choice of password. In this video, you will learn why strong passwords are so important with any online account. You'll also discover the potential consequences of weak passwords and how a breach of one account can present a linked threat to other accounts. To help illustrate this threat, let's check in on Sam. Sam has been building a social media presence for Sam Scoops by creating accounts with different social media providers. Along with a personal email account, Sam also has a work email that she uses to take ice cream orders and field questions from customers. With so many different accounts to keep track of, Sam has opted for easy-to-remember passwords so they are not forgotten. Like many people, Sam's logic for coming up with a password involves tying it to personal data, like a birthday or something that is meaningful to her, like a pet's name. Sam does not want to lose access to these accounts or go through the password reset process, so keeping it simple seems to be the best option for her. Sam has chosen an email address and password combination for each social media account. She knows that it's a good idea to have different passwords on each account, so to keep it simple, she adds a number at the end of each one to make them a little different. Sam is happy with this approach of using different passwords, and she feels confident that her accounts are all well protected. However, there are a couple of problems. For one, each password contains the name of her favorite place. This information isn't known only to Sam, as she talks about it often on social media and with her friends. Many of these details are accessible to anyone else on the platform. Additionally, the practice of using incremental numbers in passwords is more common than Sam realizes, making it an easy pattern for attackers to pick up on. This weak password has allowed an attacker to easily guess the password to gain access to one of the accounts. This password has also allowed them easy access to the other newly created accounts. The attacker has also tried to gain access to one of the email accounts that is used by Sam to sign in and respond to clients, but this has failed. This is because, in contrast to her approach with the social media accounts, Sam has followed a strong password policy for her Sam Scoops email account. This policy requires a combination of uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, special characters, and a length of at least 12 characters long. However, this is not the end of the attack, as now the hacker has access to one of the social media accounts. They can use this to send a message to one of Sam's colleagues, explaining that they need a password reset link. So Sam Scoops is now also exposed, even though they have a good password policy. Any attack that results in someone gaining unauthorized access to devices, services, or networks is considered a security breach. Imagine a security breach as similar to a break-in, where an intruder successfully breaks into a building. In Sam's case, the intruder was an attacker and the building was an online account. In this example, you've witnessed how Sam was exposed on several different fronts. First, one of her passwords was discovered due to it being weak, along with Sam leaving hints in her social media posts. Then, her usage of a predictable pattern led to her other passwords being compromised. Finally, a door is open for the attacker to use Sam's social media account to impersonate her and potentially access accounts associated with Sam Scoops. In this video, you learned that using weak passwords or reusing passwords on multiple accounts is a frequent practice that puts internet users at risk of account takeover, data compromise, and identity theft. This is already a big deal when it affects an individual, but the damage can be exponentially worse when a single breach impacts an entire network or organization. Having a strong password policy across all of your online accounts is critical to stop these linked threats. Right now, you're using a computer, tablet, or smartphone to navigate through this course. Despite these devices being different, they function in the same way, in that you can input data, the data is stored, and then processed to produce an output. A computer connects you to the digital world. You use it to enjoy entertainment, interact socially via social media platforms, or work efficiently from anywhere in a paperless environment. So, what makes up a computer? A computer consists of two overarching parts, the hardware and the software. The hardware relates to the physical devices that make up a computer. It is the part that the software runs on. Software gives the hardware instructions on what to do and how to do it. The desirable components for a gamer's personal computer, PC, differ from those found on a college laptop or within a tablet or phone. But fundamentally, there are a few key components that are involved. In this video, you'll unpack essential hardware components that make up a computer. The motherboard is the hub in the form of a circuit board with slots for the components required to make up a computer. When dealing with Apple devices, it is referred to as a logic board. Following on from the motherboard, a predominant item required in creating a computer is the central processing unit, more commonly referred to as the CPU. The capacity of a CPU is measured by its clock speed, or how fast it can run. The unit of measurement is called a gigahertz. CPUs are typically found on integrated circuit microprocessors that contain one or more CPUs. You may hear the expression multi-core processors. That means several CPUs are present. These can be configured to tackle a job in tandem. The microprocessor attaches to the motherboard and functions as the computer's reasoning center. Modern phones would typically run on quad cores. Quad here is a reference to 4, meaning there are 4 CPUs used for processing content. CPUs have limited scope for holding memory, so this is stored in the RAM, which stands for Random Access Memory. The RAM specs are important when purchasing a computer because they relate to how large a task the computer can process at one time. Think of RAM in the same way as a human's short-term memory. How many well-informed decisions can you make without referencing additional information externally, such as using a book for research, which takes time? The more information you mentally retain at any time, the greater your ability to recall information instantaneously. Therefore, the larger the RAM, the quicker and more powerful a computer is. Typically, the minimum RAM size of a small desktop or PC starts at 8 gigabytes and increases in increments of 8. 16 gigabytes of RAM achieves most standard operations. However, high-end gamers opt for up to 64 gigabytes of RAM. A tablet would typically have between 2 and 16 gigabytes of RAM. The motherboard will have unique slots where RAM fits in. It is also possible to upgrade computers by buying more RAM and manually plugging it into your motherboard. If RAM is associated with short-term memory, then long-term memory can be related to hard drives. These are additional memory sources that hold more information. Hard drives come in many forms, the 2 most common types being hard disk drives and solid-state drives. You'll commonly find these names shortened to HDD and SSD. Hard drives allow permanent storing of information and are attached to the motherboard with adapters called Serial Advanced Technology Attachment Cables, otherwise known as SATA cables. A flash drive is an example of an SSD, meaning it has quicker lookup speeds. HDD is considered an older technology. The final crucial element required to make a computer function is the power source. Large computers will require more power than mobile devices. One might need 500 to 1,000 watts of power to run a computer. This dwarfs the power consumption of a mobile phone. It typically only requires 2 to 6 watts of power. In this video, you learned about the essential components that create a computer, with reference to smartphones and tablets. Some of the fundamental components discussed include the motherboard, CPU, RAM, long-term memory storage, and the power supply. You'll expand upon these concepts and learn about how software interacts with them a bit later. Sam, the owner of Sam Scoops, is currently operating her business from a single homebound personal laptop. The demand for local ice cream is continuously growing within the community. There is an expansion plan for Sam Scoops that includes opening a storefront to meet the growing demand. Sam realizes that getting more hands on board to meet the demands of her growing customer base means that more computer devices with adequate security measures are needed soon. With Sam's desire to grow the brand's footprint and expand the team, she needs to have a basic understanding of the hardware and software requirements for Sam Scoops to operate efficiently. This allows Sam to advise the team on using the technological infrastructure to create future product developments. In addition, Sam can implement the appropriate security measures to protect Sam Scoops' employees and her customers. Let's join Sam on her journey to learn about computer basics so that she'll be able to make more informed decisions about the right tools for her business. This video summarizes what a computer is and what it consists of. You'll gain more clarity as to what happens when inputted data is entered into a computer and the various transformations it undergoes before it displays on the screen. Knowing how a computer works will set the stage for the cybersecurity concepts that you'll learn about later. So, to start, let's think about the components required to take in user input and display it on screen. A computer must perform the following 4 tasks, which are inputting, storing, processing, and outputting information. Let's begin by discussing input. Taking input can be done through a host of devices. Consider how you access this course today. Did you do it from a laptop, phone, or personal computer? Devices used also include cameras, microphones, keyboards, and computer mice. Depending on the device, once the signal begins, a conversion happens between the input and the storage it is sent to. Consider what happens when you push a key on your keyboard. The key triggers a series of zeros and ones and transports it to the storage unit of your device. Devices communicate with software by means of a device driver. So, what is stored after receiving the input? When a computer receives an input, it immediately stores the information in memory. There are different types of memory available, but generally it can be classified as volatile or non-volatile. Volatile memory, such as RAM, is temporary and saves data only while the computer is used. Items that are stored in RAM are not permanent and are sustained as long as the RAM receives power. This means that if the power is cut, then the items are lost. Non-volatile memory is permanent, and data is stored whether the computer is on or off. Typically, computers will come with some secondary memory built in for additional storage to hold items permanently. Additional memory is stored in hard drives, commonly referred to as secondary drives. It is categorized as non-volatile memory. Alternatively, you can make use of external hard drives or USB drives. So, once the input data is stored, it needs to be processed. Let's explore the processing aspect. All processing on a computer is done by the CPU. The CPU has two parts, which are the control unit and the arithmetic or logic unit. A CPU has a small memory component called a register, but mostly reads information from the secondary memory. It then performs the required operation and stores the result back into the memory. To help you understand this process, think of a CPU like a human brain. The control unit receives a signal. Whereas a computer takes input from a mouse or keyboard, the brain does so through senses like sight or touch. The arithmetic unit contains logic for how to handle the input, like the reasoning part of the brain that holds math formulas you learned in school. Registers are like short-term memory, while secondary storage is closer to long-term memory that may take more time to recall. The CPU is the computer's brain, where all the calculations and processes run. A control unit will receive an instruction, decode this instruction, and then issue signals based on the results of the decoding. CPUs follow a cycle which includes 3 steps. The first step is fetch. Here, data is collected from memory. The second step, decode, is where the data is interpreted. Finally, in the execute step, an action is performed based on the instructions provided. Memory on a bus retrieves the information. A bus is a set of physical components that connects and transfers data from the memory to the CPU. Next, the information is returned to where it is stored on the computer. Once the data has been processed, the memory bus returns the information for storage. Notice that information is loaded constantly from and to memory. This accounts for much of the time used for executing a program. So, the last step to processing information that is displayed on your computer is the output. The output reflects the final transaction in the process. Once the input has been received by the device and the appropriate process applied to it by the CPU, it generates an output. This might be performing an action, streaming a video, or executing a program. Depending on the device and its use, the output manifests differently. It usually takes the form of an image or a light, showing that a process successfully executed. An example of this is a toll booth. A green light indicates that your payment is accepted. To summarize, a computer goes through 4 basic steps. Information is taken in through an input where the signal is stored in short-term memory before being processed by the CPU. Much like how the human brain works, the CPU performs a series of actions that pulls items from memory. Then it performs some computation and returns a result. The final step is the output. For humans, this might be verbalizing the thought that has been processed. For a computer, it could be displaying a text message. In this video, you learned what a computer is and what it consists of. You have a better understanding of what happens when inputted data is entered into a computer and the various transformations it undergoes before it displays on screen. With this knowledge, you are ready to continue on your cybersecurity journey. Think of Sam Scoops and all the employees working together to ensure the business runs smoothly. This might include attendants, dishwashers, and cashiers. While their duties are clearly defined, it doesn't mean that they work in isolation. Their tasks must be monitored to ensure that the whole team can work together without blocking each other. Computers work on a similar principle. Different components are competing for limited resources, and their access to such resources must be regulated to avoid conflict. This role is fulfilled by an operating system. In this video, you'll learn what exactly an operating system is. You'll be able to explain the role it plays and how it interacts with the various software and hardware components to create a smooth experience for the user. The operating system is the software component that interacts with the hardware and software programs to provide users with a standard computer experience. You can think of it as a go-between that starts up the computer hardware and file systems and allows for the interaction between multiple users, CPUs, and tasks. You can simplify the responsibilities of the operating system into three broad categories, which are controlling hardware access, providing a user interface, and managing files and applications. Let's explore each of these one at a time, starting with how an operating system controls hardware access. When interacting with the hardware of a computer, the operating system will communicate instructions through a device driver. These are essentially small pieces of code written by a device manufacturer which allow messages and instructions to be passed between the hardware and other software to control the device. Most devices are installed to a computer through a plug-and-play process, which means that a device connects to a computer and sends a signal to the operating system. The software then installs a device driver that enables interaction and stores this application's settings in a central location. This is saved in the registry on a Windows computer or the Preferences folder on a Mac. Plug-and-play comes from a time when all devices were physically connected, but these days devices can be connected digitally as well. Consider printers or any device found on the Internet of Things that can connect via Bluetooth, which are still examples of plug and play. You'll explore the Internet of Things in greater detail later on. Another role of an operating system is to provide a user interface, which facilitates the way a user communicates with the hardware and software of a computer. This interface is available in two forms. One is the command line or terminal window. You will be familiar with this from many movies dealing with hackers breaking into computers. Command line or terminals allow for access to every part of a computer system, but require the user to provide very detailed instructions, often as programmer code. The other type is the graphical user interface. This is the most common way for users to interact with computer programs, including controlling the options for the operating system. It involves using a mouse to click on menus and icons to initiate programs. Most operating systems will provide the user with both CLI and GUI options. Finally, let's find out how an operating system manages files and applications. An application is a software program that performs a task. Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Word, or your web browser are examples of commercial applications that you likely use every day. However, users can also develop their own applications, which the operating system can run. An application will typically have an application programming interface, more commonly known as an API, which determines a set of rules for interacting with the program. In other words, an API ensures that a program is compatible with a given operating system. When an application is called for use through a user interface, the operating system loads the program from its place in memory into the RAM. Recall that RAM is immediate storage that holds files currently in use. The operating system then determines how much space and CPU power an application will be given. Some applications, such as a word processor, require relatively few resources, while others, such as a game with high-resolution graphics, are CPU-intensive and will dominate a computer's resources. In this video, you've received an overview of what an operating system is and the role it plays on a computer. You should now know that the responsibilities of an operating system fall into three general categories, which are controlling hardware access, providing a user interface, and managing files and applications. By now, you should be familiar with the role of an operating system and the several major types that are available. But what is the specific software that people are actually using? Despite the many options available, the modern operating system scene is dominated by just a few major competitors, each of which offer unique advantages over the others. In this video, you'll explore the 5 most popular operating systems in use today, which are Windows, Mac, Android, iOS, and Linux. you'll become aware of the key characteristics of each one and find out how they compare with each other. Recall that the core function of an operating system is to allow you to access various software and hardware components and to facilitate communication between them all. There are different types of operating systems that you may encounter, but all of them should fulfill this role. For desktop and laptop computers, the three most common operating systems are Microsoft Windows, Apple's Mac OS, and Linux. These are primarily found on PCs, whereas other devices such as phones, tablets, and music players run on different operating software because they have different specifications. The most notable examples of operating systems for mobile devices are Google Android and Apple iOS. So, why are there distinct operating systems across devices? Generally, a PC is expected to perform more complex, varied, and process-intensive tasks. As such, it requires a more sophisticated operating system. In contrast, mobile devices typically do not have the same memory or processing capacity, so mobile operating systems are tailored to instead maximize the device's resources and utilize them more efficiently. In spite of this, it's worth noting that the processing power found in a current-day phone is greater than that of the computers that were used to first send a man to the moon. Now that you know what the most popular operating systems are, let's explore them one at a time more deeply, starting with one of the oldest programs, which is Windows. Windows is proprietary software that is often preloaded into PCs as the default operating system. As such, the popularity of Windows ensures that developers are highly likely to make their applications compatible with this system. While Windows can be used with a command line interface, it heavily favors a graphical user interface approach. This means there is greater emphasis on pop-up menus and clickable icons as a means of navigating applications. The second most popular OS for computers is Apple's Mac OS. It is preloaded on all Apple computers and is also proprietary software, so users are discouraged from altering the code and instead should use the software as sold. As with Windows, it is typically used with a graphical user interface. While Apple and Windows are the systems of choice for PCs, mobile devices need something else to handle their unique needs. So let's move on to those next. First is Android, which receives regular updates and additional features. While it can be used for devices such as cameras and gaming consoles, this software is most frequently found on smartphones and tablets. Android is open source, making it highly customizable. Overall, Android is the most popular operating system for mobile devices worldwide. However, it does have one major competitor. Another mobile device OS, Apple's iOS, is a popular alternative to Android. A key difference is that rather than being available to numerous device makers, it is proprietary software that is exclusive to Apple products. Compared to Android, users have limited ability to customize the software. iOS is run on iPhones, iPads, and iPods and is the second most widely used OS for mobile devices. Lastly, let's examine an operating system that doesn't currently have the mainstream appeal of the previous four, but is noted for playing a large role in OS innovation. An alternative to proprietary software, Linux is an open source OS for both computing and mobile devices. This means that the code is freely available for people to alter as they feel fit. This has led to a large community of enthusiasts who develop and optimize many variations. Linux offers a command line interface, CLI, over a GUI-based approach. While Linux is not as widely distributed as Windows or Mac, it is popular for cloud computing and will likely experience growth as more people embrace this format. Mac OS is descended from Unix, and while similar to Linux, it is different enough that an Android app won't work on iOS. Windows now ships with a built-in Linux kernel, allowing Linux apps to run on Windows too. Now that you're familiar with the 5 major operating systems, let's observe each of them in action. Specifically, you'll witness the startup process of each one, along with the interface that is first presented once that process completes. In a typical Windows setup, you'll begin by logging in with a password. After a few moments, you'll arrive at the desktop, which is the main workspace and a core part of the Windows GUI. The bar at the bottom is the taskbar. This can hold several apps at once, making it easy to switch between them. Starting up macOS is similar to Windows, and you'll need to log in first. A difference you might notice this time around is the bar with the icons. This is the dock, and you can customize it to hold your favorite apps so that you can access them more quickly. On the mobile side, you have Android. Most Android devices can be unlocked with a PIN or a biometric feature like a fingerprint. Because the software is open source, the appearance, capabilities, and the overall experience of one device can be different from those of another. This depends on how the manufacturer has altered it. The other major mobile operating system is iOS, which you'll find on Apple devices like the iPhone and iPad. The software can't be customized as much as Android, but it's well known for giving a consistent experience across different devices. And finally, there is Linux. Linux is open source and has a very active developer community, which means that it takes on many forms. One of the most popular versions for cloud computing is Ubuntu. This is because cloud computing relies on resources that are stored online, and Ubuntu can access these resources with both speed and security. In this video, you've become familiar with the 5 most popular operating systems for both computers and mobile devices. You should now be aware that Windows, Mac, and Linux are the most common programs for desktops and laptops, while Android and iOS are the dominant software for smartphones and tablets. Well done on completing Introduction to Computers and Operating Systems and Security. Before you continue, let's recap on some key takeaways. After familiarizing yourself with the course learning objectives, you began with an introduction to the threat landscape. Here, you learned about how cyber attacks occur. You can now describe current cyber attack statistics and trends and explain how unauthorized access gained has a huge impact on multiple devices or domains. You discovered that the threat landscape is broken up into 3 distinct areas: the vulnerabilities of the application, the types of attacks used, and the perpetuators of the crime. Next, you were introduced to computing devices and discussed the basic components that make a computing device. Whether it is a laptop, desktop, or mobile device, it requires some basic components. Let's recap on 4 of these components. The first component is the central processing unit, or CPU. It is often referred to as the brain of the computer, where the computation is performed. The second component is RAM. RAM is a plug-and-play addition to a computer that stores information. Can you imagine if you had to relearn every task when you woke up every morning? RAM ensures that a computer can recall, and recollection is a core requirement for intelligence. You then learned about input and output devices. This is crucial to a computer because it takes in the input, decodes and processes the data, and displays an output. The final component is the motherboard, which enables the operation. It does not actively take part in computation, but it provides a hub through which all these components interact and generate the desired output. You broadened your understanding of computers by unpacking the difference between hardware and software. Remember that hardware makes the physical device operate, and software gives instructions so that the hardware knows what to do and how to do it. It's an interdependent relationship that allows you to interact with your computer. Finally, you focused on operating systems, which provide the directions that are sent to the hardware. They configure applications so that they communicate efficiently with hardware devices. You examined several major operating systems, including those specific to computers and to mobile devices. Then, you explored the 2 main categories that the software generally falls into, which are proprietary or open source. You should now be better informed about how to choose a suitable operating system for a specific business need. Recall the 3 key responsibilities of an operating system. It controls the access of hardware that is connected to the device physically or digitally. It provides the interface that enables you, the user, to communicate with the computer's hardware and software. Specifically, the interface is a command line interface or a graphical user interface. And it manages files and applications by allocating suitable system resources as determined by an API. Now that you've completed the Introduction to Computers and Operating Systems and Security, you have a good foundation to navigate cybersecurity further. You are well versed in both computer basics such as hardware, software, and operating systems. You've also gained insight as to where the cybersecurity threats might come from and how to mitigate some of these threats. You then further learned what a security breach entails and why it's potentially harmful for your business. Nice work. Do you remember a time when you were rushing to complete a task for a deadline and at the last minute something unforeseen happened which interrupted your progress? Perhaps you were uploading important information and your internet connection dropped. Do you recall working on your computer where you saved all your confidential or project information that you've been tackling for months? Suddenly, your device gave in, leaving you frustrated and panicked because you're held accountable and there's no recourse to restore your data. Imagine the impact on an enterprise when a large volume of data is lost. There are solutions to avoid the devastation experienced in situations such as these. System fail-safe protection forms part of enterprise systems and security. In this video, you'll establish the relationship between system fail-safe protection and servers, storage, and backups. Specifically, you'll find answers to questions such as, what computer environments will an application run on? Are there backups? And what maintenance and patching policies are employable? Let's begin by discussing servers. A server is considered to have several meanings and various roles in relation to computers. Predominantly, a server is a piece of programming code that provides services. This can also take the form of computers on a computer network. Additionally, it can be defined as a computer dedicated to running programs. There are various types of servers, but let's unpack the two most common ones: web servers and database servers. A web server is a computer that is dedicated full-time to hosting web pages. The internet is made up of many computers acting as web servers, connected with the appropriate ports and protocols. It can be a single web page of a small business running on a personal computer or a large multinational company hosting thousands of pages. Nevertheless, it is all interconnected and accessible to everyone. An unfavorable expression that you may have encountered is, the server is down. This means that the computer hosting the web pages for a company or an individual is no longer accessible and the service has ceased. Soon you'll learn some cybersecurity best practices that will make this expression less likely to come up. Another type of server is a database server. A database server is a machine that is dedicated to storing information. It is connected to a network and accessed when stored data is required. Before continuing, let's observe a scenario that involves storing data for a business. Sam is considering the storage needs for SAM scoops. Here are some important considerations when assessing storage needs and requirements. One is durability. Good questions to ask when assessing durability is, will it last? And what is an acceptable period of time to measure durability? Another is scalability. Does it fit the data needs of the business? Or does your storage solution adjust accordingly as the business need grows? Next, availability concerns how readily available the data is and when it is needed. Lastly, consider security. How safe is your data? Ultimately, SAM wants to ensure that the essential data needed to run SAM scoops is kept safe. This means potentially duplicating the data and storing it in a secondary location. This process is known as creating a backup. It is good practice to exercise when running a business. With the scenario in mind, let's explore storage. When a server goes down, the server hosting your web page is unreachable. This may be due to a technical error like losing an internet connection or an issue with the computer hosting the server. Recall that memory is either volatile or non-volatile. In the instance that a computer no longer runs, any data stored in volatile memory is lost. Therefore, it is vital to create a backup and save your memory to secondary storage regularly. Additionally, your server may require large amounts of data to satisfy requested tasks. RAM is a short-term solution, and its storage and memory retention are quite limited. When faced with this issue, a business can address the problem in two ways. The first option is to physically acquire more storage through what is known as direct area storage, or DAS. DAS involves additional secondary storage devices that physically connect to the machine accessing it. Some examples include solid-state drives or hard disk drives, along with flash drives and legacy devices like floppy disks and DVDs. Alternatively, another option is to make use of cloud storage. Some major cloud storage providers include Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services, and Google Cloud Platform. Cloud computing works on the same principle as a home database server, except it is done on a larger scale with potentially unlimited data restrictions available. The only limitation is that there is a cost attached to cloud services. So, SAM can back up important data regularly by either exploring the DAS route with a physical installation or investing in a cloud storage provider. In this video, you discovered that a server can take many forms. You are familiar with the internet model that is made up of web servers. A database server, however, can act as a database for your business. You also learned that it is good practice to keep duplicates of your information by creating backups that run periodically. This protects your information if anything happens to your primary dataset and allows you to restore an earlier version. When you work on any document, are you aware of how often you press the save button? Perhaps you are quite diligent and make an effort to save your work on your local machine regularly. Sam, the owner of Sam's Scoops, is still experiencing a massive demand for ice cream in the community. Business is booming and she is so thrilled. The team's hard work is paying off. However, this rapid progress in business sales also presents the challenge of more administrative tasks. She diligently saves her inventory documents often. Despite her efforts, an unexpected problem has caused the main computer to stop working, resulting in it being sent off for repairs. Sam's Scoops didn't account for this hurdle, and stress levels are high with the pressure of keeping up with the local demand. The repair technician confirmed after assessing the main computer that recent data cannot be recovered, but has proposed a backup solution at an additional cost to avoid this happening again. This situation has caused time delays and additional expenses to fully restore operations for Sam's Scoops. Previously, you learned about some basic backup solutions. This time, you'll go deeper and discover some approaches that would have helped Sam's Scoops. In this video, you'll learn about a concrete 4-step plan that ensures the safety of your data in the event of potential issues occurring in your day-to-day business. You'll also start to identify suitable backup solutions for specific business needs. When it comes to recovery, you are only as good as your last backup. Sam from Sam's Scoops is working on a project using Microsoft Word. Sam checks the autosave feature when working on Word, minimizing information loss due to unexpected shutdowns. Suddenly, the battery unexpectedly quits. How much data is safely stored? Only the information written before the last save is still there. Saving the information is a form of defense against an unexpected program shutting down. However, if the issue is that the laptop is lost or damaged, saving the data may not be enough. In this instance, Sam ideally should have used an external hard drive, USB stick, or some form of online storage such as cloud storage. Only then would the information relating to the daily activities of Sam's Scoops be safely backed up. Physically separating a backup from the original file makes the most security sense. Consider the scenario where a computer storing your information is physically damaged. With a backup, the information is recoverable. Think back to a database server solution. Using a database server to keep your company's information ensures that the information isn't lost if something happens to your primary storage. The best practice is storing backup data off-site, giving you excellent protection so that you have an alternative way of accessing it. Practicing the following 4 steps protects your data from unexpected shutdowns, technological failure, and malicious cyber activity. Let's begin with step 1, replication. This concerns copying data from one location to another. It's like the autosave function in Microsoft Word that keeps recoverable, near real-time copies of your information. Step 2 is snapshots. A data snapshot is a regular save point throughout the day. It's good to implement a policy to schedule automatic saving of all your business information. The third step involves daily backups. In addition to regular snapshots, it's beneficial to store your information in a second location that is not on your premises. Therefore, saving to the cloud means that any incidents your business potentially suffers stops at cloud storage. Here, additional safety checks are also carried out. The final step is what is known as the 3-2-1 backup strategy. The 3-2-1 backup strategy is regarded as the most effective backup route and relates to creating your backups. If the information is particularly important, why not create 3 snapshots of the data? This is exactly what the 3-2-1 strategy is. Use 2 different formats, such as locally on your computer where you create the information, as well as on your data server. Ideally, one of these copies is kept off-site. This way, the essential information used to run your business is always protected. It's important to note that different data have different levels of importance, so implementing the 3-2-1 backup strategy may be considered excessive. However, many recent cyber attack strategies include removing the legitimate owner's ability to access their data instead of deleting it altogether. You may face technical obstacles when deciding on the appropriate backup approach. This is often daunting. The good news is that throughout this cybersecurity learning journey, you'll witness several implementations and strategies that you can use in your business. It's also worth noting that when you deal with other people's information, there is an element of trust. The customers of Sam Scoops trust that the necessary due diligence is carried out to protect their data and provide a timely service. Think of it as an unspoken service level rule between customers and service providers. In this video, you learned that protecting data is a significant commitment that any business owner commits to. Additionally, you unpacked backup solutions that regularly save data, ensuring it is safe with a quick recovery feature. These backup solutions allow you to assess your backup needs and implement the appropriate solution. You also learned 4 practical steps that protect you against unexpected device shutdowns, technological failure, and malicious cyber activity. If you've ever gone shopping for computers, you've no doubt noticed the wide range in prices across machines that perform essentially the same tasks. So why would anyone pay more? Well, beneath the similar exteriors are components with vast differences in power and capacity, and sometimes distinct specialized parts entirely. Depending on the task, choosing a computer with capable specifications is critical for achieving solid performance. Earlier, you were introduced to the various components that comprise a computer. Recall that this includes RAM, a CPU, a motherboard, and various input and output devices. Additionally, you learned about different operating systems and how they are used to interface between the user and the machinery. You then expanded this knowledge to include the concepts of servers and storage. Now that you are familiar with each of these individual topics, it's time to combine them and find out how they work together to make up computing environments. In this video, you'll learn how to distinguish between personal, commercial, and cloud computing, and you'll be able to describe the general usage scenarios that each one is best suited for. Currently, Sam uses computers to answer questions and fulfill orders sent through email. She's aware that changes will be necessary to handle the higher volume as they gain customers. However, Sam is unsure which direction to take and has asked you to help define the differences between the computers that people use at home and those used by businesses. Let's begin by defining and comparing personal and commercial computers. As you may have guessed by the names, personal computers are typically intended for individual use, while commercial computers are more likely to be the choice of businesses and organizations. Put simply, the primary difference between the two comes down to size and processing power. But let's explore why this is and what it means in real-world use. For a typical person using a computer at home, activities are confined to web surfing, editing documents, watching videos, and running a few applications. With a few exceptions, these activities do not consume excessive computer resources, so there is no need for top-tier components. In contrast, commercial-grade computers are expected to handle more significant tasks that usually require more memory and greater CPU power. Depending on the nature of the business, there might also be a need for graphics cards or other specialized hardware components to perform the business need. Thus, while a single core processor may be sufficient for personal use, commercial computers may require a quad core to handle processing and networking with other computers. The larger workloads on commercial computers might also demand more durable motherboards, circuitry, and casing, leading to a higher cost than for the same parts on a personal computer. However, note that commercial computing isn't the only option for companies these days. While commercial computers were the business norm for many years, the rise of high-speed internet and online data storage have enabled another type of computing environment: cloud computing. This has gained popularity as a solution due to certain advantages when it comes to scalability and reliability, among other benefits that you'll learn more about later. The main difference between commercial computers and cloud computing is the location. But before you explore what that entails, let's take a step back for a moment. While personal and commercial computers have their differences, as you recently learned, the fundamental processes they go through are ultimately the same. Both types take input, access stored resources, process the input, and store or return the result. However, how these ends are achieved differs from a traditional in-house commercial setup and cloud computing. Let's find out how that is. The input types are common to all three approaches: a keyboard, mouse, touchscreen, or another input device used to take input, which is then loaded into the RAM. With personal and commercial computers, RAM can be stored on the machine taking the input, or the task may be sent to an in-house application server. In cloud computing, however, this input is sent using an online network to RAM on the cloud. Consider what you previously learned about servers and how a computer can be dedicated to just running applications or storing information. Cloud computing is a server dedicated to processing, storing, or running data and applications. The fundamental difference between cloud and traditional on-premises or personal computers is that the hardware that performs these actions does not need to be purchased. Instead, the business requests an online network to perform a task, the results of which are stored or returned from an external site. There are different cloud models that are used to make this happen, which will be covered in detail later. In this video, you learned about the key differences between personal, commercial, and cloud computing environments. You discovered that while each approach handles input, storage, processing, and output differently, the core components that perform these operations are the same. You also learned how these approaches apply to different usages. Specifically, you found out that personal computers rarely require massive computation, and smaller, less power-intensive parts can be used. An on-premises business can expand its size using servers and more heavy-grade hardware, distributing tasks on local application servers. And finally, a cloud-based company can utilize the industrial-grade components found with cloud computing utilizing the internet. You were recently introduced to the methods used by businesses for handling digital data, specifically the on-premises approach that utilizes local physical hardware, and cloud computing, which uses the internet to push those duties to external parties. You also already know about the potential cyber threats faced by an individual computer user and how to safeguard against them. But what happens when the data of an entire organization is at stake? By the end of this video, you'll come to understand the security issues that concern both on-premises and cloud-based computing environments. You'll also leave with a stronger grasp of the measures that are taken to improve security within each approach. Previously, you became familiar with the traditional methods for implementing security on home computers. Every personal computer being used to access this video has a firewall filtering the incoming traffic to ensure no malicious code is allowed in, which could cause the computer to perform in ways contrary to the user's expectations. Every computer also runs antivirus software designed to detect and remove any malicious code that does make it through. These same principles of preventative and responsive measures extend to commercial computing, both traditional and cloud-based. However, the implementation may differ due to the particular challenges of each approach. Fundamentally, the steps are the same. Stop unauthorized access, limit mobility within a system once accessed, and employ a backup strategy that will help recover from any damage done through unauthorized access to a system. Although both approaches to running a business target the same goal, there are some differences in how these steps are carried out. Let's find out what those are, starting with traditional computing. Recall that traditional computing keeps the computing infrastructure of the company on premises. This means the data does not have to move across different internet lines to be processed and stored. This can be highly beneficial to companies that operate under strict regulatory requirements. The software used to maintain this data is also behind the traditional on-premises security measures, so they offer greater protection. So if an attacker manages to gain access to a company's internal operations, they will have to overcome the internal measures implemented to reduce unauthorized access. On-premises housing also means that security is physical. Unlike virtual protection, on-premises security must ensure the physical well-being of the computers. Being able to access the hardware physically could allow an attacker the opportunity to upload some malicious code. Typically, a business will guard against this through security guards, worker ID cards, segregated section access, and good sturdy locks. Further measures may include security cameras and tracking software on the computers. In contrast, with cloud computing, data protection duties are outsourced to a third party, and as such, the company will have less control over how it is protected. You'll later learn more about the specific breaches, fallouts, and other dangers that this can leave data more vulnerable to. Some might argue that the security measures implemented by these multinational providers would require more work to replicate on premises, but ultimately the level of security is only as helpful as the measures implemented. Establishing good policies and procedures is vital, regardless of how large the lock guarding your door is. It is only useful if the building is secure. This principle is true when applied to on-site security and cloud-based security alike. Access to cyber infrastructure is gained through gateways. This means the first step in protecting data is monitoring traffic. All incoming traffic is vetted before it can access the system. Next, an organization will consider managing the endpoints. An endpoint is any destination from a communication channel. Common organization endpoints could include mobile devices, desktop computers, virtual machines, which can be thought of as cloud desktops, servers, and embedded devices or any specialized devices needed for executing the business needs. As noted, a physical measure for protecting a business is providing authorization cards for employees cleared to be in a given area. So how can such a policy be enforced in the absence of physical locations within cloud computing? That can be done with the cyber equivalent of this practice, which is known as Identity and Access Management, or IAM. Microsoft's Azure, a popular cloud computing platform, can provide all the cloud-based requirements a business may need. Azure has a dedicated IAM called Active Directory, which ensures that access to specific documentation and services is only given to the appropriate people. You'll explore how this is implemented later on. Such management methods are crucial to protecting a business's digital assets because it's not enough to only monitor who gains access. There must also be a means to control what changes they are allowed to perform. Finally, one of the strongest measures a company can employ, whether on-premises or cloud-based, is to provide technical training for staff. Knowing what dangers a company faces is half the battle of avoiding them, so a well-trained workforce is key to organizational security. In this video, you are made aware of some security concerns faced by on-premises and cloud-based companies. Some of the high-level concepts you were introduced to include how to access company resources, what movement is allowed to a person once inside, and the various endpoints that a hacker might attack. Why are updates necessary? This is something that Sam from Sam Scoops always wondered about, but didn't pay close attention to. Sam Scoops is flourishing with the sudden growth it's experiencing in the community. Sam knows that the envisioned expansion of the business is achievable if the company continues this path of success. As it stands, the workload has increased so much that more hands and additional devices would make life easier. While working at such a fast pace, Sam makes a common mistake by postponing the computer updates to a less busy day. However, so many days have passed and they notice that the computer software is slowing down. In addition, and unexpectedly, Sam receives a notification a day later asking for a ransom to release the business's confidential information. If Sam doesn't comply and pay the ransom, the cyber criminals will delete everything on the computer and begin targeting customers. Hopefully, you've never experienced a ransomware attack like this. Even if you haven't, you should ask yourself a question. Is your device currently up to date, or are you vulnerable to a cyber attack? In this video, you'll unpack what maintenance and patching are and why they are essential in reducing vulnerabilities. Software updates take an existing piece of code and alter it. Motivations for this include adding and improving functionality, addressing and enhancing a security-related element, and removing bugs that affect how a program operates. Let's begin by learning what patches are. Patches are for newly identified shortcomings or dangers in existing software. They are small pieces of code that only modify the target area without impacting the general function of an application. The code deployed is never perfect. Over time, incompatibilities or issues are identified. If the issue is determined to pose an immediate danger to a system, then a patch will be issued to address the issue immediately. Later, at a scheduled update, a more permanent solution will be deployed. There are two categories of patches. First, a bug fix patch is when an issue is identified with the code and the patch temporarily covers it. The second type is a security patch. It is when a vulnerability that can be exploited for malicious intent is identified. A security patch is then issued to make the software more secure. Patches can be very useful because they either enhance existing software or make it more robust against attack. So where does maintenance fit in? While patches are designed to prevent and mediate issues with code, maintenance is defined as all the changes made to a code after deployment. This includes all the patches and updates. An update contains security and quality revisions and significant feature additions and changes. Maintenance is done during special maintenance windows and can include a scan for any malware and viruses. A patch is further distinguished by how it is implemented. A hot patch is an alteration to the code that does not require a system reboot. A cold patch requires the system to be rebooted before the update becomes active. Understandably, this can disrupt operations. Regular maintenance avoids or eliminates the need to repair an item. Patches and updates are the processes by which software is maintained and enhanced by companies. Some individuals, however, choose not to implement patches based on the conclusion that if there is no issues, then why issue an update? Alternatively, a user may be engaged in a task and the update requires restarting the machine, so they are often tempted to put off implementing the patch. Generally, updates relate only to functionality, but it is important to implement them because some updates include patches that have security-related elements. By updating regularly, your device will be less vulnerable to cyber attacks. Let's examine the following use cases where users were vulnerable to cyber attacks because they put off their update installations. In May 2017, a ransomware attack called WannaCry affected millions of computers. This attack exploited a shortcoming of Microsoft devices. It resulted in encryption software being installed on these devices. The information was held for ransom by the attackers. WannaCry is an instance of a zero-day exploit. This is an attack done on a detected unknown flaw in a type of software. There's no prior knowledge of the flaw and therefore no defense to fight against it. So Microsoft urgently released a patch to close the loop that allowed unlawful access to prevent similar future cyber attacks. It's important to note that the patch closed the gateway that the cyber criminals used to enter the system. It did not lead to a decryption of the affected software. Initially, affected users were forced to pay the ransom or to accept the data loss on their computers. You may have heard of another virus called Petya that exploited the same vulnerability. Computers affected by Petya were systems that were vulnerable because they did not download and install the Microsoft patch. So think twice before putting off your update installations. In this video, you learn to differentiate between patches and maintenance and why it is essential in reducing vulnerabilities. You now realize that an update might relate to adding features or performance-related pieces of code. You learned that a patch is designed to address a shortcoming or security risk. Remember that an update may include a vital patch, so paying attention to updates is always advisable. Patching is a computer practice that is as old as computers themselves. In fact, the term patch dates back to a time when computing was performed using punch cards. A programmer would mark the code on stiff paper through a series of holes or punches. Updating or changing this code entailed removing certain holes, which was done by placing patches in their place. And so, this practice of identifying updates as patches remains in use today. Applying patches and updates is an essential routine for ensuring your application's longevity and safety. Users sometimes view update notifications as unnecessary and choose to ignore pending updates. However, doing so carries some risks. In this video, you'll become familiar with the primary benefits of patches, as well as some of the negative aspects that may deter users from committing to them. To begin, let's consider some of the advantages to accepting patches and updates. When a vulnerability is discovered in an application, the developer responds with a patch to mitigate the risk of infection. However, announcing the vulnerability does mean that both good actors and bad ones become aware of its existence. The fact that the patch exists is a reason to apply it, because the issue is now also known to potential hackers. Patches can also prevent breaches that expose sensitive data. A company's reputation becomes severely damaged when they cannot protect their customers' information. So, a patch helps to mitigate potential breaches when vulnerabilities become known and keeps the company in high regard. Keeping devices up to date helps to prevent other devices on a network from becoming infected. If a seemingly minor device on your network is attacked, then patching it could potentially seal a gateway through which more important systems are impacted. Even when vulnerabilities aren't an issue, patches are often developed to fix bugs or other flaws in a system that might affect performance, and to prevent system crashes and periods of offline activity that would halt productivity. Keep in mind that updates aren't limited to addressing vulnerabilities or fixing things that are wrong. There are other reasons why you might want to add patches. For example, they ensure that your system stays compatible with contemporary software, which itself is being updated constantly. With all these benefits, why wouldn't a user want to install all updates that become available? Well, they are often viewed as a disruptive procedure and may also result in unwanted changes to an application or workflow. Let's observe some of the specific difficulties that are frequently brought up. For one, a business may need to take a critical system offline to perform an update. This can hinder the operations of a business significantly, so some companies are understandably hesitant. Often, necessary updates are scheduled for appropriate times that produce the least impact. There are also concerns of how an update can make a familiar working environment unfamiliar by changing the layout or removing previously used elements. Some patches also add functionality that is not required and may even degrade the performance of other features. Some users become reluctant to accept updates due to poor experiences that change the interface in a way that was undesirable. Finally, there are worries about effects on productivity. For example, a system may experience lag or require a restart to implement the patch. This in turn slows or halts any other activities in progress, which deters many users from implementing a patch. The very act of installing an update can also break the flow of concentration if a notification appears at an inconvenient time, and deferring once or twice can quickly build into a habit. In this video, you were introduced to some of the pros and cons of accepting updates and patches. Some of the inconveniences include breaking the flow of your work, temporarily having to take your system offline, and potentially changing layout or otherwise altering the flow of a once familiar program. However, most users would likely agree that the advantages of implementing updates outweighs the inconveniences, namely the lowered risk of attack, increased safety for other devices on the network, elimination of bugs and flaws, and improved performance and productivity in the long term. Congratulations on finishing Enterprise Systems and Security. During this time, you've been introduced to many new concepts relating to the use of commercial computing setups and how to keep them operating safely. Before you move on, let's briefly recap the most important points that were covered. You first explored the ideas of servers, storage, and backups, and how these are utilized to minimize the risk of data loss. You learned that these concepts together form a system failsafe for enterprise setups. To be more specific, the servers move and store data on the network, while storage is used to hold duplicates of that data that come into play if the original data is lost or damaged, or when internet connection issues prevent communication with the servers. You discovered that as a general concept, servers are a component in the client-server model, in which a client sends a request for a service and the server responds by providing that service. Common types of servers include web servers that host web pages, database servers that store information, and print servers that handle requests sent to a printer. These various roles demonstrate why it is critical for a business to keep their servers running. When it comes to storage, you learned about several key considerations for choosing a suitable solution. These include durability, or the length of time that the storage is needed, scalability, which concerns the solution's ability to adjust as the business's data needs grow, availability, or how readily accessible the data is, and security, which relates to how safe your data is against unwanted access. You found that backing up data is a practice that takes planning and maintenance. Depending on the nature of the business, you'll need to decide on factors such as the storage format to use and the extent of data to backup. Fortunately, you are made aware of a 4-step plan that applies to many situations. This plan involves replicating data, taking regular snapshots, performing daily backups to off-premises locations, and following a 3-2-1 backup strategy. Next, you learned how to distinguish between different types of computing environments. You discovered that personal computing relates to individual users at home who generally don't require powerful components, while commercial computing typically needs more memory and processing power to handle larger scale tasks. Commercial computing was also further divided into a traditional on-premises approach in which all computing infrastructure is contained in the same location, or a cloud-based approach that moves most of these components online. You are made aware that the security strategies for both approaches adhere to the same principles of preventing unauthorized entry, limiting mobility within the system, and mitigating any negative impact resulting from a breach. However, you also found that the methods for implementing these strategies differ due to the distinct ways in which access is handled within each approach. For example, you found that the concept of a firewall applies differently for cloud environments than it does for on-premises environments. Whereas an on-premises firewall only needs to monitor external traffic that tries to enter the system, the distinctions are less clear in a cloud setup in which many system resources may be outside of the system. Finally, you were introduced to the practice of patching, which applies updates to software for the purpose of adding or improving functionality, enhancing security, or getting rid of bugs. You learned that because this maintenance is typically performed on software that is in use, it needs to be done carefully to minimize impact on the operations of a business. You discovered several approaches for accomplishing this, including corrective maintenance that deals with bugs or vulnerabilities before they become a problem, routine maintenance that manages applications on a regular schedule to keep them up to date, and predictive maintenance that takes action based on signs of impending issues. Going a bit deeper, you also found that detection of vulnerabilities happens through several types of testing, such as network testing to identify if open ports can be accessed by unwanted elements, penetration testing to determine the strength of a system's security, and vulnerability verification to assign scores that correlate with the level of risk. By completing enterprise systems and security, you should now have a stronger awareness of the many points for consideration when it comes to protecting a business computing environment and the data that it holds. More importantly, you understand the guiding principles of strong security and know several best practices you can implement to minimize risk. Well done. With technology today and the fierce competitive market, how efficient is a business that persists in using a paper-based system? Sam from Sam Scoops realizes that business growth includes revisiting processes and investigating ways to become operationally efficient. With many tasks still carried out on paper, the time spent doing this can be time spent elsewhere. On longer days under increased pressure, Sam has noticed that sometimes mistakes are made when undertaking tasks manually. She's ready to consider which business software applications would benefit the business by saving time and minimizing human error. In this video, you'll begin differentiating between a business need and business software. You'll explore different types of software applications with common business functions. A company's business need relates to all the business requirements, including achieving the money-making aspect of a company. In other words, it's all the software and services used to execute business functions. Specifically, these needs include financial analysis and growth, customer management and analysis, increasing revenue, payroll management, product development, and financial management. The business function relates to a specific task it executes. For example, within Sam Scoop's ice cream shop, these are aspects related to running the business, such as hiring and paying staff, orders, communicating with customers and providers, maintaining inventory, and marketing. Business software consists of applications that help businesses reach their goals. This is either existing or generic software packages for certain aspects of the business need, or a software package that is customized to a company's needs. For example, Sam Scoops may require software that will allow them to take orders online, organize a timetable, schedule deliveries, and manage customer invoices. Some activities are general tasks like bookkeeping and invoice generating, and others involve software designed specifically for a company, such as customer relationship management or CRM. So, what is CRM software? Business applications originate from CRM systems. It began with a process for managing a customer's interaction with a business. This interaction comprised of providing software to enable communication between the company and the customer, managing the software, and providing detailed analysis of the information gathered about the interaction. The techniques and tools benefit various departments, including human resources, marketing, sales, and financial reporting. These services are called line of business solutions and enterprise resource planning. Essentially, line of business is a set of products that services a specific business need. Enterprise resource planning is management software that integrates processes through a central system. Business software can refer to a single application, such as a word processing program. It can also consist of a combined service with many individual solutions, such as a collection with word processing, spreadsheets, and presentation software. Let's explore some of the ways in which a business software package might benefit a company, especially a small one that needs to be mindful of its budget. Imagine for now that Sam has decided to purchase some software to help perform daily tasks at Sam's Scoops. She only wants applications for creating invoices, keeping track of financial records, and creating marketing material. However, she notices that business software collections always seem to have programs that she doesn't currently need, such as applications for payroll management. Fortunately, many businesses, from small ones to large multinationals, are using cloud services for access to their modern solutions. These solutions offer different packages for different needs, which are available at multiple price tiers. This means that Sam isn't stuck paying extra for software she won't use. The rise of cloud storage for businesses gives Sam even greater flexibility. For example, instead of paying a high upfront cost for a large local storage device, she can pay less for lower capacity online storage. This way, Sam can pay only for the space she needs immediately and can expand the capacity later on if necessary. Many business software solutions provide integrated cloud storage, making this entire process even more seamless. In this video, you've been introduced to various business software applications. You now understand what business needs are and that it extends beyond the services a business provides. It also includes all the services needed to enable a company to execute this, such as sales, marketing, and payroll. You can confidently identify the operations that some CRMs provide, and you explored how business software packages come in multiple forms that cater to both large and small businesses. Sam's Scoops is constantly evolving. The success of the business is steadily growing, and the need to continuously evaluate internal processes is vital. Sam acknowledges that some improvements to better daily tasks are necessary. She also finds it difficult to manage the ice cream shop operationally and implement changes. However, Sam has decided to give the recommended software applications a go to complete her daily tasks. Previously, you engaged in an exercise where you began to apply your knowledge of software applications in response to business needs. In this video, you'll examine how business applications are beneficial and can be used in everyday business tasks. You'll form the big picture of the role and importance of these system applications through the use case of Sam Scoops. Sam wants to create a menu for Sam Scoops. To do so, Sam decides to use Microsoft PowerPoint. This is a good choice because PowerPoint has built-in templates to choose from. This will cut down on the time it would take to design a menu from scratch. So, Sam opens PowerPoint and selects the New section. She then navigates to the Template section to search for a pre-existing design that can quickly be adapted. Sam settles on a template with clean, appealing design and proceeds to populate it with the names of the shop's ice cream flavors. Sam then personalizes the menu into something that suits the Sam Scoops brand. This is easily done by replacing the fonts, colors, and images. Next, Sam searches for a way to convert her static menu into something more exciting, such as a video. She intends to play the video on the screen in store. After spending some time researching, she discovers that PowerPoint has the option to animate the on-screen elements of her menu and export it in video format. With that, Sam has completed 2 tasks in one sitting, using one software application. This has not only saved time, but also avoided additional production costs to create the video. Next, Sam needs an immediate solution to creating customer invoices. Sam realizes that Microsoft Word has built-in templates. So she opens Microsoft Word and selects the New tab. In the Template section, Sam conducts a search for invoice. There, Sam selects a template she likes and that is simple to amend. The key elements of the invoice form are there, so all Sam needs to do is fill in the company details. Within minutes, the document has been personalized and is ready for use. The invoice is already in pretty good shape. But Sam decides that rather than just displaying the company name in text, she would like to use the logo. To do so, she deletes the name in the upper left corner and then inserts an image of the logo from her computer. However, it takes up too much space on the page. Not a problem. She can simply resize it until she finds the perfect fit. Now it's complete. Sam doesn't want to add these details every time she prepares a new invoice, and fortunately, she won't have to. She can save her work as a custom template and then open it next time and enter customer information right away. Now, just one task remains. Sam has been putting off doing the budget plan for the coming month. Up until now, she has a book logging the budgets for Sam Scoops. It's a time-consuming process and currently not a document that can be easily shared. A budget is required to make sure that the outgoing orders match the incoming capital. Without wasting more time, Sam has learned that Microsoft Excel is suited for this purpose. Sam opens the app and selects the New tab. There is a range of budget templates appropriate for every occasion. By selecting an appropriate one, Sam confidently plans the budget for the coming month. As with the invoice, Sam can personalize the template and quickly fill it in with financial details from Sam Scoops. Sam now has the data in a table, but she wants to take things a step further. To gather insights more easily, she would like to present the same data in a more visual format. She's in luck. Sam can simply select the desired data and then use Excel's pie chart tool to instantly produce a chart that allows her to interpret the information from a different angle. In this video, you examined readily available business software applications that a small business can use. Specifically, 3 Microsoft Business applications were used to improve day-to-day tasks for Sam Scoops by using existing templates rather than starting from scratch. The approach with each application followed the same steps. You'll investigate more advanced tools as the business's needs grow. How has email changed the way we do business? Let's look at this example. Sam is sitting with some friends and having some coffee. There is a beep as Sam's phone informs her that she has received an email. The email relates to a significant order that needs Sam's immediate attention. Without leaving the restaurant, Sam can dispatch this piece of business. As Sam puts away the phone, she marvels at how incredible the power of email is. In this video, you will learn how communication has shaped the world. You will also learn what happens behind the scenes as an email makes its way to the recipient. Before email, the main form of written communication was the letter. Letters were transferred in what later became known as snail mail, a name that conveys the slowness of the medium. Despite this, it played a critical role in spreading world-changing ideas. Post was the means that conquered the Wild West in America. It traveled on horseback, stagecoach, and later trains. The Constitutional Post was founded in 1774 to oppose the British-run post. Because letters were regularly intercepted and read, many felt that revolutionary ideas needed to pass undetected. Mail was designed to spread information and was seen as an aid in developing an informed electorate. In modern times, written communication has evolved and moved from a physical delivery method to an electronic one. The first email was created in 1965 at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. 6 years later, the electronic mail system was introduced by Ray Tomlinson, who also introduced the @ symbol as a means of address. In 1978, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, introduced the standardization TCP/IP process used today. Microsoft Mail, which would grow into Office 365, was introduced in 1988. Email fundamentally changed how people communicate. While before you could write your thoughts on a piece of paper and have them delivered to a family or entire village, you could now type one message by email and have it copied multiple times. This also had a significant impact on how business is done. Consider mailing lists. Interested parties subscribe to a certain service, from which they receive regular updates in a timely fashion. Vendors also benefit as they can reach a wider audience of interested parties. Without email, online shopping would become particularly challenging. Email allows for instant interaction between seller and buyer from any 2 parts of the world. Coupled with online payment systems and worldwide delivery services, this has created a global marketplace. So, how does email work? To find out, let's follow the journey of one email as it goes from sender to recipient. First, someone types an email and, using a computer with an internet connection, sends this to an email server. In previous lessons, you learned that different servers perform different tasks, which they are named after. The email server serves mail. The sender uses a simple mail transfer protocol, or SMTP. Protocols are the backbone of the internet and will be covered extensively later on. For now, we can say that a protocol is a series of predefined steps for achieving a goal. The task of this protocol is to take the mail from the sender and direct it to the recipient using an IP address. An IP address is much like a postcode. It's the location of the destination. The email bounces between servers until it reaches the destination server. The recipient is then notified and the message is retrieved using another protocol called POP3. You will learn more about POP3 and SMTP later on. For now, it's important to know that they are the protocols used to send and receive email. Earlier in this video, you learned about how snail mail progressed to email. Fundamentally, it is about transferring information. The change in communication styles was heavily impacted in the 19th and 20th centuries with globalization. Communication was affected by and added to this process. After the stagecoach, messages were relayed using steamships and railroads. They became digitally transformed with the introduction of the telegraph system, which enabled people to send information through dots and dashes transferred across land using wires. What is significant about telegrams, as with emails, messages do not need to be physically transported. They are no longer tethered to the train or stagecoach. This leads to an almost instant transfer of information. Today, this is a familiar concept. Mobile phones enable you to send text, images, and video at the touch of a button. Consider some of the revolutionary photos from journalists that have captured a poignant moment in history. Now with phones, every incident is being recorded from different angles and streamed to the world in real time. A lot has changed since the humble origins of the written page. Many social media platforms now offer instant messaging as a service, as well as the means to stream to a global community. In this video, you learned about how email has revolutionized the world and enabled instant communication. While you might take email for granted these days, it was not always widely accepted. Now it is part of everyday life and influences how people live and conduct business. Imagine that you have an inbox filled with hundreds or perhaps thousands of emails that you've received over time. You don't want to delete them in case there are a few that will become useful later, but it can also be a headache dealing with an unorganized mess. So what can you do? Fortunately, modern email clients offer features that make it easier to manage your email. Earlier, you learned about the client-server model, where the client sends a request to the server, which then responds with a service. In this video, you'll discover how this model applies to email, allowing you to access your messages through either an email server or an email client. After learning how they differ, you'll then explore 3 popular email clients. Earlier, you were introduced to email servers, which are specialized servers devoted to sending and receiving emails. It is hosted by your email provider and resides on the internet. Recall that emails are sent using the simple mail transfer protocol and retrieved with the POP3 protocol. Alternatively, you could use an email client, which is typically an application that you install on your computer. A major advantage of an email client is that it allows you to access your existing messages without being online. There are many options available, and some of the most popular include Outlook, Gmail, and Thunderbird. Let's observe each of these in action, starting with Outlook. Outlook allows you to create and send emails. In addition, it allows you to keep a contact list, provides a calendar, and supports add-ons such as instant messaging applications like Microsoft Teams and Skype. The calendar is linked with your contacts, so it is possible to coordinate meetings in which you add participants through the contacts. Outlook is linked with OneDrive and offers 5 GB of cloud storage for free, but this can be increased to up to 1 TB with a subscription. Outlook is both an email server and an email client, so it is possible to configure it with other email addresses regardless of their domain. With this arrangement, changes made to your connected account will be reflected in Outlook, but changes to Outlook will not be reflected in the connected account. Outlook has a three-window approach to presenting information. By default, your folder list appears on the left, your most recent emails in the middle, and the contents of a selected email on the right. Creating nested folders for storing emails that act like a directory is possible. This can help organize your emails. There is also functionality for searching, protecting yourself from spam messages, and filtering emails into specific folders. Note that the features available depend on the payment plan you choose. However, there is a free version that will include ads. Next, let's move on to Google's email service, Gmail. Gmail provides all the standard email features, such as sending and receiving messages, and functionalities for searching, filtering, and categorization. It does not provide a folder option. Instead, it uses labels to organize your data. Being a Google product, Gmail features an interface like what you would find on YouTube or Chrome. The display has two panes, one for the inbox and labels, and the other to display the contents of the inbox or selected label. Gmail does not provide a computer application, so you need to use a browser to interface with the server. This means that an internet connection is required to access emails. However, there is a Gmail app for mobile devices, so you can use it to access any emails that have already been retrieved. Gmail is connected to Google Drive, Google's cloud storage service. It also offers 15 gigabytes of storage space and displays ads, while paid subscriptions would increase this amount. This makes it possible to send large files of any format by first uploading it to Gmail. Finally, there is Thunderbird, an email client from Mozilla. Thunderbird is a cross-platform client that is compatible with all email servers. It provides only a few of the features that are built into the other proprietary email clients you just learned about. As with Outlook, you can create new directories for sorting emails. Thunderbird does not include cloud storage, which means that the size of the emails is limited to the server configuration Thunderbird has been linked to. However, Thunderbird is open source, which means that it is customizable and ad-free. Other built-in features include contacts, a calendar, and a to-do list. The interface consists of three panes. The left is a list of tasks, the top right is a list of emails, and the bottom is the selected email. While it lacks the training documentation and support options available for Outlook or Gmail, Thunderbird is supported by a vibrant and active community of users and developers. In this video, you learned how to distinguish between an email server and an email client. You were also made aware of the features of three popular email clients, which are Outlook, Gmail, and Thunderbird. You found that as proprietary packages, Outlook and Gmail offer integration with other applications, while the open source Thunderbird allows for a more customizable experience. As SAM Scoops expands, the use of on-premises computers and other online devices will increase. Sam knows that she will need data management and storage solutions to run the store efficiently and avoid any data loss or vulnerabilities. So she has been researching options that can meet her business needs. She is looking for a solution that allows for more storage as the business grows. It should also keep information secure and gather insights to help make more informed decisions. Is there something out there that will be the right fit for Sam Scoops? In this video, you'll discover online storage and how it can be tailored to a specific business need. Specifically, you'll focus on Microsoft Azure storage. Cloud-based computing is an approach that functions as a pay-as-you-use service. You can use online services instead of purchasing any hardware. Cloud storage enables you to access suitable storage sizes as the business requires. There are different formats in which the data can be retained. Microsoft Azure, an online storage solution, is an important topic to grasp for exam SC900. Let's explore this further. The Azure Storage Platform includes the following data services: Azure Files, which manages file sharing for cloud-based storage; Azure Blob Storage, which is a scalable object store for text and binary data; and Azure Managed Disks, which involves block-level storage that's accessible using virtual machines. Azure allows data access through several methods, including HTTP, HTTPS, and REST API. This is the same as accessing a web page by typing the URL in the search bar. The difference is that you first need to be authorized to access these sites. This can be useful for remote collaboration. For example, say there is a document saved in Azure Files that is edited by several employees. They can access the document from various locations, but each employee first needs to log in securely to gain access. Data is categorized as structured or unstructured data. Let's begin by discussing structured data. When you fill out a form, each column has a name and a place to enter the appropriate data. This is an example of structured data. Another example is a database table. In every table, there are rows and columns, and each of the values in the columns relates to the row. In databases, information is ordered according to the schema. The schema is the template a database uses to decide what type of data goes where. Next, you have unstructured data, which is less organized with no clear path for searching or filtering. Imagine taking your favorite book, separating each page, then placing the individual pages into a box and shaking it. All the information is still there, but there is no structure in how it is saved. You may have come across the term blobs. Blob is an acronym that stands for binary large objects, and it simply stores unstructured data. As the name suggests, it stores large unstructured objects. Examples of unstructured data that a company may keep include streaming data from the security cameras or sensor output data from on-premises devices. Imagine that Sam Scoops has installed several devices on the premises. Devices might include live monitoring of electricity consumption, freezer temperature, and door activity, like how often it is opened and how many people come in. It could also include alarm system outputs. Blob storage would be ideal for this unstructured output. Later, Sam may revisit this information, apply some analytics, and extract some business insights to help reduce cost or improve sales. So, how do blobs work? Blobs are stored in containers. This is like a filing system where each container has a general name like pictures or movies. Inside this container, you can store as many blobs as required. Of course, the blobs themselves will be unstructured, and further filtering or searching methods are needed to find a specific item inside the blob. Previously, you learned about solid-state drives and hard disk drives as options for local storage. Azure Managed Disks offers users these options in a cloud-based form. Recall that this means you can keep a standard secondary source of information accessible through the web. You can have the benefits of versatile storage by integrating Azure Managed Disks into your business setup. You will not require hardware that is often quite costly to acquire and run, and users can specify the size of their disk according to their needs. To access managed disks, a virtual machine is required. You will learn about these in greater detail later. For now, you should know that they are software computers that work as if you are running a CPU, RAM, or connection. This video covered cloud storage with a focus on Microsoft Azure. You learned about the 3 Azure data services, which are Azure Files, Blob Storage, and Managed Disks. Sam now knows that the questions to ask when choosing an approach include: what is the company's business need? What type of information is being stored, and how is the information to be accessed? Knowing the answers can help determine which type of storage is the best fit for Sam Scoops. You might be aware that a common practice amongst many successful businesses is to analyze data in order to generate new insights that can help guide business decisions. For Sam Scoops, this might mean observing deeper than the pure sales numbers for a particular flavor of ice cream. For example, is the flavor more popular with a certain age group, or maybe it sells better on a specific day of the week? It can be difficult to discern this information from raw data. So in this video, you'll become familiar with data processing techniques that make it easier to transform numbers into actionable ideas. Data processing can be a useful method for extracting valuable information from customer data. To demonstrate how it might be used productively, let's walk through the steps that Sam can follow to gain insights for Sam Scoops. Specifically, you'll find out how she can gather data, store it, and perform data analysis, visualization, and integration. Sam Scoops might want to collect various types of data, such as sales data like the quantity of each flavor sold, customer data including such details as name, age, gender, and email address, and marketing data, which would tell which advertising campaigns were the most effective or which social media accounts experienced the most engagement. Some of this data, such as sales numbers, will be gathered naturally while running the business, but other information would require a dedicated data collection method. For example, to learn more about customer opinions, Sam might provide a form that asks customers about their age, favorite ice cream flavor, and how frequently they visit the shop. After collecting this data, Sam would need to store it somewhere. Previously, you learned about data lakes for holding unstructured data and data warehouses for storing more organized data. Depending on her goals, Sam could use either of these or a combination of storage methods. For example, she might use a relational database to store the sales and customer data and a data warehouse to store the marketing data. Sam would need to consider data architecture, such as how the data is structured and organized, to ensure that it is easily accessible and secure. To make use of this data, Sam would need to analyze it. Data analysis is a broad field with many methods and tools available. But let's say that Sam's primary goal is to find a relationship between ice cream sales and different points of the year. In this case, she might use predictive analytics to forecast which flavors would be the most popular during different seasons. Another possibility is to use statistical analysis to identify trends in sales and customer behavior. There are also machine learning processes that can be applied to data depending on the data type and the desired outcome. Machine learning is a particularly notable technique that you'll learn more about later. Even if data analysis provides enough information for Sam and her team to change their business strategy, data visualization would be an important technique for Sam Scoops to use to communicate insights from their data to different stakeholders. They might use charts and graphs to display sales trends over time, or map customer locations to identify areas where they should target their marketing efforts. In addition, being able to display data in a clear fashion can help integrate the data for some insights. Finally, Sam Scoops would need to integrate their data from different sources to gain a comprehensive view of their business. They might need to process all of the data, transform it to a common format, and load it into a central repository for analysis. To understand the value of this practice, consider the ways in which Sam Scoops sells ice cream. In addition to sales from the shop, they also deliver to customers who place orders online or by phone. The data from these channels is likely quite different, and they would need to combine it in a way that expresses the bigger picture. Integrating data might mean taking observations from these different settings and using them to gain a greater understanding of customers' general ice cream wants. In this video, you learned about some common data processing techniques and discovered how Sam could use them to learn things about her business that are not apparent from the numbers alone. Data processing is an important part of any business, and by collecting, storing and analysing data, Sam Scoops can gain valuable insights and make informed decisions about their operations and marketing strategies. So far, you've become aware of some techniques for processing data that can generate meaningful insights to help drive business decisions. But did you know that this doesn't have to be a fully manual task? It is possible to automate much of the analysis by training a computer to do it instead, through a process called machine learning. Machine learning is a part of artificial intelligence that helps machines learn from data and make predictions. It's a way of teaching a computer to recognize patterns and make decisions based on what it has learned. For example, let's say that Sam's goal is to more accurately predict customer behaviors when it comes to purchases at Sam Scoops. She could accomplish this by analyzing sales data from previous years and identifying trends. But doing this manually could become costly and time-consuming as the business grows. Fortunately, there are many great machine learning tools that could help Sam do this. It's like having a brilliant assistant who can help you analyze data and make predictions. In this video, you'll explore the basics of machine learning and how it can help businesses like Sam Scoops make better decisions. You'll also find that it's not just useful for ice cream shops. Machine learning can also be used in cybersecurity to help detect and prevent cyber attacks. Now, let's go through the steps that Sam can take to use machine learning for predicting customer demand in certain conditions. To do this, Sam would first need to gather historical sales data from Sam Scoops. Specifically, she'll want the sales figures for different flavors of ice cream on working days, weekends, and public holidays. Also, she needs to record the outdoor temperature from when certain ice cream was purchased. After collecting this data, Sam needs to check if it has any errors or missing values. She can use special tools to look at the data and find any mistakes like missing or strange numbers that don't fit the rest of the data. Once the data is clean, Sam can choose a good place to build a model. This is called pre-processing, which is a very important step in building a good machine learning model. If the data has too many errors or mistakes, the model will make poor predictions. Next, Sam can teach the computer how to find patterns in the sales data using a set of rules called algorithms. This helps the computer to better understand the data. Finally, she can test the computer's prediction skills by giving it some data it has never seen before to see if it can make accurate predictions. To summarize, the key steps are gathering data, pre-processing the data to ensure that it is clean, training the computer on the data using algorithms, and testing the computer's predictive abilities. It might be simple to predict certain things without the help of machine learning. For example, Sam could figure out which ice cream flavors are the most popular in a given season just by observing past sales figures. However, machine learning can go further and identify patterns in the data that are not readily apparent. For example, a trained computer might discover that on really hot days, customers buy ice cream in plastic boats because cones melt too quickly. Or perhaps it finds that customers buy fewer scoops on colder days. Establishing these patterns is important because when Sam feeds more data to the learning model later, such as the weather forecast, it can make suggestions about the quantities on the order form. In the previous example, you observed how machine learning can be trained on data to gain insights for making more sound business decisions. But as mentioned earlier, it can be applied to cybersecurity as well. So how would that work? Imagine you are a security specialist and you want to prevent unauthorized entry into a system. You might set up a rule that too many failed login attempts will lock an account for a while. Or you might note the location and prevent access if it is different from what is expected. Machine learning can be used to determine which rules to apply. Much like how Sam can match ice cream flavors with the weather, you can train machine learning models using data from previous hacks. The model will then identify the patterns which can be used to make rules. In this video, you've discovered that machine learning is a powerful tool that can help businesses like Sam Scoops make better decisions and improve their operations. By training a learning model with real data, Sam can predict customer demand more accurately and place orders more efficiently. Furthermore, machine learning can be used to create stronger cybersecurity solutions. As machine learning continues to evolve and become more accessible, it will play an increasingly important role in businesses across various industries. Perhaps you're aware that cybercrime is a growing concern, but do you know how it affects businesses? Let's become familiar with some of the statistics. One prevalent method of attack is spear phishing, which is the practice of sending fraudulent emails that appear to be from trusted sources. The email typically contains a link or attachment that, when opened, installs malware or has some other harmful effect. According to a 2022 report, more than 21,000 incidents were reported in the United States, resulting in billions in losses. How do such attacks happen and what is being done about it? To get a better understanding, let's first become familiar with Riley's experience. Riley works as a UI/UX designer for a company that creates custom payroll solutions. Although digital design is his calling, Riley is well versed in IT in general. He is aware of the types of cyber threats that exist and follows practices to keep himself safe. One day, while using his company-issued laptop, Riley checks his inbox and comes across an email from his supervisor. He opens it and finds a message explaining that a potential client has submitted a unique request, and Riley is asked to go over the details in an attached document. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, so Riley clicks on the link. However, rather than downloading the document, he gets stuck on a loading animation. Moments later, he hears chatter in the office. Several colleagues complain that they can't open any files in the company's shared cloud storage. That's when it dawns on Riley that he has been fooled and the security of the company's network has been compromised. Many people can identify the telltale signs of a fraudulent email. For example, you might become suspicious when you receive a message from someone you know, but you notice that the email address is different from the one they usually use. However, cyber criminals are getting smarter when it comes to crafting emails that make even the smallest details appear authentic, making any signs almost undetectable. So how can businesses protect themselves from these sophisticated threats? One answer might lie with artificial intelligence. Machine learning engineers have created smart solutions that can catch the small giveaway details that people often miss. This leads to more capable cybersecurity systems that demand less human vigilance. By analyzing a sender's emails, a machine can learn to distinguish the tiny differences that separate a fake email from the real thing. It examines the source of the sender, formatting, and other details that differ from the norm, and then assigns the email to the appropriate category. Such solutions can then detect and stop malicious emails before they ever reach the recipient. The result? Businesses can rest easy knowing that they've lowered the risk of an email attack. Now, let's rewind Riley's story and find out how a solution like this can change the outcome. Riley opens his inbox, and the first thing he sees is a notification about a suspicious email that is supposedly from his supervisor. This message has been quarantined separately from his inbox and awaits his action. He asks his supervisor about it directly, and she confirms that the message didn't come from her. Crisis averted. Riley responds by reporting the email to the company IT security team. No harm has been done, and he continues about his day. Thanks to advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning, there are now new ways to combat the evolving methods of cybercriminals and to keep businesses and their employees safe. Well done on completing business systems applications. You should now have a stronger foundation of knowledge relating to various technology solutions that businesses use to facilitate tasks and enhance productivity. Before you continue, let's recap the key concepts that you learned about. First, you became familiar with business software applications and the roles they serve. You should now know that there is software to address needs in various parts of a company's operations, ranging from inventory management to financial analysis. Business applications can be line of business solutions or enterprise resource planning software. Line of business applications serve a specific business need, while enterprise resource planning relates to integrating several processes to ensure that they all work together in a coherent way. Recall that business software can consist of single applications, or it can be comprised of several applications bundled together, which typically address common needs. You became aware of Microsoft's most widely used products and services for enterprises, including Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and the Microsoft Dynamics 365 collection of customer relationship management tools. You then applied all this knowledge in an exercise that had you identify 3 business needs for Sam Scoops, and then explain which business software applications could be used to fulfill those needs. Afterward, you observe some examples that illustrate how some of these tools can be put to use in the workplace. Specifically, you witnessed how Sam might use PowerPoint to style a menu for the shop, Word for generating invoice forms, and Excel for recording the company's budget. Next, you discovered the role that email plays in business communication. You observed how mail advanced in parallel with technology, shifting from physical delivery to electronic means and creating a more connected world in the process. You should now know how email moves in the client-server model, in which a series of specialized protocols are used to get a message from the sender to email servers and finally to the recipient. You then explored 3 popular email clients, namely Microsoft Outlook, Google Gmail, and Mozilla Thunderbird. You found that they share some common functionality, such as the ability to store contacts and organize emails by category. You then moved on to learning about spam, a type of unwanted mail that can range from annoying advertisements to attempted attacks using dangerous links or attachments. Fortunately, as you discovered, modern email providers include security features for reporting and filtering out spam messages to help keep you safe. Some of the more dangerous types of spam that you might recall include phishing emails, which try to trick people into revealing sensitive information, spoofing emails, which are fraudulent messages that claim to be from a well-known source and prompt users to perform actions like sending payments, and spear phishing emails, which are targeted messages that appear to be from someone you know, but may contain malware or other harmful elements. Finally, you were introduced to the means that businesses use for storing and handling vast amounts of customer data, and why they would want to do so. You found that data can come in structured or unstructured forms and is typically stored in a large repository. Depending on the needs and intent of the business, raw data can be stored in a data lake or processed data can be placed in a data warehouse. You should now be aware that businesses value customer data because it can be analyzed to generate new insights. While this can be done manually on a small scale, for larger volumes, companies may turn to machine learning. You learned that the core steps for training a machine learning model include gathering data, pre-processing it for accuracy, using it to train the model, and testing the model's ability to make predictions. With adequate data, machines can detect patterns and make informed guesses about the outcome of any additional inputs. You also received a preview into how machine learning can be used to create more intelligent cybersecurity solutions. Specifically, you explored how, when given examples of fraudulent credit card transactions, a learning model can eventually distinguish between real and fake payment based on factors such as the frequency of activity, the location from where the payment is made, and the amount spent. By finishing business systems applications, you now have a better concept of how businesses use software, email, and data storage and processing solutions to assist in daily operations and to enable smarter planning. Nicely done. You're nearing the end of Introduction to Computers and Operating Systems and Security. By now, you should have a stronger grasp of several foundational concepts for understanding cybersecurity. These include major types of cyber attacks and how they happen, the basics of computers and operating systems and how they work, solutions for setting up enterprise systems and maintaining security, and the common software and tools that businesses use to enhance productivity. Now it's time to demonstrate your knowledge and skills in the final course assessment. But before you jump in, let's recap what you've learned up until now. In the first week, you were introduced to the threat landscape. You learned that this concept consists of three areas, namely the potential vulnerabilities of an application, the attackers looking to exploit those weaknesses, and the type of attack used. After this primer on cyber threats, you explored the parts that make up a computing device and enable it to work. Recall that a computer consists of hardware components, such as a hard drive for long-term storage and a keyboard for input, and software, which provides instructions to the hardware. You then discovered that these are all bound together by an operating system, which determines how all these components communicate with each other and give the user an interface to interact with them. In the following week, your focus shifted to understanding computer setups that can meet the demands of businesses. You started by exploring how servers, storage, and backup solutions are used together as a system failsafe. This practice ensures that a duplicate of important data is available in case the original is lost or damaged. In the next lesson, you compared different types of computing environments. You found that there is a distinction between simple personal computing setups intended for individual users and more powerful commercial computing setups for business use. Furthermore, a business must choose between having its computing infrastructure on premises, which allows for greater control of data at the cost of less flexibility, or operating out of the cloud, which is typically more cost-effective but subject to more attacks and data regulations. You also received an introduction to security strategies for both on-premises and cloud computing environments. You learned that while implementation differs for each approach, both are guided by the same principles, which are prevent unauthorized access, limit mobility within the system, and mitigate any damage resulting from a breach. You concluded this week with an overview of maintenance and patching, which are practices for keeping software running smoothly and securely. You should now know that because these tasks typically involve system downtime, businesses will try to perform them in the least disruptive manner possible. This may call for corrective maintenance to handle bugs or vulnerabilities before they become problematic, routine maintenance that is done on a regular schedule, or predictive maintenance that relies on early action in anticipation of an issue. The third week was all about the software and solutions that companies use to meet various business needs, which range from automating invoices to analyzing customer data to produce new insights. You became aware of individual Microsoft applications that are common in the workplace, such as Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. You then discovered that many business software providers also offer tailored packages, like the Microsoft Dynamics 365 suite of customer relationship management tools. The following lesson gave you a broad overview of email, which covered its history and impact on communication, the protocols used to relay a message from sender to recipient, and a few popular email clients. You also learned about spam, a term that refers to several types of unwanted emails. These can be anything from annoying advertisements sent in bulk to concentrated attacks that seek to do significant harm. However, as you found out, most email providers offer security features such as filtering and reporting, which make spam less of an issue. Finally, you became familiar with the importance of customer data for businesses. You should now know that data is typically stored in a data lake in the form of raw, unprocessed data, or in a data warehouse if the data is already processed. This decision depends on how the business intends to use the data. And that's it for this review of the course. By now you should have built a solid base of knowledge about cybersecurity threats, how computers work, and how businesses use computers. Now you're ready to tackle the final course assessment. Good luck. Congratulations, you made it to the end of the Introduction to Computers and Operating Systems and Security. You're off to a great start with your cybersecurity learning journey, and you should now have a better understanding of the cyber threat landscape. But to better understand the impact that these threats have on individuals and businesses, you first expanded your knowledge of the systems they affect. Specifically, you learned about the core components of computers and what they do, the role of operating systems and what businesses should consider when choosing computing environments and software. By successfully completing all the courses in the program, you will receive Coursera certification. You will also have a deeper understanding of cybersecurity, which will open career opportunities for you. All the courses in this program, including the one you just completed, will help you prepare for the exam SC 900, Microsoft Security, Compliance and Identity Fundamentals. This globally recognized certification is industry-endorsed evidence of your technical skills and knowledge. The exam SC 900 measures your ability to describe the following: concepts of security, compliance and identity, the capabilities of Microsoft Azure Active Directory as part of Microsoft Entra, the capabilities of Microsoft Security Solutions, and the capabilities of Microsoft Compliance Solutions. To complete the exam, you should be familiar with Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365 and understand how Microsoft Security, Compliance and Identity strategies provide an end-to-end solution across these platforms. Please remember to check out more information about the exam. You can visit the Microsoft certifications page at www.learn.microsoft.com/certifications to learn more about the Security, Compliance and Identity Fundamental Certification and exam. Well done on taking the first steps towards your future cybersecurity career. This course has enhanced your knowledge and skills in computers, operating systems, and security. But what comes next? There's more to learn, so it's a good move to register for the next course, Introduction to Networking and Cloud Computing. The next course will cover identifying the main concepts of networking, explaining common network infrastructure and monitoring, describing network security components, approaches and mitigation, and defining and explaining key concepts of the cloud computing environment, virtual machines, and cloud services. Whether you're just starting out as a technical professional, a student, or a business user, completing the course demonstrates your knowledge of cybersecurity. The experience you gained so far will show potential employers that you are motivated, capable, and not afraid to learn new things. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to embark on this journey of discovery with you. Best of luck in the future.
Hello and welcome to this course on networking and cloud computing. This course focuses on the fundamental concepts of networks and the cloud and how it relates to cybersecurity. If you're like most internet users, you've probably got a ton of usernames and passwords that helps you use the internet securely. But in the world of cybersecurity, things get much more complicated, especially on the enterprise level. Security breaches can cost companies millions, which is why the demand for skilled cybersecurity professionals is rapidly growing. Earlier, you gained essential knowledge about hardware, software, and the cybersecurity threat landscape. But if you are aspiring to embark on a career in cybersecurity, it's also essential to understand the inner workings of networks, servers, and cloud computing. This course will give you a solid foundation in these topics and also introduces cutting-edge technologies like AI and machine learning that is used to keep sensitive data secure. Now, let's move on to the content the course will cover to make sure you're ready for the endeavor. In this course, you'll be introduced to computer networking, network devices and protocols, network security, and cloud computing and networking. To start off, you'll learn about the different types of networks and when they're used. You will also learn about the different ways to arrange the physical and logical structure of a network. Following this, you will learn about fundamental concepts such as data transmission and IP addresses. And you'll also complete an exercise about network construction. Networks consist of many devices, and a career in cybersecurity requires that you understand the underlying architecture that allows these devices to communicate. Course content that you will encounter later will offer insights into various network protocols and ports to which devices connect. You will also be introduced to the concept of hybrid networking, the devices within a network, and how the internet connects different networks. You will briefly learn about cloud computing and the different types, as well as the difference between on-premise and the public cloud. And you'll have an opportunity to complete an exercise focused on the factors that you must take into account when expanding a network, including the appropriate architecture and protocols. A big part of a career in cybersecurity involves network monitoring. You will gain a background in domain name servers, or DNS, and its vulnerabilities. This will lay the foundation for learning more about health and metric analysis and network logs and additional diagnostic features available on the cloud. In the next part of the course, you will hone in on network security and the central role of servers in a network. You will explore client-server communication, the different approaches to authorization and authentication, as well as common network attack types. Following this, you'll also learn about firewalls and discover common firewall protocols, threats, and security tools. Week 4 is all about Microsoft Azure and its various functionalities. You will discover what virtualization is and explore the role of machine learning and AI in cloud computing. You will also explore the different types of cloud services that form part of the cloud networking landscape, such as software as a service and anything as a service. After all of this, you will be ready for the course project in week 5, which consists of developing a coherent expansion plan for a business enterprise to take advantage of cloud infrastructure. After this hands-on learning, you will complete a final graded assessment. But be assured that everything you need to complete the assessment will be covered during your learning, with each lesson made up of video content, readings, and quizzes. Throughout this course, you will get the opportunity to apply your newly gained skills in exercises and self-reviews before going through an exemplar as a possible solution to the challenge you're presented with. The great thing is, you do not need a background in IT-related fields to take this course. This course is for anyone who has an affinity for technology and an interest in cybersecurity. When you successfully complete this program, you'll earn a certificate to share with your professional network. Completing this program not only sets you on your path to a career in cybersecurity, but is also a great way to prepare for the Microsoft SC900 exam. By passing the SC900 exam, you'll earn the Microsoft Security Compliance and Identity Fundamental certification. Earning a Microsoft certification is globally recognized evidence of real-world skills. It shows your commitment to keeping pace with rapidly changing technology by expanding your skill set in your professional roles. In summary, this course provides you with a complete introduction to networking and the cloud, and you'll have the opportunity to explore and plan a digital transformation using your knowledge of networks and cloud computing. Now that you've reached the end of this course introduction, it's time to get started on your cybersecurity journey. Today, individuals, organizations, and companies, and the world at large, rely on some type of network to stay connected. Imagine a busy office with employees typing away at their computers, sending emails, sharing files, and talking on the phone. That wouldn't be possible without a network. But of course, there are different types of area networks that serve different purposes. Remember Sam, who is opening a physical store as part of her ice cream business? A small office like hers would probably have a local area network, or LAN, to connect the devices, while a large network like the internet requires a completely different setup. Over the next few minutes, you'll explore the different types of networks used in today's ultra-connected world and come to understand the different types in modern computing. To begin, let's first review what a network is. A network is a group of connected devices that can communicate with one another and share resources. An office network might not be all that complex, but unexpected issues can arise with both complex and simple networks because both depend on multiple connections. These days, as more and more people work remotely, proper networking has become even more important because it enables people to work in different locations while still accessing the same resources. Networking is a fundamental component of modern computing, making it crucial to learn for anyone who wants to pursue a career in IT or implement basic networking at home and/or at the office. Let's now explore the different types of networks. First is the smallest network, a PAN, or personal area network, which is used to connect devices located close to each other, such as a smartphone and a smartwatch. Bluetooth is the most common technology used in PANs. And you already know about LAN, or local area network, a network that connects devices in a small area like a home or an office like Sam's. People use this kind of network to share things like printers, files, and the internet between devices. This example illustrates a typical household LAN with 2 laptops, a printer, a desktop PC, television, and a phone, all connected to a router. The router is then connected to a modem, which enables the LAN to connect to the internet. Some local area networks use wires to connect to the devices, and others use Wi-Fi. In modern homes, appliances like phones, smart TVs, and fridges can also be part of a LAN, which means they can talk to each other and share resources. Next is a WLAN, or wireless local area network, a type of network that uses wireless technology to connect devices. Wi-Fi is the most common wireless technology used. This kind of network is convenient because it eliminates the need for cables and it can be accessed from anywhere within the range of the network. And then there's a WAN, or wide area network, that is used to connect to LANs that are in separate locations. WANs cover vast areas like a city or even a whole country. The internet is an example of a wide area network. Such a network can use different technologies like leased lines, satellites, and wireless connections to connect local area networks. Covering a smaller area than a WAN, but larger than a LAN, is a metropolitan area network, or MAN. A MAN is used to connect local area networks located in different buildings or neighborhoods within a city. It is mostly used by organizations that have multiple locations within a city. There is also a specialized type of network, a storage area network, or SAN, which is used to provide multiple servers access to storage devices, such as hard drives. This kind of network is used by organizations that have a large amount of data that needs to be stored and accessed quickly. When a SAN is used, the client machine is connected to a LAN, which connects to a server, which in turn connects to the storage. Last is a virtual private network, or VPN, which is a type of network used to provide a secure connection between 2 devices over an unsecured network, like the internet. A VPN encrypts the data being transmitted, making it difficult for anyone to intercept or read the data. VPNs are used by individuals and organizations to provide secure remote access to their networks. As you have learned in this video, there are many types of networks, from PANs that connect devices close to each other via Bluetooth, to WANs that connect devices spread over a whole country. And there are also specialized networks used for storage or security, like SANs and VPNs. In conclusion, networks play an essential role in connecting people and devices, enabling the transfer of information and resources between them. You now know about different types of area networks, but you also have to consider how best to arrange a network's physical and logical structure. This arrangement is called the network's topology, and there are several options to choose from. Think about Sam's small office at the ice cream store. You would have to pick a topology you think would work best. But how do you decide what kind to use? In this video, you will learn about different types of topologies and their advantages and disadvantages to help you make an informed decision about which one would work best for your setup. The term topology refers to the network's shape, and networks can take several different shapes. These include bus, ring, star, mesh, and tree topologies. A network topology determines how devices are connected and data travels through the network. Understanding network topology is important to ensure efficient communication and sharing of resources between devices. Let's examine the different types of topologies used in modern networks. First is bus topology, which is when all devices are connected to a single cable or line. The cable acts as a backbone, and the devices are linked to it through connectors. In this type of topology, data is sent from one device to another by broadcasting it on the cable. All devices on the network receive the data, but only the device that the data is intended for processes it. Bus topology is best for small networks with few devices that are located close together. For example, devices in multiple rooms of a household that can be connected with a single line. The advantage of a bus topology is that it is simple and easy to install. However, a disadvantage is that the entire network will fail if the cable is cut or damaged. Next is ring topology, which connects devices in a loop or circle. Data is sent from one device to another in a specific order, and each device repeats the data before passing it on to the next device. In a ring topology, data travels in only one direction, and the devices are linked to each other through connectors. Ring topology is usually used for high-speed data transfers between devices in a closed-loop network when the data needs to travel in a specific direction from one device to another. The advantage of a ring topology is that it is efficient because data travels in only one direction. However, a disadvantage is that the entire network can fail if one device fails. In a star topology, devices are connected to a central switch. The switch acts as a central control point for the network, and all data is sent through it. In a star topology, each device is connected to the switch with its own cable. This is the most common topology used in homes or small offices like Sam's because its setup is simple and it provides and maintains good performance. It's also very simple to troubleshoot because it's easy to isolate and investigate one device without affecting others. And if one device fails, the rest of the network can continue to operate. However, a disadvantage is that the entire network can fail if the switch fails. Next is mesh topology, in which devices are connected to each other in a network of interlocking nodes. An interlocking node is when a device is connected to two or more devices in a mesh network. In such an arrangement, data can be sent from one device to another through multiple paths, and there is no central point of control. Mesh topology is a good choice when the reliability is important, because if one path fails, data can be sent through another path. However, a disadvantage is that setting up and installing can be complex and expensive. Last is the tree topology. In this case, devices are connected to a central bus or line, and then subnetworks are created with their own bus or line. Each subnetwork can then have its own tree topology. Tree topology is also known as hierarchical topology. It is used for medium to large-sized networks where multiple star topologies need to be connected to each other. The advantage of a tree topology is that it can be used to create very large networks. However, a disadvantage is that the entire network can fail if the central bus or line fails. It is important to note that technology changes and are updated all the time, so some of these topologies are not in use anymore. For example, ring networks have also been replaced by switches and routers, and bus topology is now only used when you're using hubs. Hubs are mainly used to connect computers to a network physically. However, they only allow one device to communicate at a time. Switches connect devices in the same way, except they allow simultaneous communication, like in a star topology. And that's why hubs have been replaced by switches in nearly all networks. In this video, you learned about network topologies, their advantages, disadvantages, and how they are used. The choice of topology depends on factors like cost, scalability, and the availability of resources and expertise. But it also depends on the specific needs and requirements of the network. For example, star topologies are a great option for smaller networks, as they are relatively easy to install and maintain, while mesh topologies might be better suited for larger networks due to their higher fault tolerance and redundancy. By understanding the different network topologies, you can make informed decisions about organizing a network and ensure that it is reliable, efficient, and easy to maintain. By now, all the devices in Sam's office are connected to a switch, but she is wondering if that means that all the devices can communicate with one another. What would your answer to her be? The real question here is, how do the devices in a network find and contact each other? Well, it's useful to think about how unique physical addresses make it possible to send parcels across the world to a specific destination. Similarly, in a network, devices also have unique addresses so that data packets can be sent to them. In this video, you will learn about the Internet Protocol, IP addresses and how the different parts of an IP address are identified and used. The Internet Protocol, or IP, defines a set of rules and how data is sent from one device to another on the Internet. These rules include how data is routed and addressed to travel across all the networks that make up the Internet. Any device that connects to the Internet or a computer network has to have an IP address to communicate. Although IP developments are still happening today, the 1st of January 1983 marks the day when a standard for data communication was created. This standard, TCP/IP, really gave momentum to the expansion of the Internet. TCP stands for Transmission Control Protocol, and you will learn more about TCP/IP later. But for now, it's important to know that the IP part of this standard concentrates on the addressing of devices and the routing of data across the network. It's not concerned with how the data is ordered or verified. It just focuses on where data is going and how it gets there. And it uses a system known as IP addresses. An IP address simply identifies a device on a network so data can be delivered to it, just like the delivery of parcels. The most common addressing used today is Internet Protocol version 4, or IPv4. For instance, you can assign an IPv4 address to each device on SAM's network so that they can identify one another and send and receive data. Let's examine the structure of an IPv4 address more closely. An IPv4 has 4 decimal numbers, each in the range of 0 to 255, and separated by a dot. It's also known as the dotted decimal format. An example of an IP address is 192.168.0.1. But what do these numbers mean? Well, think of how postal or delivery systems use postcodes or zip codes to move a parcel to the correct area before processing more specific detail, like the neighborhood and street number. The same can be said of an IP address. You can break it down into 2 parts: the network a device is part of, and then the device itself, which is called a host in IP addressing. But the network and host parts differ depending on the network class. There are a number of different network classes, and they are used for different sized networks. For instance, an A-class network is used for large corporations. The next class is a B-class, and there are for medium-sized businesses. And then there's the C-class that is used for home networks and small businesses like SAM's. Let's use the address 192.168.0.1 for a device on SAM's network. For this C-class network, the first 3 decimal numbers cover the network part of the IP address. In this example, that's 192.168.0. This part is unique to the network and specifies the class of the network. The last decimal number is the host part of the IP address. In the example, that's 1. This number represents the device and has to be unique within the network to avoid address conflicts. The device number could range from 1 to 255, more than enough for SAM to expand her network with more devices. You now know that IPv4 addresses have a network part and a host part, and that these parts might vary depending on the class of the network. But how do you know which part is which? The Internet Protocol uses something called a subnet mask to identify the network and host portions of the address. A subnet mask uses the same format as an IP address. Starting from the left, it identifies which of the 4 decimal numbers separated by a dot belong to the network side of the address. Each of these sections is called an octet. There are 3 common subnet masks, and they are used for different network classes. For example, an A-class network uses the subnet mask 255.0.0.0. Here, the first octet is the network part, and the last 3 octets are the host part. On the other hand, a B-class network uses the subnet mask 255.255.0.0. In this case, the first and second octets are the network part, and the last 2 octets are the host part. And a C-class network uses the subnet mask 255.255.255.0. Here, the first 3 octets are the network part, and only the last octet is the host part. Let's revisit the earlier example of an IP address for SAM's network, which was 192.168.0.1. Since it's a C-class network, you would use the subnet mask of 255.255.255.0 to identify the network part. In this video, you learned that Internet Protocol, or IP, is an addressing system for devices on a network, just like area zip codes and street addresses in the real world. So, you can tell Sam that the devices on her network most likely cannot find and communicate with one another because they haven't been assigned IP addresses yet. You now know about different network class types and that Sam's Scoops only has a small network and will therefore use the IP address format for a Class C network, and that the network and host sections of their IP addresses can be identified using a subnet mask. There is a lot more to data transmission, but you now have the foundational knowledge about how devices on networks across the world identify and locate one another. Sam's Scoops office now has IPv4 addresses assigned to the devices in the local network, allowing them to communicate. But what if Sam wants to expand this network to other areas of the shop, maybe to the shop floor? How would existing devices on the office network locate a newly connected device on the shop floor? Earlier, you learned that IPv4 uses broadcast traffic to find devices on a network that they haven't communicated with yet, just like shouting someone's name in a large hall. The downside is that broadcast traffic can slow Sam's network down. But fortunately, there is a way to reduce broadcasting traffic, which is what this video is about. In this video, you will learn how IP networks are split into smaller sections and how data or IP packets are routed between networks. Let's get started. Let's go back to the example of trying to find a specific person in a large hall by shouting their name. Now imagine the whole world is in that hall and that you're trying to find just one person, an impossible task. And it is the same for networks. You can't place all devices on one giant network and expect them to find one another. Well, at least not very quickly. This is why you need to split networks into smaller sections called subnets. Subnets are lots of small networks that are all connected to form larger networks. In fact, the entire internet is made up of networks with subnets that are all connected. Subnets provide a way for you to implement logical divisions within your network. By segmenting networks into subnets, you can improve security, increase performance, and make networks easier to manage. But with so many subnets spread over the internet, devices need to know how to send data or IP packets to all the different subnets. Even a small network like Sam's can consist of 2 separate subnets, the office and the shop floor, and the devices on both subnets need a way to send data to each other. This is where routers can help, because they can route IP packets from one network to another. Routers have many functions within the network, one of which is to provide an exit point from a network, which is called an IP default gateway. But you will learn more about this later in this video. First, let's focus on how routers choose the best paths. Well, routers are pretty smart. They can learn. Routers learn about all the possible networks that normally exist in their vicinity. And with this information, they create a routing table that tells them what direction and cable they should use to send information to different networks. This is very similar to satellite navigation systems. Your GPS gives you your position, and your route is plotted to your destination. But routers can also gossip. They learn about the different paths to networks from other routers. And talking to other routers about different routes to networks speeds up their learning. Clever, don't you think? By now, you know that routers send IP packets between networks. But how does a device on a network, such as one of Sam's laptops in the office, know if the intended destination for an IP packet is on its own or another network? This is where subnet masks come in. Sam's office network is a Class C network, and uses the IP network of 192.168.0.0. The subnet mask associated with this address is 255.255.255.0. Remember, this means the first three octets, 192.168.0, is the network portion of the address, and the last octet is for the hosts in the office and can range from 0 to 255. But say the shop floor also has a Class C network and consequently uses the same subnet mask. This means the network IP address will have to be different. Let's say its address is 192.168.1.0. The third octet now has a 1 instead of a 0, making it a different network address. So a laptop in Sam's office will use the subnet mask to compare its own IP address against the destination address of the IP packets. It does this to determine if the network part of the address differs from its own IP address. If it differs, the laptop forwards the relevant IP packets to the router, which will route it to the correct device in the other subnet. So essentially, all devices on a network send IP packets intended for a device on another network to the IP address of the router, and the router handles it from there. This address is called the IP default gateway, and it's basically the address of the exit point of a network. These IP addresses now act as the default gateways in each separate network. In this video, you learned that networks are split into smaller networks known as subnets, and that routers are used to route packets across different networks. Devices send data intended for another network to the IP default gateway, which is the IP address of the router. Fortunately, because of subnetting, routers, and IP default gateways, the devices on Sam's network do not need to shout endlessly to locate other devices on the internet. This improves the security and performance of Sam's network and make it easier to manage. You've reached the end of this introductory week about computer networking. At this point, you should have a solid foundation in the following: computer networks and how data gets transmitted across a network, different network types and topologies, what internet protocols are used for, as well as key aspects of IP addressing. It's time to take the module quiz. But before doing so, let's recap what you've learned so far. In the very first lesson, you prepared to get the most out of this course by going through the course introduction video and syllabus, and then sharing what you hope to learn with your peers. Following this, you started your networking journey by learning about types and topologies. You now know that network types refer to the different ways devices can be connected to one another to communicate and share resources. You covered all types of networks, from the smallest network, a personal area network, to the biggest network type, a wide area network like the internet. On the other hand, topology refers to the network's shape, and networks can take several different shapes, like the bus, star, and tree topologies. A network topology determines how devices are connected, and data travels through the network. For instance, a star topology is the most common topology used in a home or small office network because it is simple to set up and easy to troubleshoot. This is because it allows you to isolate and investigate devices without affecting other network devices. Do you recall the difference between a physical and logical topology? Physical topology refers to how network devices are arranged and connected in a visible layout, like a map depicting buildings and the streets that connect them. Whereas a logical topology is all about the path data takes as it is transmitted through the network. For instance, a physical diagram of a hub is a star topology. It depicts how the devices are connected with cables, but it doesn't tell you what happens inside the devices. To understand how data flows in the network, you must examine the logical diagram, which in this case is a bus topology. That means that hubs share the network resources with all devices, but only one device can send data at a time. Next, you gained insight into the steps involved when data travels along a network and the security concerns involved in data transmission. Can you recall the steps during data transmission? They involve preparing the data, the sender initiating the transmission, breaking data into packets, and addressing packets. The next step is transmitting packets, then receiving them. Next, reassembling packets, and finally, delivering the reassembled data. You learned that attackers use several techniques to steal user data, including eavesdropping, data tampering, phishing, and malware. You will cover these attack types in a lot more detail later in this course. Next, you participated in an exercise about configuring a physical network topology for SAM's scoops. This was just the start of your journey with the ice cream startup and its network needs. As you gain knowledge about networking and cloud computing throughout this course, you will improve SAM's network. But back to what you learned this week. You learned all about IP addressing. You learned that the Internet Protocol, or IP, is a set of rules for how data is sent from one computer to another on the Internet and uses a code system known as IP addresses. An IP address identifies a device on a network so data can be delivered to it, just like zip codes and street addresses are used to deliver physical parcels. You built on this foundational knowledge about IP addressing by exploring the two different ways how IP addresses are assigned to devices on networks. Static IP address assignment, which involves manual configurations and can be time-consuming, and dynamic IP address assignment, which is easier because it automatically configures IP addresses for network devices. You also learned the difference between IPv4 and IPv6. IPv4 was introduced when the Internet was initially launched in the 1980s, but the world soon ran out of IP addresses for the billions of devices connected to the Internet. An expanded address space was needed, and that's why IPv6 uses a 128-bit address compared to the 32-bit address of IPv4. IPv6 offers trillions and trillions of more IP addresses than IPv4. Then you learned the valuable skill of checking the IP address of a Windows computer or a Mac, as well as an Apple and Android mobile device. Now that was useful, don't you think? Finally, by the end of the lesson, you learned that networks can be split into smaller networks known as subnets, which enables you to create logical divisions in a network, and that routers route packets across different networks and act as default IP gateways by providing an exit point from a network for data destined for other subnets. And that's it. You should now have a good idea about which items you might like to revisit to refresh your memory before taking the module quiz on computer networking. Then, over the next week, you will expand your knowledge of data transmission by diving deeper into network devices and protocols. Good luck. As you now know, a network is a group of interconnected devices that share resources and communicate with each other. There are different types of networks, and the topic of this video is hybrid networking. Previously, you were tasked with building a physical network topology for SAM's scoops with wired devices connected to a network switch. The network works well, but it's frustrating to only be able to access the network from the office because it complicates tasks such as taking inventory. What can SAM do to solve the problem? Perhaps you should consider using a hybrid network. Let's examine what a hybrid network offers SAM's business by exploring different network device types and how they can be connected. A hybrid network is a network or combination of networks that use different connective technologies to link devices. An example of a hybrid network is a mobile phone because it can support Wi-Fi and cellular connections. And many laptops can support 3 different types of connection: wired, wireless, and sometimes cellular. A hybrid network brings together all of this technology. A hybrid network can also be as simple as having both a wired connection and wireless connectivity on one home network using a wireless router supporting both. This setup provides more flexibility for users because there's more than one way for them to connect to the network, and they're not confined to a location close to a cable. Right now, SAM's Scoops network relies only on wired connections, so it's not a hybrid network. Because of its flexibility, you can already recognize that a hybrid network is a good choice for SAM's business. But it's not just the connectivity and flexibility that are vital, and it's also crucial to remember that a network should always be designed to easily upscale with a business when it requires new devices to be accommodated. Hybrid networks are well suited to upscaling, and this is definitely another important consideration in SAM's choice of network. A hybrid network set up for Sam's business could be like this one, where some devices have wired connections to a network switch and others are connected wirelessly to a router. Note that this network is connected to the internet, so it'll need certain components, like a modem and a firewall, to make such a connection possible. Let's go through the components that make up a hybrid network, starting with a network switch like the one Sam has in her current network. A switch is designed to have many ports so that you can connect many different devices to it with cables. They are often referred to as Ethernet switches because they allow you to use Ethernet cables to connect laptops, computers, printers, and other devices to a network. You've learned about routers earlier, which are used to interconnect networks. It only has a few ports to connect wired networks. Remember, a router uses IP addresses to forward data to the correct network and route it across the best paths. Routers can also interconnect different connection types, such as wired and wireless technologies. They are the devices that truly interconnect different network technology. So if Sam's network were to be a hybrid one, it would definitely need a router. What's more is that wireless technology can be added to a router to create a wireless router, which is what many homes have today. One device can act as a switch, a router, and a wireless device all in one. However, such an all-in-one device is limited by the number of ports it has, so there may be a need for more switches. Next is a modem, a device that connects a network to the internet via an internet service provider and that converts older technology that doesn't understand digital signals. Digital signals are patterns of ones and zeros, while older technology uses analog signals. For example, many older telephone circuits use an analog signal, but the technology is slowly being phased out. Much like a switch and a router, a modem can be built into a router to make an interconnective powerhouse. Finally, there is the firewall, the security guard of the network. You will learn more about firewalls later in this course, but for now, it's enough to know the following. A firewall defends both the network and the devices attached to it by not allowing anything in from outside the network unless it has been granted permission. And it's typically placed on the edges of your network or where the most significant threat from an attack could come from, like the internet. By default, a firewall allows traffic from the network it's protecting to go out to other networks, typically the internet, as well as the replies to that traffic. But it will block anything originating from the outside unless it's allowed by the firewall rules. But you will learn more about this later in this course. Firewalls can also be built into routers, especially for homes and small businesses. But larger businesses usually need extra protection. So in that case, they are separate devices. Many other network devices exist, although some technology has been retired or merged into other devices, like a router, which can perform many tasks other devices perform. But in a lot of cases, scale becomes a problem. Having one device to do it all is acceptable in your home when only a few people use the network, but in an office, you could have hundreds of employees. That's when you use devices confined to what they're good at. This is so that they can be optimized to perform at high speeds rather than perform hundreds of different jobs. This means that Sam's network will probably not rely on only one device to do it all, because it'll make it more difficult to upscale as the business grows. Nearly all networks today are hybrid. Even if you only have one device at home, like a wireless router, it could perform many tasks, creating a hybrid network. Or you could have several devices, each performing their own role. Hybrid networks come in many different shapes and sizes, but it's the mix of connectivity types that makes them hybrid. Adding wireless connectivity would greatly benefit Sam because it'll allow her employees to move around without being tied to a desk, but still be connected to the network. So, a hybrid network seems the way to go. But it's not just about flexibility and convenience. A hybrid network is also easier to upscale as a business grows, making it an attractive choice for Sam Scoops. An office network without an internet connection is limited to only the hardware in that network. In Sam's office, this means that their storage is limited to the storage on the laptops. With all the inventory taking and sales data they need to keep, that storage will eventually run low. So what can a business like Sam Scoops do if it has additional computational and storage needs that the devices in their internal network can't meet? In such a case, connecting the network to the internet is a game changer because suddenly the business has access to near unlimited storage and powerful processors offered by cloud computing. But what exactly is cloud computing? In this video, you will be introduced to the topic of cloud computing and the different types of cloud environments and their uses. Let's start with what exactly cloud computing is. You know your computer has specific necessary components to make it run, like a CPU, RAM, and storage. These are known as your computing and storage resources. The resources in your machine can only do so much since there are limits to their capacities, and you can only add so many physical resources to a computer. Cloud computing is all about taking those limited resources and expanding them. It does so by giving you access to many more components than your physical machine can handle. And the locations where these components are organized are called data centers. In a data center, all the components are spread across hundreds of servers, sometimes thousands. You can imagine a data center as one giant computer that provides computing and storage resources. For it to work, each data center has to have a connection to a network, which in most cases is the internet. The internet connection makes the resources available to anyone who needs them and has allowed cloud technology to expand very quickly. Within cloud computing, you have three main types: public, private, and hybrid, with a fourth, lesser-known type known as multi-cloud. A public cloud is operated and owned by a third party, providing all the computing and storage resources and managing the hardware maintenance and power requirements. These computing and storage resources are spread worldwide across many different data centers, ready for anyone to buy and use. Microsoft Azure is one of the biggest providers of public cloud services. To give you an idea, Microsoft has data centers in many different regions. Their distribution includes Europe, North and South America, the southern part of Africa, as well as the Middle East, Asia, Australia, and New Zealand. Public clouds aren't ideal for everyone. For some, a private cloud makes more sense. A company might decide to have its own data center, which could be a small room to service just that building or the business as a whole. Typically, it's used just for employees of that business. The company is responsible for buying and maintaining the equipment and powering it. Governments and militaries also use a private cloud to provide an extra layer of security. Third is a hybrid cloud, which interconnects public and private clouds. With hybrid cloud, a company might have some services running on their own data centers, but others on a public cloud. This provides a degree of flexibility between the two options, as both have advantages and disadvantages. And last is the multi-cloud. Multi-cloud is newer than the previous three types and has come about due to the popularity of the public cloud. This type is when we use more than one type of public cloud provider. You will use a multi-cloud if you're using a mix of services and features. But what does using cloud computing entail? For a small business, the cloud can run a website or provide additional services to customers. But the most common use is for data storage. Organizations need data storage because they gather so much information from all the applications people use. This information can then be used in data analysis tasks to identify trends and help develop new technology. It's not just organizations that need to store data. Think about your memories. Maybe you have many photos on your phone and need extra storage, which the cloud provides. But you probably use cloud computing in everyday life, not just for photos. Just take your phone. How many apps does it have? Most, if not all of them, rely on the cloud. Like, for example, a video streaming service requires the cloud to store and stream shows and movies to you. And even sending a message by email or on a messaging platform requires services spread across the cloud. All the services needed to run these apps have to be on a server somewhere or even spread across multiple servers in the cloud. To summarize, cloud computing can easily expand a business's capabilities by providing additional computing and storage resources in a data center or series of data centers. And there are four types of cloud computing: public, private, hybrid, and multi-cloud. Each type of cloud comes with its own characteristics, and a business's choice of cloud is determined by its needs. Sam Scoops can save money by using a cloud service before its storage runs out. Cloud computing is an exciting topic, and you probably want to know more, especially because it's a major consideration in cybersecurity. Don't worry. You'll learn more about this topic later in this course. Earlier, you configured a physical network for Sam's scoops so that all devices can communicate with one another. But Sam simply cannot get the computer of one of her employees to send files to the printer. She calls you for advice. Where do you start to troubleshoot the problem? By now, you are confident in how a network works, but designing, troubleshooting, or changing a network can be tricky, considering all the different processes and network components involved. It is useful to think of the flow of communication over a network in terms of a model, and that is why the Open Systems Interconnection Model, or OSI model, is so handy. In this video, you will learn all about the features of the OSI model, what it does, and its benefits and drawbacks. The OSI model is a theoretical model that explains how data travels from one device to another over a network. It separates the communication process into smaller parts or layers, which makes it easier to understand specific aspects of data transmission. And it also makes sure that communication between computers is set up in a consistent and efficient way. Introduced in 1978, the OSI model describes networking as a series of protocol layers with specific functions allocated to each layer. Each layer offers specific services to higher layers while hiding the details of the implementation of those services. A well-defined interface between each pair of adjacent layers defines the services offered by the lower layer to the higher one and how those services are accessed. The OSI model consists of 7 unique layers, each with a specific role. Let's explore what happens in each of them. From the bottom, the OSI model has a physical layer, data link layer, network layer, transport layer, session layer, presentation layer, and an application layer. The bottom layer, or the physical layer, converts the data into wireless or electrical signals for transmission through the air or through cables. The next layer, the data link layer, ensures that the data is ready for transmission by making sure it is reliable and error-free. The network layer selects the best path to route data packets over a network and addresses devices with the IPv4 and IPv6 protocols. Then, the transport layer establishes connections between devices and can ensure reliable transport between the two. The fifth layer, the session layer, is responsible for managing communication sessions or states between applications. Next up, the presentation layer's role is quite interesting since it deals with data formatting, encryption, decryption, and data presentation. And the final layer, or the application layer, plays an essential role by enabling the users or devices to communicate with each other. This layer provides an interface with which you can access the network to perform the necessary tasks. Now that you know how the OSI model structures data transmission in layers, it is possible to troubleshoot the printer issue in Sam's office. You can start by examining what layers within the model are being used for the computer to talk to the printer to identify where possible problems might exist. Using this approach to troubleshooting, you can examine Sam's network by starting at the physical layer. That would involve checking that all the cables are connected to the switch. Say you find that one laptop's cable is disconnected. By simply following the logical layers of the OSI model, you could identify the issue and resolve it by connecting the cable to the switch again. That was useful, don't you think? Next, let's discuss some pros and cons of the OSI model. The first advantage of the OSI model is that it provides an organized structure by dividing the functions of a network into 7 transparent layers. This makes it easier for network administrators and engineers to understand the flow of data and troubleshoot problems. The OSI model is also widely accepted and standardized. This simplifies communication and collaboration between different networks and vendors. Lastly, its modular design offers flexibility. Each layer in the OSI model can be modified or improved independently without affecting the other layers. This modular design makes it easier to adapt to modern technologies in the ever-changing networking world. But just like any other system, the OSI model also has some drawbacks. The OSI model can be hard for novice network administrators to understand. To apply it practically requires a comprehensive understanding of its many layers and functions. Because of the theoretical nature of the OSI model, it's mostly used for educational purposes and may not always match how networks are set up in real life. Another disadvantage is that by breaking down the functions of a network into 7 layers, it adds some extra steps, which can slow down the speed of data transmission. Lastly, implementing the OSI model involves a lot of planning and hard work and can therefore be time-consuming. Despite its disadvantages, the OSI model can still be useful, especially to troubleshoot network problems like Sam's unplugged cable. And in this video, you learned that it can help you understand data transmission across a network. You also discovered the 7 distinct layers of this model and their functions. The OSI model is an essential framework for understanding how communication occurs between different network devices because it offers a standardized approach to network communication. Now that you are familiar with the Open Systems Interconnection, or OSI model, and the concept of layered architecture, you should have a clear understanding of how communication happens over networks, like the one used by Sam's Scoops. Isn't it amazing to think of the massive scale at which data flows all around the world? Daily, millions of devices talk to one another over all kinds of networks. An important factor that makes this possible is the rule book that determines how this constant data transfer happens. Earlier, you learned that the Internet Protocol, or IP, gives unique IP addresses to each device on a network to make sure packets of data arrive at the correct destination. You can probably guess that IP is part of the communication rule book. In this video, you will learn more about the other rules or protocols that make network communication work. Most importantly, the Transmission Control Protocol, or TCP. Together, the 2 protocols are referred to as the TCP/IP suite, and it also has a layered architecture like the OSI model. TCP/IP is the primary protocol used all over the world by millions of devices to send information online on different kinds of networks. By now, you know data transmission involves several steps, and TCP/IP plays a significant role in these steps. You can think of it as a big post office, where data is broken down into small packets and sent to their destination. Data is broken up into smaller packets so that multiple computers can send data, each taking quick turns. It also increases transmission rates by not clogging up the line. The Internet Protocol, or IP, ensures the packets get to the right destination, and the Transmission Control Protocol, or TCP, makes sure the packets arrive safely and in the correct order. This way, even if some packages get lost along the way, TCP will send them again to make sure the information gets to the destination intact. Data transmission in TCP/IP involves several steps to make sure that the data gets to the right place in perfect form. And these steps happen in different layers. Let's examine the steps in more detail. First, data is divided into smaller parts called packets before being sent over the network. These packets then travel over the network, which may be physical wires or wireless signals, to reach their destination. The next step is the reception of the packets. The destination device collects all the packets and puts them back together to recreate the original data. But sometimes data can get lost along its journey. So the 4th step is to make sure all the packets are correct and have arrived in the right order. For this reason, the TCP protocol adds extra information to each segment of data, known as a sequence number and an acknowledgement number. To better understand this process, imagine sending a parcel across the world. You would want to know that it arrived safely, right? Well, you can track your parcel, as its barcode gets scanned along the way. This allows you to know where it is on its journey, if it has arrived at its destination, or if it got lost. Now imagine sending 10 parcels, but they have to be opened in a specific order for them to make sense. So you number each parcel so that the receiver knows in what order to open them. Well, this is what TCP does. The sequence number is the order of the packets, and the acknowledgement number is used to check if they arrived. If any of the parcels get lost, an acknowledgement number is not sent back to the receiver. After a timeout period, the sender will know it has to send the packet again. When delivered successfully, an acknowledgement will be sent back to close the process. But the TCP delivery check process can only happen once devices have found each other over the network. And this happens next with the IP protocol, which you've learned about earlier. In essence, the data with all the applied TCP IP protocols is signals sent across cables or wirelessly to their destination. These signals are in the form of digital zeros and ones known as binary. Next, let's unpack this process as it happens in the layers of the TCP IP stack. The 4 layers are the application layer, the transport layer, the internet layer, and the network interface or data link layer. Remember the OSI model? The bottom layer is the network interface or data link layer and is the physical link between the computer and the network. It is responsible for sending and receiving data over the network using hardware, such as network adapters. The next layer, the internet layer, forwards packets from the source to the destination. The transport layer works in the background and ensures that the data is sent reliably, meaning all data packets are verified by the TCP protocol. But this takes time. So for data that needs to be transmitted quickly, like video data, this layer uses another protocol, the User Datagram Protocol, or UDP. UDP does not include verification and thus speeds up the transmission. And the top layer, the application layer, deals with the applications running on the devices and the data that they generate. In other words, it provides an interface for the user to access network resources. While watching this video, you've most likely realized that your devices constantly use TCP/IP to send and receive data. And if you are like most internet users, you are doing several different things online at the same time. TCP/IP makes this possible because TCP/IP allows multiple processes to happen simultaneously. It's called multiplexing and means that different devices can send and receive data at the same time over the same connection. It can also handle different data types, such as emails, websites, and videos. TCP/IP work with small networks like SAM's network, but also enables communication across many different sizes of networks, including the internet. In this video, you learned about TCP/IP, the primary communication protocol framework of all modern networks and the internet. You now know that different devices on SAM's network need TCP/IP to communicate successfully. And you also learned about TCP/IP's different layers and their functions. Well done. When traveling, you always have the end destination in mind, and the same applies to data and networking. Think of airports in different countries, where each airport represents an IP address, the location where your data needs to travel. As you may recall, IP addresses are vital in identifying different devices on a network to route traffic to the intended destination. But it's not just IP addresses that play a vital role in getting data packets to where they need to be. Like airports, IP addresses have different terminals or gates for specific purposes. These gates are known as ports, and they allow various types of data to be sent and received by specific applications, much like a passport that determines whether someone is allowed to enter or leave a country. Understanding how ports work is important because it allows you to control which types of data can enter and leave your network, as well as protect against unauthorized access. Over the next few minutes, you'll explore port numbers and how they are used by devices on a network to identify data. You will also learn how ports are positioned within the OSI and TCP/IP suite. To begin, let's apply the airport analogy to networking. Suppose you're going on a trip to a foreign country. The airport you depart from represents your device's source IP address, and the airport you arrive at indicates the destination IP address. Before you depart, you need to provide your passport at the terminal to confirm your identity and to receive your boarding pass. Then, you're authorized to board the plane. In this case, you can think of the plane as the router on the network that helps your data get to its destination. When you arrive at the destination, you must go through customs and provide your passport to identify yourself again. Similarly, when data travels on a network, it needs to go through certain ports to access specific protocols. Just like your passport verifies your identity and allows you to enter a country, ports identify and allow certain types of data to access the network. Think of ports as a type of digital passport for data traveling between source and destination IP addresses. For instance, when you access a website, your computer sends a request to the web server using a specific port number. The web server receives the request and responds by sending the requested web page back to your computer. But how does this work? The process is similar to the concept of passport verification, where a passport is scanned when leaving and entering a country. Someone who tries to enter a country without a valid passport would be denied entry. Similarly, if data tries to enter a network without the proper port number, the network security measures, like firewalls, may block its entry to protect against unauthorized access. Now that you understand how ports work, let's examine the range of port numbers and how they are assigned. Port numbers are used to identify different types of data during transmission and are assigned within the transport layer of both the TCP/IP suite and the OSI model. This range of numbers goes from 0 to 65,535. Both the Transmission Control Protocol, or TCP, and User Datagram Protocol, or UDP, use port numbers to identify themselves. The application layer of both models identifies the specific protocol required by the application, and then the transport layer assigns a port number to that protocol, using a specific number to identify it. These port numbers are used to identify protocols, but also to keep track of data as it moves around devices on the network. Firewalls use port numbers all the time to permit and deny access to a network. Understanding how port numbers are used in network security is crucial. Firewalls rely on port numbers to permit or deny access to a network, but managing the range of port numbers is equally important to prevent unauthorized access. When managing the range of port numbers, it's important to keep in mind that many ports are blocked by default to prevent unauthorized access. But sometimes you may need to use a specific protocol, and in those cases, you can open the corresponding port number to allow traffic to flow through. This is usually done on the network's firewall and the local firewall on your computer. It's worth noting that when you add a new application to your device, it may automatically open the necessary ports for the protocols it requires. In conclusion, ports are like the gates at an airport, controlling what data can pass through and where it's going. By managing and securing the range of port numbers, you can keep unwanted access out of your network. With the knowledge you've gained from this video, you can describe how port numbers work, what range they fall under, and how to keep them secure. By doing so, you're helping to control the flow of data in and out of your network, protecting it against unauthorized access. Keep this in mind as you continue to explore the world of networking. You now know that port numbers can be used to identify protocols, and that protocols set rules for how network devices communicate. But have you ever wondered how your computer distinguishes between the hundreds or even thousands of conversations happening simultaneously on a network? Or have you considered how different protocols work together to keep all these conversations organized and secure? Over the next few minutes, you will explore how protocols and port numbers work together to distinguish between the many conversations happening on one device. By the end of this video, you will have a better understanding of how protocols and port numbers work together to ensure that data is transmitted securely and efficiently across the network. There are many conversations happening on your computer and network at any given time. This amplifies into hundreds, if not thousands, of conversations happening simultaneously. To ensure that these conversations are successful, they must follow a set of rules, or protocols, that dictate how network devices communicate. These protocols are essential for organizing and securing the flow of data, especially sensitive information. Let's now explore how protocols and port numbers work together to ensure that conversations can take place securely and efficiently, starting with email protocols. Electronic mail, or email, has been used for exchanging messages between businesses and individuals worldwide for many years. There are many different email applications available today, from cloud-based options like Microsoft Exchange Online to on-premise solutions like Microsoft Exchange Server. Various email protocols have been used over the years to deliver email globally, including POP3 and IMAP for receiving email and SMTP for sending it. Let's explore an example of how email moves between two users using the Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, or SMTP. The diagram illustrates the communication between the sender, recipient, and email servers, but it doesn't display the port numbers used in the process. To gain a better understanding of the involvement of ports, let's focus on the sender and examine how they communicate with the server. The sender selects a source and destination IP address and identifies the protocol they want to use, which is SMTP. SMTP uses port number 25 for its communication. The destination port is always the service or protocol being accessed. Once the protocol is chosen, the devices involved have a set of rules to follow to ensure the conversation is successful. For SMTP, this includes multiple message exchanges, such as HELO to create the SMTP connection between the client and server, mail from to provide information about who is sending the email, receipt to for reporting the email's recipient, data to prepare and initiate the transfer of information between the client and the server, reset to reset the connection and clear all earlier transfer data without closing the SMTP connection, and quit to end the connection. One problem with using port number 25 is that it can be intercepted by someone listening in on the conversation. This is because port 25 is known as the port for emails, making it more susceptible to attacks. As a workaround, port number 587 can be used instead, which allows data to be encrypted, offering better protection and reducing the risk. Now, let's move on to review the source port number from the example. The sender utilizes port number 5000 as its source. This number does not indicate a specific protocol. Rather, it serves as a session identifier for the computer to receive responses from the email server. By using a separate port number for each session, multiple sessions can be opened simultaneously on the computer. To further illustrate this point, let's say you open 3 different web pages on your computer, one for shopping, one for social media, and one for online banking. It would not be feasible for all 3 websites to use port 80 to communicate with your computer, as they are distinct sites. Therefore, your computer assigns a different port number to each website, allowing incoming traffic to be identified and displayed on the appropriate browser tab. In this video, you explored the important role that protocols and port numbers play in establishing effective communication processes and safeguarding the delivery of information. Throughout this discussion, you have learned that protocols are responsible for setting the rules and guidelines for how devices communicate and transmit data, and that some protocols even provide added security by encrypting data during transmission. You now also know that port numbers are the key to identifying and managing multiple conversations happening simultaneously, allowing different protocols and services to function efficiently without interference. Armed with this knowledge, aspiring network professionals such as yourself can confidently ensure that data is transmitted securely and efficiently across the network. Today, more than 1 billion websites exist, and we use them daily to access information and services. Sam's business is no different, and with a newly installed internet connection, employees have been asked to complete food hygiene training on a website. To access the site, they type in the name of the website. Easy, right? But you've learned that websites are stored on servers, and servers have IP addresses. So how is it possible for employees to access the website without the IP address of the server? That's where DNS, or Domain Name System, comes in. And in this video, you will be introduced to the concept, what it is used for, and how it makes finding websites on the internet easier. You know that IP addresses are used to identify and locate devices on a network, and that a website is a location somewhere out on the internet. But IP addresses are long and complicated to remember. Imagine you had to navigate the internet using IP addresses. Think about all the websites you visit daily and how much harder it would be if you could only find them by using an IPv4 or IPv6 address. It's great that you can use website names to find what you need on the internet, but that's not how devices like servers that host these websites work. They only understand how to communicate using IP as the standard. Something has got to sit between the easy-to-read name and the IP address, and that's the job of the domain name system. The domain name system is a service that translates a human-readable domain name, or URL, into the IP address of the server that's hosting the site or service. When you type a website address into your browser, like www.samscoops.com, an automatic search is instigated on a DNS server. This is known as a DNS lookup. The DNS server acts as a translator, taking the name you typed and converting it to an IP address that can be located for the relevant website. The IP address is stored in the DNS server as a record, and there are a number of record types. The DNS server will use an address record, or a record, when simply looking for a website name translation. Another type of record is a domain name system service record, or SRV, which can tell a device what services are available for a particular website. For example, a website that needs video conferencing capabilities requires the use of a video communication protocol, like Session Initiation Protocol, or SIP. DNS uses port number 53 and can send requests reliably using TCP or unreliably using UDP. DNS needs to be fast, so UDP is the preferred protocol because it doesn't provide packet delivery check overheads. Many DNS servers worldwide provide this lookup service because there are so many incoming requests from everyone surfing the web. If there were only one DNS server, you would have to wait a really long time for the translation to take place before you could get to the website you want to access. Anyone can create DNS servers, but there are so many in existence that you don't have to go through the setup yourself to access websites. Internet service providers, or ISPs, typically provide a DNS server for their customers, and companies like Microsoft own many such servers worldwide. In summary, DNS, or domain name system, is an essential part of the modern internet that translates user-friendly domains into numerical IP addresses to route internet traffic to the appropriate destination. To do this, it needs to be fast and responsive. Therefore, it uses the UDP protocol, so you don't even notice the translation from the website name to IP address. Unfortunately, DNS is susceptible to attacks, but you'll learn more about that soon. Previously, you learned that network traffic could be monitored to identify threats and make sure that no process or application takes up too many resources and bandwidth. This is a great way to ensure that the network supports the business in the best way possible, but it's not very proactive. After all, you're just monitoring the traffic as it's already moving across the network. As data is being collected, how can you use it? Although she hasn't implemented any network traffic monitoring yet, Sam is wondering what the benefits of traffic monitoring could be and if it's something the business should pursue as it expands. In this video, you will learn how analyzing collected data can help you determine a network's health with metrics and implement some proactive actions on the network using analysis. Health and metric analysis are about spotting trends and patterns in data collected from network traffic monitoring. The identified trends and patterns can then be used to proactively introduce traffic management methods to keep the network healthy. And traffic management methods can ensure that the capacities on network devices are maximized without overloading them, thereby increasing the return on investment, or ROI. Metric analysis involves measuring key performance statistics to understand how something is performing and predict its future performance based on the gathered data. Tools used for this prediction generally need at least 30 days' worth of data to create a baseline performance. For a network, there are several different metrics that can help determine network health and performance. Let's examine some of them. First is bandwidth usage. This metric is about checking that you are not going over the amount of available bandwidth. If the bandwidth usage is too high, it can affect the network's performance by slowing things down. The second metric is packet loss, when packets get lost on the network between the source and destination. You know that TCP can resend those lost packets, but that can actually create more congestion on the network if it occurs too often. The third is latency. This is how long a packet takes to move across the network and back again. It's also known as the round-trip time, or RTT. Last is network availability. This is a key metric because it reflects uptime on the network. In other words, it tells you when the network is working and when it is not. These metrics and others can tell you how healthy your network is and how well it's performing. Next, let's discuss traffic management. A network can be set up to manage its performance by utilizing something called quality of service, or QoS. QoS is a suite of different traffic management mechanisms that can be used at different times based on network performance. Although traffic monitoring is ongoing, traffic management mechanisms should only be turned on when needed. If everything works as it should, you don't need to create extra work. Two of the mechanisms included in QoS are traffic marking and prioritization. Traffic marking allows you to mark packets with, for example, different colors to indicate priority. For example, real-time information like video calls should be prioritized. Less critical traffic, like email, can be given a low priority. In conclusion, collecting data is an essential first step, but it needs to be followed by health and metric analysis to make predictions. The more data is collected, the more reliable the predictions will be. Sam Scoops should start collecting data to measure its network health as soon as possible before performance events like lagging, distorted video calls, or video buffering happen due to the lack of bandwidth. Some traffic management mechanisms will have to be configured to prioritize the most important traffic to get the best performance and usage out of the current network devices. Ultimately, this will save the business money and get a better ROI on the equipment used. You've made it to the end of the second week of this course. Aren't you proud of yourself? You should be. After all, you've learned a lot about network devices and their infrastructure, the OSI model, protocols and ports, and network monitoring. That's quite a lot of new knowledge to take in, and you still have to complete the module quiz. So let's review what you have learned this week. First, you learned about hybrid networking, when a network or combination of networks uses different connective technologies to link devices. For example, a home network with both wired and wireless connections. Hybrid networks are great, but when a business has multiple sites, several networks have to be linked together via the internet, the network of networks, which is what you learned about next. It's not only individual businesses that connect to different sites via the internet. The whole world is connected through the internet, so there are many interconnected networks. And the connections between these are facilitated by Internet Service Providers, or ISPs. Next, you were introduced to cloud computing, which can extend local storage and computing power through data centers that act like giant computers with vast storage and a lot of CPUs and RAM. You learned that there are 4 types of clouds: public, private, hybrid, and multi-cloud. Expanding on your new knowledge of the cloud, you also learned about the infrastructure that makes both private and public cloud services possible. And don't forget, you also learned about VPNs and how they can securely connect different networks. But what about connected devices that don't need direct input from humans? Yes, you guessed it. It's the Internet of Things, or IoT, which you also learned about. Now, let's move on to Lesson 2. You started this lesson by learning about the OSI model, its 7 layers, and its purpose. The way the model separates the communication process into smaller parts or layers makes it easier to understand and troubleshoot specific aspects of data transmission. After this, you learned about layered architecture, of which the OSI model is an example. This concept is all about the separation of concerns. It breaks down complex networking processes into more manageable layers that enable IT professionals to change protocols and processes within each layer without affecting the others. You also learned about the TCP/IP suite, which has 4 layers. It plays a vital role in data transmission since it is the primary protocol used all over the world by millions of devices to send information online on different kinds of networks. In this lesson's exercise, you applied what you learned by demonstrating how to expand a network to support new users and wireless devices and identify protocols that can be used within that network. In Lesson 3, you learned about ports that control which types of data can enter and leave a network, as well as protect against unauthorized access. You learned that port numbers are almost like digital passports for data traveling between source and destination IP addresses. If data attempts to enter a network without the proper port number, the network security measures, like a firewall, may block its entry to protect against unauthorized access. Next, you explored more protocols involved with data transmission. Network protocols provide a common language that enables different devices to talk to each other and share information. You also learned that proper network protocols have to be implemented to protect a network from cyber threats. At this point, you have learned about both ports and protocols, but don't forget that they work together to securely and efficiently transmit data across a network. Some protocols set rules for how devices communicate and transmit data, while others support data encryption. And port numbers separate and identify multiple ongoing conversations between devices. You also learned that port numbers can be divided into 3 ranges and that various protocols are associated with each port number. As part of this lesson, you also completed an exercise in which you learned how to identify the sessions that are currently in use on a computer. Finally, you completed a lesson about network monitoring. This started off with learning about how DNS enables users to access websites using user-friendly domain names instead of numerical IP addresses. Unfortunately, because it's so widely used, DNS is very vulnerable to attacks. DNS relies on a structure of 4 different DNS server types to deal with hundreds of thousands of requests every second from around the world. So there are many opportunities for attackers. After this, you learned about how network traffic monitoring is used to check what protocols and data are moving around a network and monitor performance and security threats. Network traffic monitoring helps businesses quickly detect and respond to security incidents, prevent data breaches, and ensure that network resources are used efficiently. But monitoring is only half of the equation. The other half is analyzing the data you collect and proactively introducing traffic management methods. Examining metrics keeps the network healthy when problems are spotted in trends or patterns. Some of the metrics used for analysis include checking bandwidth, packet loss, latency, and network availability. And you can use the Quality of Service, or QoS suite, to deploy traffic management mechanisms. Lastly, you learned about network logs and how they record information from data points on a network. And you learned about filtering and searching logs efficiently to find relevant information. Now that you've reviewed this week's content, you should be ready to take the module quiz about network devices. If you aren't, don't worry. It's easy enough to go back and revisit items you feel unsure about. Work at your own pace. But even if you are ready for the quiz, first take a moment to appreciate your efforts before you move on. Well done. SamScoop's client base has grown significantly, and keeping track of client information has become challenging. With different employees adding client details on copies of a spreadsheet, there are now different versions of the client's list on everyone's devices. And they are experiencing the same problem with stock-taking and supplier-related administration. They urgently need a central space where employees can access the same files. Fortunately, client-server networking can provide them with a secure and efficient way to centralize their data and applications. In this video, you will learn about the details of a client-server networking model. Client-server network models are common in the world of computer networking today. In this type of network, a client is a device or an application that requests services or resources from a server. The server, on the other hand, is a computer system or software that provides those services or resources to the client. Think of it this way. A client dines at a restaurant and needs something, for instance, a glass of water. So they call their waiter and make their request. The waiter then serves them a glass of water. In the same way, when you use your computer or mobile device to connect to a website or an application, you are the client making a request for information, and the server provides you with that information. This type of networking model is called a client-server because the client and the server communicate with each other to exchange data and services. The server is the primary provider of those services, and the client is the primary user. This architecture is commonly used in offices, businesses, schools, and other organizations to allow various clients to access the same files or applications on the server. The client-server model can be a great solution for the versioning issues that SamScoops is experiencing. Next, Let's discuss the components of a client-server network by exploring network clients first. In the traditional sense, a network client is a lightweight computer or device that cannot run programs on its own. As technology has advanced, a client is more than a simple terminal today. It can now represent any hardware or software system that interacts with services offered by a server. There are 4 types of clients in a client-server networking model: thick, thin, zero, and hybrid. Let's explore them in more detail. A thick client is the most common client type in today's network environments. In fact, every desktop computer these days are a thick client. A thick client is sometimes known as a workstation and can process and store data locally without using a server. A thick client's interaction with a server is minimal and might only be to store data on a shared network drive. There is also a thin client, and historically, this was a terminal. A thin client cannot process or store data locally and relies completely on the server to provide computational power and storage. Today, thin clients are represented by web-based applications or browsers that request and display information from servers, regardless of the device on which they are running. Zero clients are ultra-thin clients, basically running no software. They are usually small hardware boxes used to connect peripherals like a monitor, keyboard, mouse, and network cables to a server. This is done to provide virtual desktop environments, or VDI. Since zero clients have no software running on them or local storage, they have no security risks. And lastly, hybrid clients combine the best of both thick and thin clients. A hybrid client can perform limited local data processing but has no local storage capabilities. An example of such a client is a device that renders content and stores the results on the server, like automated rating systems. Next, let's explore servers. A server is a variable term for a software system, a hardware device, or both that provides services or resources to other computers on a network. In the past, servers were large mainframe computers that were housed in big rooms and were used by many clients. Today, servers can be much smaller, but still powerful. They are typically made up of a high-end computer with lots of memory and processing power. Normally, they are connected to other devices like switches, routers, load balancers, and firewalls. Servers usually run specialized software, such as Windows Server or Linux, to help them provide the services needed by other computers on the network. A server's main task is to provide services and resources to its clients. The larger the number of applications and users, the more servers are required to split the resources across them. Servers are used for running applications, mailing, file storage, printer sharing, gaming, web hosting, media streaming, database hosting, and many other purposes. In this video, you learned about client-server networking, its components, and how it works to enable the efficient sharing of resources and data between multiple users and devices. You also learned about different types of clients and servers used in modern client-server networking. Do you work from home or know someone working from home? Today, thousands of people work from the comfort of their own homes, and it's all thanks to the technology that allows them to connect remotely to their company's networks, files, and IT services. Not only does this technology make remote work possible, but it also simplifies how IT teams fix problems in the modern workplace. With remote access, they can troubleshoot and fix employees' devices without ever having to leave their desks. But what are the other benefits of remote access? And what technologies make it possible? In this video, you will learn about remote access and the technologies that support it. Remote access refers to the ability to access a computer, network, or data from a location other than the device or network itself. It allows individuals with an internet connection to connect to their work or home computers from anywhere in the world. This is especially convenient for businesses and individuals who need access to their data from various locations. Because as much as you try to prevent them, emergencies do happen. Imagine having an emergency during a holiday trip and needing medical documents saved on your home computer. Or say during your trip, your manager urgently needs a file from your computer. No problem. With remote access, you can say goodbye to the days of being physically tethered to your desk or office. Whether you are working from home, traveling for business or pleasure, remote access enables you to work and access your data from anywhere in the world. Remote access has numerous benefits for both individuals and businesses. As discussed earlier, it is especially useful for troubleshooting IT issues, but it also increases productivity and enhances collaboration among teams working from different locations. Remote access can also reduce travel costs associated with in-person meetings. All these benefits are great, but remote access also poses some cybersecurity risks. First, remote access software is a prime target. When remote access software is unsecured, outdated, or unpatched, it can allow unrestricted network access to anyone on the internet. Weak authentication, like simple passwords, can allow cybercriminals to take over user accounts. This is a major risk to the network because compromised accounts connected via remote access provide a foundation to access network computers and resources like file servers, email servers, and database servers. Cybersecurity criminals can also exploit remote users by sending fake remote access links or malicious attachments in phishing emails. If a remote user accesses these links or attachments, it could put the account credentials of organizations and entire network systems at risk. And once attackers gain access, they can steal data, install malware, or change data. Knowing about these risks is important, but so is knowing about the tools and technologies that make secure remote access possible. The tools and technologies used for remote access depend on the type of network and devices used. Let's explore some of the most used remote access tools. Earlier, you've learned that a virtual private network, or VPN, is a secure method for creating a virtual network over a public network, such as the Internet. It encrypts the connection between the remote device and the host network, providing secure access to resources on the network. VPNs are widely used for remote access to corporate networks because they provide an improved level of security. VPNs use many different protocols for authentication, data encryption, and tunneling. Tunneling is a process by which VPN software connects to the destination and sends data. Some of the protocols VPNs use include IPsec, SSL or TLS, PPTP, L2TP, and OpenVPN, and others. Another important protocol is the Remote Desktop Protocol, or RDP. This Microsoft protocol allows users to connect to a remote computer and access its desktop and applications. RDP is built into the Windows operating systems and is commonly used for remote access to individual computers or servers. But what if you need to connect over an unsecured network like free public Wi-Fi? Well, in unsecured networks, IT technicians use the Secure Shell, or SSH, which you've learned about earlier. Remember, SSH provides encrypted communication between the client and server, protecting sensitive data from interception. SSH is commonly used for remote administration of servers, routers, and other network devices. There are also Remote Access Services, or RAS, a Microsoft technology that allows dialing into a network from a remote location. It allows remote users to establish a secure connection to the network over a phone line or the Internet. RAS is a predecessor of Routing and Remote Access Service, or RRAS. This built-in Windows operating system tool enables remote access and routing services. It can be used to create a VPN server as well as dial-up and wireless networking connections. RRAS also supports several authentication methods. In this video, you learned about remote access and the technologies that make it possible. Many cybersecurity roles involve remote access to monitor and maintain computer networks. For instance, you might have to deploy security updates quickly to remote computers without being physically present. You will most likely use this knowledge covered in this video in your career going forward. In today's world, authentication has become a huge part of modern life, whether it's gaining access to everyday devices like mobile phones or laptops, or accessing services like banking. It now plays an important role in maintaining your online security. Sam's business is continuing to grow. Employees are logging in daily using passwords to access important business information. While they have implemented a fingerprint device for physical security, some team members are concerned about the security of their computer passwords. They have raised the valid concern of whether using plain text passwords is enough to protect the company's sensitive data. Over the next few minutes, you'll explore the world of authentication protocols and discover the various methods that are used in modern computing for both personal and professional use. Let's begin with passwords. When it comes to securing digital assets, traditionally, password-based authentication has been the standard approach. But in recent years, passwordless authentication has gained popularity. But what exactly is passwordless authentication? This method of authentication allows users to access their devices or applications without the need to enter a password. Instead, it uses biometric devices to authenticate users, such as fingerprint scanners, facial recognition technology, or even iris scans. Biometric devices provide a convenient and secure way for users to access their digital services without the need for complex passwords, which are sometimes difficult to remember and can potentially be compromised. In fact, passwordless authentication is integrated into most mobile devices and laptops today, and even small businesses now incorporate biometric authentication systems. This not only improves security, but also provides a more seamless and efficient user experience. However, you should note that while passwordless authentication systems are more secure than traditional password-based systems, your devices will not be completely safe from hacking attempts. For maximum security, it's essential to follow a zero-trust policy, which means you should trust no one when it comes to security and always implement best practices to remain vigilant and safe. One way to improve the security of passwordless authentication is by incorporating a two-factor authentication system. Firstly, a single-factor authentication system means you only require one form of identification, such as a username and password. This method is widely used, but it can be vulnerable to password theft, phishing attacks, and other social engineering techniques. If a hacker gets hold of a user's password, they can easily access their account and potentially steal sensitive information. However, with two-factor authentication, or 2FA, you can add an extra layer of protection to online accounts. 2FA requires you to provide two different types of information or credentials to verify your identity. This makes it harder to gain unauthorized access to your accounts. Typically, the first factor is something you know, like your password. Then the second factor is something you have, like your cell phone. So when you enable 2FA for an account, you'll first enter your password when logging in. Then you'll be prompted to enter a code that's sent to your phone, which is also called a one-time password, OTP. Businesses can use specialized apps called authenticators to generate these codes on their personal phones or devices. This ensures that even if someone knows your password, they still can't access your account without the second factor. Some of the popular authenticator apps used to generate codes for two-factor authentication are Google Authenticator, Microsoft Authenticator, and Authy. Another type of two-factor authentication makes use of security keys, which are physical devices used to authenticate users. This security key is a small USB-like device that you insert into a USB port, or you can use it wirelessly with Bluetooth or near-field communication, otherwise known as NFC. When you log in, you are prompted to insert the security key and press a button to verify your identity. The key will then generate a one-time code that is sent to the system, which verifies its authenticity. This is also called Universal Second Factor, or U2F, authentication standard. Security keys are considered highly secure because they are not vulnerable to phishing attacks, where attackers try to trick users into disclosing their usernames or passwords. They are also more secure than other forms of two-factor authentication because they cannot be intercepted or stolen through malware or other online attacks. FIDO is one of the most popular vendors of U2F security keys. Now let's review some of the authentication protocols that organizations use, such as LDAP, which stands for Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. LDAP is a protocol used to access and manage centralized user authentication and authorization. Azure Active Directory is a very popular service that uses LDAP. Or Radius, which stands for Remote Authentication Dial-In User Service. Radius is a client-server protocol that provides centralized authentication, authorization, and accounting management for users who connect and use a network service. It is often used for remote access to networks. Another protocol is called certificate-based authentication, which is an authentication method that uses digital certificates to verify the identity of a user, device, or application. And lastly, Kerberos is a network authentication protocol that provides mutual authentication between a client and a server in a network environment. It protects businesses against password sniffing attacks by encrypting authentication credentials. It is commonly used in Windows domains. Well done! In this video, you explored authentication and gained knowledge about the fundamental concepts of authentication. You also discovered the various types of authentication mechanisms that are widely used in everyday life. You even explored the concept of two-factor authentication, which adds an additional layer of security to the authentication process. As you have learned, authentication plays an essential role in keeping your data and your devices secure. So, it's important to stay vigilant and keep up to date on all the latest trends in the authentication world. So far, you've explored how organizations use authentication in modern computing as a way to allow their employees to access business information. But what if only certain employees should be able to access sensitive parts of the information? How would you approach this? Right now, Sam is happy with how employees are authenticated when accessing their network. However, they recently purchased accounting software to track the daily financial transactions of the company. But the vendor that set up the accounting software only provided one set of credentials by which all employees could access the software. Sam is concerned about the security threats this poses. For instance, the counter attendants should not be able to view the banking information of suppliers and clients. Sam wonders if there is a way to assign specific access rights to employees based on their responsibilities to limit access to sensitive information. Well, the solution to this is a proper authorization, authentication, and access control setup. In this video, you'll explore how access control is tied to authentication and authorization. Access control basically determines what resources an authenticated and authorized user can make use of. Let's explore what it is and how it works in modern computing. Discover the different tiers of access and how authorization is granted and monitored. So what is it? Authentication is responsible for granting or denying access to the system, while authorization determines what data or resources will be available. It does this by analyzing a user's identity, role, or their permissions. By doing this, authentication ensures that only authenticated individuals or entities can access an area where there is sensitive information. Then authorization decides what specific information can be viewed. Let's take this analogy. Think of a time you stayed in a hotel. As part of the check-in process, you were provided with a physical card. Your check-in was the authentication. You are who you say you are, which then allowed the hotel to issue your room card, providing you with authorization to enter your room. However, if you think about the cleaners who are employed by the hotel, they would have an ID that authenticates them to be on the premises, just like your check-in process. They also have physical cards, but that card authorizes them to access all the rooms in the hotel. This is access control through the use of authentication and authorization. This approach is taken by organizations all over the world. While you may have valid authentication to access the organization's database, that may not give you the authorization to view or modify certain sensitive data. For example, an employee who works in human resources may have access to employee records, but may need to be authorized to view the salary details of all employees. If authorization is not controlled, the human resources employee may be able to access sensitive data that they should not be able to view. Great! Now you have a good understanding of authentication and authorization. Let's explore some of the different tiers. Tiers refer to the different levels of access that can be granted to individuals or entities depending on their role, responsibilities, and levels of trust. Some common tiers of authorization can include guest access, which is the lowest tier of authorization and typically provides limited access to resources or services. User access is usually next and is granted to registered users who've authenticated themselves to the system. User access typically provides more privileges than guest access, allowing users to create, edit, and view their own data. Next is administrator access. This tier is granted to individuals who have a higher level of responsibility and control over the system. For example, IT departments. They can typically create, edit, and delete users, as well as configure system settings and manage resources. With super user access, individuals are given complete control over the system, including access to all resources and the ability to modify any aspect of the system. Super users are typically responsible for maintaining and securing the system. However, role-based access is more at an individual level and is based on the roles and responsibilities of the individuals within an organization. Access is granted based on the user's role, such as a manager, employee, or contractor. Role-based access ensures that individuals only have access to the resources and services they need to perform their job functions. And finally, you have conditional access. This tier of authorization is based on the context of the access request, such as the location, device, time, or network. Conditional access provides an additional layer of security by ensuring that access is granted only under specific conditions. But how is this authorization granted, and how do organizations monitor it? They do this through a combination of authentication, access control, and auditing mechanisms. Firstly, authentication is provided when users have verified their identities. Once this step is complete, access control determines what actions a user is allowed to perform. This step involves various models like RBAC, ABAC, DAC, MAC, and others to enforce access control. Finally, user activities are audited. This involves monitoring and recording all user activity and events in order to detect any unusual or unauthorized access attempts. Well done! In this video, you discovered what authentication and authorization is. You also explored the various tiers of authorization and examined how authorization is granted in modern business. Organizations continuously need to monitor and update their authorization policies. This ensures that users can access the resources they need whilst also preventing unauthorized access. By having proper auditing and logging mechanisms in place, organizations can not only track access, but also identify any potential security breaches. These authorization policies not only protect your data, but can also significantly increase the cybersecurity of an organization. Meet Emery. Emery is a self-proclaimed tech-savvy individual. He knows how to make a mean cup of coffee, fix network issues, and even program his smart appliances. But what Emery doesn't know is how to keep his personal information safe from cybercriminals in the wild, wild web. One day, Emery receives an email from his bank. The email looks completely legitimate, with the right colors, logos, and fonts. The email asks him to click on the link and provide his banking username and password to view a suspicious transaction on his account. Being the trusting individual he is, Emery clicks on the link, enters his information, and bam! Emery's information is at risk. His bank account information is now in the hands of a scammer who is free to empty his bank account. By providing his login details, Emery unwittingly provided authentication to the scammer, giving them access to his bank account. Authentication is the process of verifying your identity. Just like security at a concert or conference checks your ID or pass to make sure it's legitimate before letting you in. In the digital world, you authenticate yourself by providing your username and password, and only then you are granted access. However, being authenticated doesn't automatically mean you have access to everything. That's where authorization comes in. Authorization is like a backstage pass. It grants you access to certain areas or information based on your level of permission. Without authorization, even if you are authenticated, you won't be able to access sensitive information. Just like security checked your identity, they will check your backstage pass to ensure you are authorized to access the area. Luckily, Emery's bank uses a two-step process to authorize transactions. Before any money could be transferred out of the bank, an authorization request was sent to his phone, alerting him to a possible breach. Emery immediately realized he has been hacked and contacted the bank to report the incident. This scenario highlights the importance of both authentication and authorization in securing personal information. While authentication verifies your identity, authorization determines what actions or data you are allowed to access. In Emery's case, his password leak bypassed the authentication process, but the bank's authorization process prevented any money from being transferred out of the account without his approval. When it comes to cybersecurity, authentication and authorization are your best friends. They're like the superheroes of the digital world, protecting your valuable information from cyber criminals. Have you ever tried to book tickets or complete a purchase online and suddenly the website went down? Then perhaps the following event might sound familiar. One morning, as Sam was putting in a long list of orders on one supplier's website, the entire site crashed. She then tried to contact them via a conference call, but could not get through. And later, she sent an email, but it bounced back. Their entire system was down. Later, Sam finds out that the supplier was hit by a massive DDoS attack. Sam has no idea what DDoS, or Distributed Denial of Service attack, means, but realizes that cyber attacks can cause a major disruption in business operations. DDoS is one of many kinds of cybersecurity attacks, and it involves multiple sources simultaneously flooding a network with traffic, making it impossible to operate. Network attacks like these happen every day all over the world, but the method and effects can differ drastically. If a network is vulnerable due to lack of proper security measures, attackers can be successful. In this video, you will learn about common types of network attacks. Let's first classify what a network attack is. A network attack is mostly an attempt to gain unauthorized access to a computer network, system, or device with the intent of stealing, damaging, or manipulating data. These attacks can come from external sources, such as hackers or viruses, or from internal sources, such as employees or contractors. Network attacks can cause significant harm to businesses, organizations, and individuals, and they can broadly be classified into two categories: passive attacks and active attacks. In passive attacks, an attacker simply observes or eavesdrops on network traffic without modifying it. Passive attacks can be challenging to detect, as they do not typically disrupt network activity. In contrast, active attacks involve an attacker taking an action that affects the network traffic. Active attacks are usually easier to detect than passive attacks because they typically involve some level of disruption to network operations, such as modifying or stealing data. Let's explore some of the most common network attacks. Hold on to your seat. This is going to get interesting. First is eavesdropping, which involves intercepting and reading data transmitted over a network. This can include sensitive information such as passwords, credit card numbers, and other personal data. Eavesdropping involves various tools and could be an automatic or manual process. These tools are used for intercepting, capturing, and analyzing network traffic. This process is called packet sniffing. The impact of eavesdropping can be severe, as it can lead to data exposure and information theft. But don't confuse packet sniffing with packet spoofing, which is another type of attack. Packet spoofing is when an attacker sends packets of data with a forged source address to make it appear that the packets are coming from a trusted source. The purpose of packet spoofing is often to trick the recipient into accepting the packets as legitimate and allowing the attacker to gain unauthorized access to the recipient's network or systems. Another type of network attack is IP spoofing, and it involves forging the source IP address of a network packet to make it appear as though it came from a trusted source. This can be used to gain unauthorized access to a network or to steal data. To prevent spoofing, it is essential to implement network filters to prevent spoofed packets from entering the network. On the other hand, a man-in-the-middle attack involves intercepting communication between two parties and relaying messages between them. This gives the appearance of normal communication while secretly eavesdropping and potentially modifying the messages. This can lead to information theft, data exposure, and unauthorized access. Next, let's revisit the Distributed Denial of Service, or DDoS attack, mentioned at the start of this video. Like discussed, a DDoS attack involves overwhelming or flooding a network with a lot of traffic or requests. A denial of service, or DOS attack, is similar, but it originates from a single source, while a DDoS attack is launched from multiple sources, making it more challenging to mitigate. These attacks can lead to network downtime and service disruption. Another malicious attack type is backdoors, and just like the name suggests, it involves creating a hidden entry point into a network or system that bypasses standard security measures. Backdoors can be used to gain unauthorized access, steal data, or install malware. A better-known attack type is password cracking, which involves attempting to guess or crack a user's password to gain access to their account. This can affect not only users, but also servers, Wi-Fi routers, or any network resource that is protected with a password. Lastly, there is SQL injection. SQL, or Structured Query Language, is a language used to access and alter database tables and records, and SQL injection is one of the most common attacks against web applications. It causes significant damage to organizations and businesses that use databases to store sensitive data. With SQL injection, attackers can exploit vulnerabilities in SQL statements to access sensitive information, such as usernames and passwords, and use this information for further attacks. In this video, you gained insight into various types of network attacks. This knowledge adds a vital part to your foundational knowledge about networking. Later, you will learn how to implement appropriate security measures to safeguard networks from unauthorized access and malicious activity. At this point, you should be well aware of the methods and tools that cyber attackers use. But fortunately, network administrators and security experts have a few tools up their sleeves themselves. Remember the DDoS attack on one of Sam's suppliers' network? In response to the incident, the supplier hired a specialist to implement robust security measures and monitor network activity to help prevent future cyber threats. Sam should probably take these security measures for her business too, right? But what would that entail? In this video, you will learn about network security and the tools network administrators can use to ensure the security of a system. Effective network security is built upon three core principles: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality ensures that only authorized individuals have access to sensitive information. Integrity guarantees that your data remains accurate and unaltered. And availability ensures that your digital resources are accessible to authorized users whenever needed. Without proper network security measures in place, a network and its data are vulnerable to a variety of threats. These threats can include hackers, viruses, malware, and other malicious software that can cause significant damage to the network and compromise sensitive information. That's why network security is essential for protecting data and a business's reputation. To do this, network administrators and security specialists need the correct tools and technologies to keep a network safe and secure. Let's explore some of these network security tools, starting with firewalls. Firewalls are the first line of defense for all networks and a critical tool in the network security toolbox. By now, you know firewalls prevent suspicious traffic from coming in or going out of the network. But they also stop port scanning. Firewalls are very effective in securing a network because it prevents harmful content from entering the network in the first place. Another crucial tool is passwords, which is not just for protecting user accounts, but also to secure servers, Wi-Fi networks, and other network devices. You might find it frustrating to create passwords that have symbols, numbers, capitals, and so on, but having learned about password cracking, you should now understand why you're encouraged to do so. Weak passwords can be cracked easily, so you need to follow the best practices when setting up passwords. Network administrators should also implement passwordless authentication and multi-factor authentication where possible for an extra layer of security on plain passwords. An intrusion detection system, or IDS, is another preventative tool. It continuously monitors networks for any signs of suspicious activity or potential threats. An IDS analyzes network traffic patterns and compares them against known attack signatures. In this way, IDS quickly identifies potential intrusions and alerts network administrators, enabling swift action to counter any threats. Network security greatly depends on endpoint security that determines how safe, secure, and clean the devices in the network are. so anti-malware tools also form a part of the network security toolbox. Remember, malware is malicious software that infects and compromises a network or device. Cyber attackers spread it through various vulnerabilities in a network. Fortunately, modern anti-malware tools are smart enough to detect attackers' footprints and unusual activities in network endpoints like computers and phones. In general, network administrators should perform regular network maintenance tasks, which can protect against various types of attacks. Network administrators should regularly update software, perform vulnerability assessments, and monitor traffic and system logs. Finally, it's crucial to educate the users in your network because human error is often considered the main weak link in a network. Informed and well-educated users can help to prevent many potential network attacks. Teaching users about network best practices is essential for network security. In this video, you've learned that when it comes to network security, relying on a single protective measure is like keeping a toolbox with only one tool in it and hoping you can fix any problem with it. To truly safeguard networks, you need a multi-layered defense strategy that uses a variety of tools and techniques. And by watching this video, you are now equipped to identify what network administrators can use to ensure the security of a system. As businesses become more reliant on technology, cyber threats have become more sophisticated and frequent. As you've learned, safeguarding a network from these threats is critical for any business connected to the internet. But waiting for an attack to happen isn't the way to go. That's where firewalls come in handy. They provide proactive protection, preventing network outages and costly data theft. In this video, you will explore firewalls in detail and learn how they can safeguard devices and networks from potential threats. To begin, let's start by understanding what firewalls are and how they work. As you may remember, a firewall is a network security device that sits between a trusted and untrusted network, such as the internet. For instance, let's take Sam's Scoops as an example. Now that the business is connected to the internet, it is exposed to all sorts of threats. A firewall can act as a protective barrier, preventing these threats from entering the network. You can compare it to a country's border control. In the same way officials check people to ensure they aren't carrying anything that isn't allowed in and out of the country, firewalls analyze all incoming and outgoing traffic. Based on this analysis, it grants or denies access to the network according to predefined security rules. Ideally, the firewall allows all legitimate traffic while denying malicious traffic, such as malware and intrusion attempts. But how does it accomplish this important role? By default, most firewalls deny all incoming traffic and filter outgoing traffic until an organization's security team configures what traffic should be allowed in and out. The firewall checks each data packet to determine if certain conditions are met before it allows traffic to pass through. These conditions could be a specified IP address, a network port, a network protocol, or a combination of conditions. Now that you understand the basics of how firewalls work, let's examine the different types of firewalls available. Some firewalls are hardware-based and are inside devices built to act as firewalls. Firewalls can also be virtualized to run on a server. Other firewalls are software programs that run on personal computers or even inside routers. In all cases, a firewall is a list of permit and deny statements of what can and can't pass through it, thereby protecting a network. Firewalls have to check every packet of data that arrives against a list of rules to decide if the packet is permitted or denied. This can be very time-consuming and counterproductive, slowing the network down. So, when it comes to a network and its firewall, some decisions need to be made. 1. What traffic needs to be checked? And 2. Where does it need to be checked? In other words, where is the best place to put border controls in a network? Security teams make these decisions by assessing the risk that different network devices, or zones, carry. A zone is made up of a single device or devices with the same trust level. These devices can be physically remote from one another on the network, or they can be close by, but as long as they all share the same trust level, they're in the same zone. The trust level is assigned on a scale of 0 to 100. The higher the number, the higher the level of trust, and the firewall acts according to what zone traffic is going to or coming from. Here's an example of a network with 3 zones: private, public, and perimeter, which are very typical for many networks today. A trusted or private zone has resources and devices that should never be accessible to anyone outside of an organization, so a firewall would block all incoming traffic. Examples include printers, workstations used by internal users, and internal servers. These are typically assigned the highest trust value of 100. Zones with a high number require more protection than others. But it also means that the firewall won't check outgoing traffic as rigorously as for other zones. The perimeter zone, also known as DMZ or demilitarized zone, is where resources and services accessible from outside the organization are available. For example, you can use a perimeter network to provide access to an application, a partnering organization, or a supplier. This zone is typically assigned the value of 50, so not all incoming traffic will need to be checked, but it's still treated with a lot of caution. A public zone contains everything outside the organization. This zone is part of the internet or another network and is not under the organization's control. It carries the most risk, so it has a trust level of 0. In other words, everything coming in needs to be checked. Dividing a network up into these 3 different zones helps security teams to know which part of the network requires the most protection and where traffic should be checked most rigorously. Quite important information for configuring a firewall, wouldn't you say? If you don't have a firewall, an attacker could use malware to take advantage of your bandwidth to use it for themselves, or sensitive and private information about employees and clients could be stolen. Your entire network could even be held for ransom. Thus, it's vital to place firewalls between your network and any outside connection. Sam Scoop's network needs firewall protection because it's connected to the internet. At the moment, the router on the network provides enough protection. But as the business expands, so will the amount of traffic that needs to be checked. And this can slow the router and network down. Before that happens, a dedicated firewall will need to be added to the network. As technology advances, so do the techniques cybercriminals rely on. However, with a well-configured firewall in your cybersecurity toolbox, you can safeguard your network from unauthorized access. Firewalls are great at protecting networks from incoming attacks from the internet, but sometimes they have to be configured to allow certain kinds of traffic into a network to make a business function. Take a website, for example. The firewall for Sam Scoop's website will have to allow website traffic and traffic for services like email through the network. This means that parts of the network will be vulnerable, and that's where security tools enter the picture. Sam Scoops could benefit from using tools like Microsoft Sentinel and Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. Over the next few minutes, you'll learn about these 2 services in particular. Network security is only as good as its weakest point. Firewalls are great protection, but attackers know this, so they try to find other weak points. This is where Microsoft can help with a complete range of tools to cover all security aspects. Let's start with Microsoft Sentinel. With a huge range of products, from Microsoft 365 Defender to Microsoft for Cloud Apps, your endpoints, identity, applications, data, infrastructure, and network are all protected. Previously in the course, you learned how important it is to collect data to help detect network threats or problems. Sentinel is Microsoft's tool for collecting all that data in one place, giving a bird's-eye view of a business. Having all this information at hand can help reduce the stress of increasingly sophisticated attacks by increasing the volume of alerts and preventing long resolution timeframes. Having access to all the data and interpreting it is called knowing a network's security posture, which determines the security status of the environment. Sentinel measures this by collecting data at cloud scale across all users, devices, applications, and infrastructure, both on-premises and in multiple clouds. Detecting previously undetected threats using Microsoft's analytics and unparalleled threat intelligence. Investigating threats with artificial intelligence and hunting for suspicious activities at scale by tapping into years of cybersecurity experience at Microsoft. And responding to incidents rapidly with built-in orchestration and automation of common tasks. Sentinel is great if you need comprehensive cover, but if you only have a few vulnerable areas in your network, Microsoft Defender might be a better choice, as it focuses on critical areas. Defender products can be used as data sources within Microsoft Sentinel to provide better security analytics and threat intelligence. In this way, Defender can help Sentinel determine the security posture of a network more accurately. If your business is just starting out like Sam's, you probably need some endpoint protection for things like PCs and printers. So, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint is a good choice. This product can help look after existing endpoints and scans for new endpoints as they are added to the network, thus giving some level of protection straight away. Defender for Endpoint has the following capabilities. Threat and vulnerability management provides real-time visibility and helps identify ways to improve security posture. Attack surface reduction eliminates risky or unnecessary surface areas and restricts dangerous code from running. Advanced protection uses machine learning and deep analysis to protect against file-based malware. Endpoint detection and response monitor behaviors and attacker techniques to detect and respond to advanced attacks. Artificial intelligence to automatically investigate alerts and remediate complex threats in minutes. And Microsoft threat experts bring deep knowledge and proactive threat hunting to your Security Operations Center. That is quite the offering, and Sam's network would definitely be well protected if they were to use Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. With the website up and running, Sam Scoops will need to add another level of protection beyond just a firewall to address vulnerabilities. Luckily, tools like Microsoft Sentinel and Defender for Endpoint can address those vulnerabilities and do even more for network security. Using these tools means that Sam Scoops can protect the network, measure the overall cybersecurity readiness of the network, help reduce the security burden, and understand its posture. Congratulations! You've made it to the end of another lesson. You have been working really hard, haven't you? And this week, you learned about client-server and server-to-server communication, different approaches to authorization and authentication, network attacks and mitigation, and firewalls and their common protocols. You probably remember most of this week's content, but it's always a good idea to revisit the most important points. Let's review the week to make sure you're prepared for this week's quiz. In the first lesson, you learned about client-server networking, which provides businesses with a secure and efficient way to centralize their data and applications. A client is a device or application that requests services or resources from a server. You learned about the 4 types of clients: thick, thin, zero, and hybrid clients. On the other hand, the server is a computer system or software that provides services or resources to the client. And you learned even more about servers, like their capabilities and how they're used in modern computing. Recall that there are different types of servers: file, web, mail, database, application, print, media, and game servers. Servers are vital to modern businesses because they help businesses simplify their operations and improve their efficiency. For example, servers can facilitate collaboration by providing a centralized location to store and share files. Next, you learned about remote access, which refers to the ability to access a computer, network, or data from elsewhere. It allows individuals with an internet connection to connect to their work or home computers from anywhere. And it makes troubleshooting a lot easier because technicians can remotely connect to employees' computers at home. Some remote access tools are virtual private networks, or VPNs, and protocols such as Remote Desktop Protocol, or RDP, and Secure Shell, or SSH, which is useful when connecting to a network remotely via an unsecured network like free public Wi-Fi. After this, you learned how the DHCP, or Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, automatically assigns IP addresses and other network configuration settings to network devices. An advantage of DHCP is that it simplifies network configuration, but there are also some disadvantages, like a single point of failure, because DHCP relies on a single server. The second lesson of the week started with a breakdown of various authentication methods that can be used to ensure approved access. The simplest authentication method is a password, but these days you also get passwordless authentication that relies on fingerprint scanners and facial recognition technology. And then there are more advanced methods like two-step verification and security keys. Next, you learned about authorization methods and protocols. Remember, authentication and authorization may sound similar, but they're different. Authentication verifies the identity of a user, while authorization determines what resources and services they're allowed to access. You learned about the different tiers of authorization. These levels of access can be granted depending on the user's role, responsibilities, and level of trust. You also learned how authorization is done in modern business organizations based on different models like ABAC, RBAC, MAC, and DAC. After this, you learned about different types of networks and Wi-Fi security. The networks you learned about include the Internet, intranet, and extranet, and you explored the benefits of each. You also learned the importance of Wi-Fi security in protecting your network from cyber attacks. Like, for example, changing the default username and password of your router. Delving further into security, you discovered the protocols associated with VPNs and access control systems and the protocols used to authorize users. But no matter what security measures you take, network attacks still happen. Attacks can come from external sources like hackers or viruses, or internal sources like employees or contractors. Because it's so important, you learned about common passive and active attacks that attempt to gain unauthorized access to a network to steal, damage, or manipulate data. One such example is spoofing, where an attacker impersonates a legitimate user or device. To combat attacks like these, network administrators need tools and methods to ensure the security of a system. Tools at administrators' disposal include firewalls, passwords, endpoint security, network maintenance, intrusion detection systems, and educating users. To truly safeguard networks, you need a multi-layered defense strategy using various tools and techniques. And such a strategy will depend on best practices to avoid network attacks. One such best practice is updating software regularly to fix known vulnerabilities. Then, in the last part of this lesson, you learned all about firewalls. Using a firewall is a proactive way of protecting a network by filtering or denying traffic. A firewall checks each data packet to determine if certain conditions are met before it allows traffic to pass through. These conditions could be a specified IP address, a network port, a protocol, or a combination of conditions. Together, these conditions make up a firewall policy. Firewalls are great at protecting networks from incoming attacks from the Internet, but sometimes they have to be configured to allow certain kinds of traffic into a network to make a business function. This means that parts of the network will be vulnerable. But luckily, there are tools like Microsoft Sentinel and Microsoft Defender for Endpoint that can help with that. While firewalls are essential, they aren't foolproof. Failing to address the gaps in a firewall's protection or not correctly maintaining it compromises its effectiveness and can introduce unnecessary threats. Network administrators need to be able to identify threats. They can do so using penetration testing and continuous monitoring. It's also essential to practice proper change control, the process that precedes making changes to a firewall's protocol. Altogether, firewall threats can be minimized by having good procedures and policies and end-user security education. And that was the end of week 3. There is a lot of information to digest from this week, so don't hesitate if you need to take a break before taking the module quiz. You only have to start the quiz when you feel ready. Good luck. By now, you know that networking and network security are important components of modern business operations. But have you considered how organizations keep up with the changing landscape as the world's dependence on the internet and cloud computing grows? In this video, you'll discover how Microsoft Azure, a cloud computing platform, can help organizations build, deploy, and manage their applications and services in the cloud. To begin, let's first unpack what Azure is. Azure is a scalable and flexible cloud computing platform that provides a wide range of services like computing resources, storage, networking, and security services. Think of it like a state-of-the-art factory with all the latest tools and equipment a business needs to run efficiently. Just as a factory can adjust its production capacity based on market demands, a business can easily scale its computing resources up or down as needed with Azure. And just like a factory has safety and security practices in place to ensure its operations are secure, businesses can rely on Azure's advanced security features and infrastructure to protect its data and run its operations effectively. Ultimately, businesses like Sam's Scoops, for example, can use Azure to run its applications, databases, and other services in the cloud, providing the flexibility, scalability, and cost-effectiveness the business needs to grow. Azure fulfills this important role by offering hybrid cloud capabilities, enabling organizations to integrate and connect their on-premise infrastructure with the cloud. This integration allows modern-day businesses to benefit from cloud computing while maintaining control over their data and applications. And as mentioned earlier, Azure also enables organizations to scale their resources up or down as needed. This flexibility means that organizations can easily add or remove resources to match their application's demands, ensuring that their application always runs smoothly. This is all made possible by Azure's range of services that include everything from virtual machines to security services. Let's explore some of these Azure services. One of the first key components of the platform is Azure Virtual Machines, a cloud-based solution that enables businesses like Sam's Scoops to host their applications, databases, and websites in a secure, scalable, and cost-effective manner. These virtualized computer instances can run any operating system, giving businesses the flexibility to choose the software that best fits their needs. In addition, virtual machines allow businesses to take advantage of the latest hardware technology without the hassle and expense of purchasing and maintaining physical hardware. This makes it possible for businesses to scale their resources as they grow without having to worry about the complexity and costs of hardware installations. Azure Network Services, on the other hand, offer a secure and reliable network infrastructure for businesses. These services include virtual networks, load balancers, and traffic managers. With virtual networks, organizations can create isolated network environments to host their applications and services securely. Load balancers distribute application traffic evenly across virtual machines, while traffic managers enable them to direct traffic to the most suitable service endpoint. Now that you've covered Azure Network Services, let's talk about another key component of the platform: Azure Storage Services. Azure Storage Services offer a range of storage options, including blob storage, file storage, queue storage, and table storage. These storage solutions provide a secure and scalable option for businesses to store their data in the cloud. Blob storage is ideal for storing unstructured data, such as images, videos, and documents. File storage, on the other hand, is suitable for storing structured data, such as databases. Queue storage is used for data passing between different components of an application, while table storage is a cost-effective service that reads and writes data from tables. So far, you've learned about Azure's virtual machines, network, and storage services. But what does the platform have to offer in terms of protecting a business's applications and data? Azure's security services provide businesses with a range of security options to protect their data from external threats. The Azure Security Center is a central dashboard that gives businesses a comprehensive view of their security status. It helps monitor all Azure resources and provides recommendations to improve the security posture. Additionally, Azure offers advanced threat protection. a feature that uses machine learning algorithms to detect and prevent threats before they harm the business. In conclusion, Azure's cloud services provide all the necessary tools businesses need to securely and successfully build, deploy, and manage their applications and services in the cloud. In this video, you've learned that with its range of services like virtual machines, network infrastructure, storage, and security, Azure can help businesses like Sam Scoops focus on what they do best, while leaving the IT infrastructure and security concerns to Azure. Earlier, you explored how Azure services can help Sam achieve scalability, reliability, security, and cost-effectiveness for her plans to modernize business operations in the future. But now, let's discover how Sam can leverage one specific Azure service, Azure Bot Service, to streamline the customer ordering process, provide excellent customer support, increase sales through targeted marketing, and gather valuable customer feedback. Azure Bot Service is a cloud-based service that provides businesses with intelligent conversational agents, or bots, that can interact with customers through various channels, including websites, mobile apps, and social media platforms. With that in mind, let's talk about how Azure Bot Service can streamline Sam Scoops' ordering process. With the help of a chatbot, customers can place their orders through different channels, including the business's website and social media platforms. The chatbot can then process and send the order directly to Sam's point-of-sale system, eliminating the need for manual data entry. This reduces errors and speeds up the ordering process, leading to improved customer satisfaction. But that's not all. Azure Bot Service can also provide customer support. A chatbot can answer frequently asked questions about Sam Scoops, like its operating hours, ice cream flavors, and pricing. Plus, it can provide personalized recommendations based on the customer's preferences, making the customer feel valued, increasing the likelihood that the customer will return. As a result, the customer support team can shift their attention to more complex customer inquiries while the chatbot handles routine questions, effectively reducing their workload. And there's even more. Azure Bot Service can also help Sam increase sales through targeted marketing. By analyzing customer data like their order history and preferences, the chatbot can make personalized recommendations for menu items and promotions. For example, if a customer frequently orders chocolate ice cream, the chatbot can send them a promotion for a new chocolate flavor. This can increase the likelihood of the customer making a purchase and also provides valuable insights into customer preferences that can inform future marketing strategies. Last but not least, Azure Bot Service can facilitate customer feedback. For instance, a chatbot can ask customers for feedback after their purchase, allowing the business to gather valuable insights into their customers' experiences. This feedback can be used to improve the business's operations and also inform future marketing strategies. And by providing a platform for customers to voice their opinions, the business can increase customer satisfaction and loyalty. So there you have it. By leveraging Azure Bot Services, Sam can streamline the ordering process, provide excellent customer support, increase sales through targeted marketing, and gather valuable customer feedback, all while reducing the workload of the team, improving overall business efficiency. And ultimately, Azure can assist Sam Scoops in achieving their goals and expanding and growing the business in the future. Sam Scoops is growing at a blistering pace. There's such a demand for their ice cream that it makes sense to establish an online presence, not only to connect with existing customers, but to also offer them the option of ordering online. As a result, Sam will be able to provide better service to her existing customers and expand her customer base. But as a small business, Sam Scoops want to keep the cost low while still ensuring the website can handle continued growth and demand. Sam contacts an IT consulting company, and they suggest that the business should use virtualization tools and technologies to host their website in the cloud. But exactly how does virtualization work? And how can it help business organizations manage their operations efficiently? Let's find out. In this video, you will learn about the role of virtualization in modern computing. Picture an office with 2 desks and 2 chairs. While the room can comfortably accommodate 1 or 2 people, There's a lack of privacy when two individuals share the space. To address this issue, the manager installs a partition, effectively dividing the office into two separate areas. Virtualization works on a similar principle. Usually, a server is dedicated to one use, but in modern computing, a single physical server can be partitioned into multiple virtual machines, each with its own operating system and applications. This allows for better utilization of computing resources, as multiple virtual machines can share the same physical hardware without interfering with one another. Because of this, organizations can save money by reducing the need for additional hardware, while also improving efficiency and maximizing resource allocation. Virtualization provides greater flexibility and scalability, enabling businesses to quickly adjust their computing resources based on changing needs. It also enhances security by isolating virtual machines from one another, minimizing the risk of threats spreading across the system. But how exactly is virtualization done? In a virtualized environment, a software program called a hypervisor is installed on a computer. The hypervisor creates virtual versions of the physical resources, such as virtual CPUs, memory, and storage. Hypervisors are the core of virtualization technology because they provide the foundation for creating and managing virtual machines, or VMs. The computer where the hypervisor is running is called a host machine. Virtual machines, or VMs, on the other hand, are called guest machines. Each VM can have its own operating system installed, and applications can be installed on each VM just like on a physical computer. Now that you understand the benefits of virtualization and the role of hypervisors, let's examine the two main types, Type 1 and Type 2. Type 1 hypervisors, also known as bare metal hypervisors, are installed directly on the host machine's hardware. This enables the hypervisor to efficiently create and manage virtual machines without requiring a separate operating system. Type 1 hypervisors are often used in data centers and enterprise-level environments because they offer better security and isolation than Type 2 hypervisors. Examples of Type 1 hypervisors include VMware ESXi, Microsoft Hyper-V, and Citrix XenServer. Type 2 hypervisors, or hosted hypervisors, on the other hand, run on top of a host operating system. These hypervisors are typically used for desktop virtualization, testing environments, and personal use. Examples of Type 2 hypervisors include Oracle VirtualBox, VMware Workstation, and Parallels Desktop. Using these tools, you can easily run Windows inside Linux or Mac OS and vice versa. There is also a popular virtualization tool called Windows Subsystem for Linux, or WSL. It uses Hyper-V architecture, and so users can quickly create a fully virtualized Linux terminal environment running inside Windows. And that's the two kinds of hypervisors. Hypervisor Type 1, a bare metal one installed on a host machine's hardware, and Hypervisor Type 2, running on top of a host operating system. In conclusion, virtualization is a logical choice for small businesses because it can use one server for multiple purposes, optimizing the resource the business uses. And it's cost-effective, flexible, and scalable. If Sam decides to go the virtualization route, a Type 1 hypervisor would probably be the best choice because it offers good security and isolation. Virtualization is definitely a good option for fast-growing small businesses. Meet Alex. Alex and her friend Logan are huge fans of the Halo video game series. They have played all the modern versions of the game, but they've always wanted to do a complete playthrough of all the games in the series. So they decided to do a retro gaming night to experience the good old days of Halo 2. Alex and Logan want an authentic experience of playing the game exactly like it was when it was first released. There's only one problem. The game originally came out in 2004 and ran on Windows Vista. But Alex doesn't have that operating system installed on her computer. She's using the newest version of Windows 11, and she doesn't want to change that. This means that they have to find a way to run Windows Vista to play the game. But you can't have two operating systems on one computer, right? So what can they do? Logan suggests that they use a virtual machine. Running the game on a virtual machine means it'll run in an isolated sandbox environment. This works well for Alex because she has very important files on her hard drive and she doesn't want to risk a system crash. This way, they can experience the classic gameplay of Halo 2 and Alex's files are safe. Alex is immediately on board with the idea. She gets a VM app and creates a virtual machine on her computer using a hypervisor. Now she has a virtual computer environment. Next, she installs a licensed version of Windows Vista as the operating system. And now she just needs to install the game she purchased. They are both very excited when the game's title screen appears. It works! But how is it possible? It's because the virtual machine uses the CPU, RAM, and memory of Alex's computer, but it doesn't share its operating system. It's completely separate. It's like having another computer inside your computer. It's great for experimenting with programming, testing out new software, or like Alex and Logan, playing games that don't work on your regular system. You can think of it as your own digital playground. You can do incredible things with it. In Alex and Logan's case, they can experience the authentic gameplay of a game that came out over 2 decades ago, all thanks to a virtual machine. The night flies by, and before they know it, it's almost sunrise. What a great experience. And now they can't wait to play other retro games using virtual machines. Gaming Marathon number 2, here we come. Alex and Logan's experience shows that virtual machines don't have to only be used for work purposes. They can also enhance your life in other ways, like helping you play retro games. What will you do with virtualization? Sam's Scoops are thinking of ways to improve sales, so they want to hire a remote consultant to analyze their data and create detailed financial reports. However, granting remote access comes with security risks and potential data breaches. How can they allow a consultant to access the data without risking that it will be copied or downloaded? Sam suggests that a new desktop computer should be bought so that it can be set aside for the consultant to work on remotely. But this is quite costly. There must be a better solution to this problem. And there is: Azure Virtual Desktop. In this video, you will learn about Azure Virtual Desktop, a product that makes remote work possible while ensuring security and compliance with rules and policies. So what is a virtual desktop? A virtual desktop is like a regular computer, just without a physical presence. This kind of computer can have everything you have on a desktop machine. In fact, you use it just like your regular desktop computer, but you can access it from anywhere on a computer or mobile device. There are several benefits to using a virtual desktop. You can use it for office work, as mentioned in the scenario, or for occasional heavy specialized work, like 3D rendering. By using it, you don't have to spend a lot of money on buying a powerful physical computer, only to leave it unused for extended periods. But probably the biggest benefit of using a virtual desktop is that it can provide a secure way to access information with tailored security policies. Since data is stored centrally, it can be protected with robust security measures. This reduces the risk of data loss, theft, or unauthorized access, helping to safeguard your sensitive information. By minimizing dependence on physical hardware, businesses can also cut down on maintenance. Azure Virtual Desktop, formerly known as Windows Virtual Desktop, is a versatile desktop and application virtualization service offered by Microsoft Azure. It allows businesses to host and manage virtual desktops and applications on the Azure platform, granting users safe remote access to resources from any device or location. Azure Virtual Desktop offers a true bring-your-own-device experience because you can use your virtual desktops from literally any device, be it another Windows machine, a Linux or Mac OS one, or an Android or iOS phone. You can even use it straight from a browser. That's quite impressive. Azure Virtual Desktop has several benefits compared to traditional virtual desktop infrastructure, or VDI, solutions. It's highly scalable, making it possible for businesses to add or remove virtual desktops and applications as required. It also supports multi-session Windows 10 and Windows 11, allowing multiple users to log into the same virtual desktop at the same time while still enjoying their own personalized desktop. This lowers costs and simplifies management. Another advantage of Azure Virtual Desktop is its seamless integration with Microsoft 365, allowing users to collaborate on Microsoft 365 apps and data within their virtual desktop environment. This ensures a smooth experience for users and enhances teamwork across groups. Azure Virtual Desktop also supports multi-factor authentication, or MFA, adding an extra layer of security to prevent unauthorized access. Another exciting feature available on Azure Virtual Desktop is remote app streaming. This feature allows organizations to isolate individual applications from the user's local desktop environment. What this means is that you can install a remote app on a virtual desktop, then users can add a shortcut of those remote apps on their local machines, and when they click on the shortcut, it opens the app. This seems to work just like regular software on their local PC, but the app is actually working in the remote desktop. Users can access applications through Azure Virtual Desktop without installing them on their local devices. With the remote app streaming feature, you can use Azure Virtual Desktop to deliver apps straight to your customers over a secure network through virtual machines. It also provides an experience for the end user similar to a locally installed application, with the ability to access local storage, printers, USB devices, and other resources on the client device as needed. In this video, you learned about virtual desktops, how they work, and what benefits they can have for a business like Sam's. In addition, you've also learned about Azure Virtual Desktop from Microsoft and some of its exciting features. By giving the consultant access via a virtual desktop, Sam's Scoops can get the financial analysis they need without having to worry about security risks or data breaches. Isn't that great? By now, you know cloud computing allows you to share resources like servers and software rather than using local servers or personal devices. It is a model for enabling on-demand access to a shared pool of configurable computing resources, such as servers, storage, databases, networking, software, analytics, and artificial intelligence. In this video, you will learn about these core components of the cloud computing model. But first, let's revisit what cloud computing is, just to refresh your memory. You've already learned that cloud computing can be used to store data, run applications, provide additional services, and access to resources through the internet anytime, anywhere, from different types of devices. It's extremely flexible and scalable. You can quickly and easily increase or decrease your computing resources as needed, and only pay for the resources you use. This reduces cost and complexity compared to traditional IT infrastructure. Another advantage cloud computing has over more traditional infrastructure is that cloud providers are responsible for keeping their networks and services running all the time, so you do not have to worry about managing the infrastructure yourself. This ensures reliability and availability. Cloud providers also offer industry-leading security measures to protect and secure your data. Now, let's discuss the core components of the cloud computing model, starting with servers and databases. Cloud servers provide the user with on-demand access to computing power, storage, and other services that can be scaled up or down as needed. A database in cloud computing residing on a cloud server is a storage space for a collection of data, often stored in a structured format and managed by a software system that will automatically scale the storage on demand. You can think of it as a library, where books represent data and the librarian represents the software system that manages the collection. Just like a librarian organizes books into categories and keeps track of their location, a database management system organizes data into tables and manages its storage and retrieval. The benefit of the cloud is that the librarian can build new rooms as they are needed. Cloud databases are hosted on a remote server, providing you with convenient access to your data without having to maintain your own physical hardware. They can also be scaled up or down depending on the user's needs, and they often provide better security and performance than traditional on-premises databases. Cloud databases are increasingly popular for businesses with growing data needs that require access to data quickly and securely. When it comes to cloud networking, cloud providers have their own networks that connect their customers to resources and allow data to be transferred between them. These networks are typically highly redundant and fault-tolerant, meaning that they are designed to minimize downtime and ensure high availability of services. Internet connectivity is essential to access cloud services, which can be done through wired or wireless connections. Additionally, virtual private networks, VPNs, provide a secure way to connect to cloud resources over the Internet, which is crucial for maintaining data security. Like databases, software is also stored on servers, and it's accessed through the Internet rather than stored and run on your local device. This allows you to access the software from anywhere, as long as you have an Internet connection. For this reason, cloud computing allows for easy collaboration and data sharing. And as a bonus, the software is also updated automatically. In computing, the process of analyzing and interpreting data to make informed decisions is known as analytics. This is another core component of the cloud computing model. Typically, this process is performed on very large amounts of data, which the cloud is well suited to store. Cloud-based analytics can provide businesses and organizations with valuable insights into their data, which can be used to enhance operations, identify growth opportunities, and make informed decisions. Additionally, the insights gained from cloud-based analytics can be incorporated into data sets that can be used for machine learning. But what exactly is machine learning and artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence, or AI, is a branch of computer science that focuses on creating intelligent machines that can do tasks that typically require human intelligence. AI algorithms are used to solve complex problems, such as recognizing objects in an image, understanding language, and playing games. Machine learning, on the other hand, is a subset of artificial intelligence and computer science that focuses on the use of data and algorithms to imitate the way that humans learn, gradually improving its accuracy. Machine learning algorithms learn from data by building mathematical models to recognize patterns and make predictions. For example, machine learning can identify patterns in large data sets, such as customer behavior or stock market trends. Isn't it amazing to think that machines can learn to make decisions independently and become smarter over time? In summary, cloud computing offers a range of benefits, including more flexibility, scalability, and better security than traditional IT infrastructure. It's a cost-effective way to access and use technology services over the Internet without buying physical hardware. It can be tailored to fit the needs of each individual user or business and can be used to develop solutions to complex problems. Cloud computing is here to stay and will continue to play a significant role in the future of technology. Machine learning, or ML, is a branch of AI that is all about training a machine by providing it with data and asking it to process and interpret that data using algorithms. Given enough data, the machine will be able to identify patterns and then provide direction or insight into a problem, as well as make decisions or predictions. Cloud-based ML services offer an accessible and cost-effective way to incorporate ML capabilities into businesses without requiring extensive expertise or resources. This video explains the common uses of ML platforms and services that could improve SamScoop's business operations. First is managed ML platforms, which provide a comprehensive suite of tools to build, train, and deploy machine learning models. They often come with pre-built algorithms and an environment that simplifies the development process. By using a managed ML platform, SamScoops can create a sales prediction model to forecast ice cream flavors' popularity based on historical sales data, weather, and customer preferences. This could enable them to adjust their inventory and production to meet customer demand more effectively. Next is automated machine learning, or AutoML, which are services that automatically select the best algorithms and parameters for a given problem, thereby simplifying the machine learning process for beginners. By using an AutoML service, Sam Scoops can quickly build and deploy models without having to learn about various machine learning techniques or spend time fine-tuning the models. For instance, Sam Scoops can use an AutoML service to predict potential non-returning customers and take targeted actions to retain them. There are also pre-trained ML models. These are machine learning models that have already been trained on vast data sets and can be used off the shelf to solve specific tasks. By using these pre-built models, businesses can save the time and resources required for training models from scratch. Many cloud platforms offer these pre-trained models, which can be easily integrated into applications. For Sam Scoops, a pre-trained ML model can be used for natural language processing, or NLP, sentiment analysis on customer reviews. This can help Sam understand customer feedback and identify areas for improvement in products or services. Additionally, a pre-trained image recognition model could be employed to identify the most popular ice cream toppings and combinations from images posted by customers on social media. Other services Sam Scoops could use are data storage and processing services. These are essential components of any machine learning pipeline. Cloud platforms provide scalable and secure storage solutions, as well as tools to clean, pre-process, and transform data for ML purposes. For Sam Scoops, data storage services can be used to store sales data, customer information, and other relevant data sets. Data processing tools can then help pre-process and clean this data, making it ready for use in ML models. Last is cloud-based deployment and monitoring services, which ensure that ML models are available for use in real-time applications and help maintain their performance. These services enable businesses to host their ML models for easy integration into applications. Monitoring services track model performance and alert users to any anomalies or problems. Sam Scoops can use deployment services to host their sales prediction and customer churn models. They can then use monitoring services to ensure these models continue to perform well over time, and they can adapt them as needed based on new customer data or customer feedback. In summary, cloud-based machine learning services offer a wide range of capabilities for businesses, even those new to the field. For Sam Scoops, using managed ML platforms, AutoML services, pre-trained ML models, and data storage and processing services can help improve inventory management, customer retention, and overall business operations. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is a field of computer science that focuses on creating intelligent machines capable of performing tasks without human intervention. Integrating AI into businesses can help automate processes, make predictions, and enable data-driven decision-making, leading to improved efficiency and profitability. In this video, you will learn how Sam Scoops can benefit from integrating AI into its operations. One of the key aspects of running an ice cream store is inventory management. Keeping the right balance of stock to meet customer demands without overstocking is crucial for reducing waste and maximizing profits. AI can help in this area by analyzing past sales data, weather patterns, and seasonal trends to forecast future demand for different ice cream flavors. Using AI-powered demand forecasting, Sam can make more informed decisions about which products to stock up on and when to order them. This can lead to a more efficient supply chain and less waste caused by expired or unsold products. AI can also help create a more personalized experience for customers, leading to increased satisfaction and loyalty. Machine learning algorithms can analyze customer purchase history, preferences, and other data to provide personalized recommendations and promotions. For example, if a customer frequently buys a specific ice cream flavor or combination, the AI system can recommend similar flavors or promotional offers tailored to their preferences. This personalized approach can encourage customers to try new products and increase their overall spending at the store. Understanding customer feedback is essential for any business to improve its products and services. AI-powered sentiment analysis can help Sam analyze customer reviews and social media posts to gain valuable insights into customers' likes and dislikes. By employing natural language processing, or NLP techniques, AI can identify positive and negative sentiment in customer feedback, allowing store owners to identify areas of improvement and capitalize on their strengths. This can lead to better customer satisfaction, increased sales, and a stronger brand reputation. In any business, employee scheduling can be a complex and time-consuming task. AI can help streamline this process by analyzing historical data on employee performance, availability, and customer traffic patterns to create optimized work schedules. For Sam's Scoops, AI can identify peak times when more staff members are needed, ensuring service quality by minimizing the time customers wait. AI can also assign tasks to employees based on their strengths, leading to a more efficient workforce and a better work environment. AI can also be integrated into marketing strategies to improve targeting and customer retention. Machine learning algorithms can identify patterns in customer behavior and segment customers based on their preferences, demographics, and purchase history. For Sam's Scoops, this can translate into creating targeted marketing campaigns, such as sending personalized emails or in-app notifications to customers with offers that are more likely to resonate with them. Additionally, AI can help identify potentially non-returning customers and suggest proactive steps to retain them, such as offering special promotions or loyalty rewards. One last way in which AI can help improve Sam's Scoops business operations is with AI-powered chatbots. They can significantly enhance customer support by providing instant answers to frequently asked questions, taking orders, or assisting with product inquiries. By integrating a chatbot into the ice cream store's website or mobile app, customers can get immediate assistance, leading to increased sales and satisfaction. The chatbot can also gather valuable customer data and feedback, which can be used to improve the store's products and services further. In conclusion, integrating AI into Sam's Scoops business operations can lead to significant improvements in various aspects of the business, including inventory management, customer experience, employee scheduling, marketing, and customer support. Previously, you learned about the different services that Microsoft Azure offers and that different payment options exist, like pay-as-you-go and spot instances. But how does that actually work? How can a business acquire and use these offerings? Well, just like renting things like a home or a bike, you can rent Microsoft Azure services too. But when is it beneficial for a business to rent cloud services? In this video, you will explore different business costing models and the business requirements determining whether renting cloud services is ideal or not. This information can help Sam decide on a strategy to keep up with demand. She urgently needs to consider how to modernize her processes and systems without creating too many upfront costs. Let's get started. Renting is a common concept and especially makes sense when something is just too expensive to buy straight away. You can rent a home, a bike, a party costume, and many other things. But the other benefit of renting is that it prevents you from spending a lot of money on something you're going to use only temporarily. Libraries are built on this concept. Why buy a book you'll only read once, after which it'll just sit on your bookshelf? Sometimes renting simply makes sense. This is true for businesses too, especially because startup costs can be high and a business might not have the know-how to maintain and service expensive equipment. Renting public cloud services takes care of the upfront costs as well as the effort and costs of maintenance. To determine if renting or buying is better for a business, you need to understand two business costing models: capital expenditures, or CapEx, and operating expenses, or OpEx. CapEx involves big initial purchases. For Sam's Scoops, this could include the initial purchase of the equipment used to make the ice cream and the networking technology. These are their fixed assets and they require upfront payments. OpEx, on the other hand, involves all day-to-day expenses like buying ice cream supplies each month and paying internet service provider fees. OpEx costs are spread throughout the year. A business can decide to use the OpEx costing model to rent cloud services on a month-to-month basis. In this case, a small business doesn't have to carry the burden of upfront costs. And although renting costs increase month-to-month overheads, software maintenance like free upgrades is a major advantage. Let's discuss Sam's Scoops' unique business needs to evaluate if renting cloud services is a good option for them. Sam Scoops is struggling to meet the demand for their products and need to modernize some areas of the business to keep up. For instance, their accounting and sales processes are not efficient enough. But the business does not have a lot of money in the bank, so spending money on these issues upfront using CapEx is not an option. Sam is also concerned about the impact that the introduction of complex IT systems to the business can have. She doesn't have many staff members and wants to keep her focus on selling ice cream and not managing complex systems. And at the moment, Sam doesn't have an IT team to build and support any tools. She needs a solution that is simple and ready to use straight away without causing support and maintenance issues for her staff. Sam heard that renting anything as a service might address these immediate business needs. For instance, they want to sell their products online and need an ordering app or an e-commerce website. One solution could be to rent a platform from the public cloud on which a developer can develop an ordering app. Or they could rent infrastructure, like a server to run an e-commerce website. Both of these cloud solutions have challenges, though. She needs this solution urgently, and it will take time to develop an app or an e-commerce website. She will also have to pay a developer to develop it. And if she rents cloud infrastructure, someone on the team will need to install and maintain it. Sam doubts that the team has the time or skills to do this. She needs ready-made cloud solutions that will not cost too much to start off and will be easy to maintain in the long run. In the rest of this lesson, you will explore different anything-as-a-service offerings in more detail to find out which of these cloud solutions might be the ideal option for Sam Scoops. In this video, you learned that renting equipment or services can help a business scale faster because it lightens the burden of its initial capital expenditure, or CapEx. Using the OpEx approach to renting cloud services spreads the cost over time and enables a small startup business like Sam Scoops to still acquire the services and equipment they need. By now, you should be familiar with different types of anything-as-a-service offerings and how they differ in terms of the shared responsibility between provider and client. Recall that Platform as a Service, or PaaS, and Infrastructure as a Service, or IaaS, will require a lot of time, effort, finances, and skills for a small startup such as Sam Scoops. On the other hand, Software as a Service, or SaaS, places the least responsibility on end users and might therefore be the ideal cloud solution for them. As a new business, they don't have the in-house skills, time, or financial resources to develop their own applications. They need out-of-the-box solutions that will require minimum input and responsibility on their end. In this video, you will explore SaaS in more detail, exploring its characteristics, examples, and certain disadvantages. Let's get started. SaaS is the most complete cloud service model from a product perspective. With SaaS, you're essentially renting or using a fully developed application. Email, financial software, messaging applications, and video connectivity software are all common examples of SaaS implementation. SaaS is by far the easiest anything-as-a-service solution to get up and running, and it requires the least amount of technical knowledge or expertise to fully employ. So, how do the provider and the client share responsibilities in the SaaS model? Well, let's start with a client who carries the least amount of responsibilities. They are responsible for the data that they put into the system, the devices that they allow to connect to the system, and the users that have access. Nearly everything else falls to the cloud provider. The cloud provider is responsible for the physical security of the data centers, processing power, network connectivity, and application development and patching. This fits precisely with what Sam Scoops needs to modernize its business processes. Besides, SaaS also eliminates the need to have IT professionals develop and install applications on each computer and deal with any technical issues. All of these responsibilities lie with the application providers. So how do you know if a software offering is SaaS or not? To help you identify a SaaS application or service, you can ask yourself these 4 questions. Is the application managed from a central location? Is it hosted remotely? Is it accessible over the internet? And is the provider responsible for the maintenance? If the answers to these questions are yes, it's most likely SaaS. SaaS is widespread and you might already be using it every day. Let's think of a few examples. Video on demand is SaaS. You pay a video streaming provider and you can use its service via a web page or app. Microsoft 365 is another example of SaaS that you might be using every day. When you are subscribed to Microsoft 365, you can use the desktop applications, access the applications via the internet, or even use it on a phone. But this model also has some disadvantages. SaaS providers do all the development and maintenance of their services, and this can be very expensive. So in order to make profit, they need as many users as possible to subscribe and use their service. And because it needs to appeal to many different customers, SaaS solutions often allow very little customization, because customizing one aspect affects all customers using the service. Fortunately, SaaS subscriptions are periodically structured. This means that a customer can test it out for a period and then cancel the service if it doesn't serve them well. In some cases, customers can also recommend changes for a later version of a SaaS application. In conclusion, SaaS is a great model for businesses that are just starting out. It allows users to consume applications and services over the internet without any infrastructure in place. And users do not need to worry about maintenance or support issues, since this is all taken care of by the SaaS provider. This means you can use it straight away. But remember, because SaaS caters to a wide audience, customization is limited. Sam now knows which anything-as-a-service solution will help her business meet the demand and keep on growing. The answer is SaaS. The most difficult step would be to find the most suitable SaaS applications for their specific business needs. And the rest of this lesson will guide you in this consideration. You've reached the end of this section of the course on cloud computing and networking. You should now be able to describe Azure and its available services, explain how virtualization works, discuss common AI types and the resources that support them, and describe common anything-as-a-service models. And throughout the videos, readings, and exercises, you explored several ways in which Sam can modernize her business processes with cloud services. Let's take a few minutes to review what you've learned. In the first lesson, you were introduced to Azure, Microsoft's cloud computing platform, and how it can help organizations build, deploy, and manage their applications and services in the cloud. Azure is a scalable and flexible cloud computing platform that provides a wide range of services like computing resources, storage, networking, and security services. You explored the different components of Azure. These are Azure Network Services, Azure Analytics, Azure App Services, Azure Bot Services, and Azure Security Services. You also evaluated the benefits and drawbacks of cloud computing. Some benefits include cost effectiveness, scalability, and remote access. But security risks, dependence on internet connectivity, and limited control are some of the drawbacks. In the cloud transformation exercise, you explored how Sam Scoops can use cloud technologies to overcome its IT infrastructure limitations. Remember, cloud transformation is the process of migrating an organization's IT infrastructure, applications, and data to the cloud. Moving on to the next lesson, you learned all about virtual environments. Recall that in a virtualized environment, a software program called a hypervisor is installed on a computer. The hypervisor creates virtual versions of the physical resources, such as virtual CPUs, memory, and storage. You also explore different types of virtual machines, or VMs. You should now be able to identify the different categories of VMs, which include general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, GPU optimized, and burstable. Additionally, you should now be familiar with the different pricing models of the Microsoft Azure platform, and you should now understand the difference between VMs and containers. In the next lesson, you took a deep dive into cloud services. This included learning about cloud computing and how it's used in the real world. You should now have a solid understanding of the different computing services from Microsoft Azure and how they can be used to create, manage, and deploy applications and resources in the cloud. You learned about the features and benefits of Microsoft Azure's virtual machines, app service, and container instances. This is also where you learned how businesses can incorporate cloud-based machine learning and artificial intelligence. In essence, AI includes all processes that create intelligent machines, while machine learning is the specific domain of AI that uses algorithms that can learn from data. Integrating AI into businesses can help automate processes, make predictions, and enable data-driven decision-making. Examples of AI include demand forecasting and automated marketing. ML can help overall business operations, such as inventory management and customer retention, by teaching computers how to learn from data. Cloud-based ML solutions include managed ML platforms, auto ML services, and pre-trained ML models, which simplify the machine learning process for beginners. Then, in the last lesson, you learned about anything as a service. Anything as a service is the alternative to businesses providing services to themselves, like having their own servers and data centers. And you learned that businesses can rent anything as a service solutions, enabling them to scale faster because it lightens the burden of initial capital expenditure, or CapEx. Using the OpEx approach to rent cloud services spreads the cost over time. Anything as a service includes different cloud solutions, such as software as a service, or SaaS, platform as a service, or PaaS, and infrastructure as a service, or IaaS. Remember, with SaaS, customers rent a fully developed application, such as a video streaming platform or Microsoft 365. PaaS, on the other hand, is a complete development environment in the cloud, and developers use it to create and publish new programs or apps quickly and easily. And the IaaS model is the most flexible category of cloud services, providing clients with maximum control over everything apart from the actual hardware. You should now know that all anything as a service models differ in terms of the level of shared responsibility between the provider and the client, which poses different advantages and disadvantages. And that brings you to the end of this summary video. You've gained a tremendous amount of new knowledge in this section about cloud computing and networking. And what's more, you are almost done with the course. In the final week of the course, you will gain a real-life example of the role you could play in the digital transformation of a business. This will give you the opportunity to apply the knowledge you've gained in the previous weeks by completing a scenario-based project. But for now, the next step is to complete the weekly quiz. Good luck. You've almost reached the end of the Introduction to Networking and Cloud Computing course. You should feel proud for keeping up with all the videos, readings, quizzes, and exercises. Through your continuous effort, you've gained a solid foundation in the main concepts of networking, network infrastructure and monitoring, network security components, approaches and mitigation, and the cloud computing environment, virtual machines, and cloud services. What's left now is to demonstrate the skills you've learned in the final course project. You will be tasked with producing a digital transformation plan for SEM-Scoop's network, and then you will complete the final graded course quiz. But before you get to that, let's recap what you have learned up to this point. The project and graded quiz will test everything you've learned in the course, so use this recap to check which parts of the course you're unsure about and have to review again before you continue. In the very first week, you got an introduction to the basics of computer networking. You learned about computer networks and how data is transmitted across a network, different network types and topologies, the purpose of the Internet Protocol, as well as key aspects of IP addressing. This involved learning about types of area networks, including local area networks and wide area networks, or WANs, like the Internet. You learned about different topologies like the star, bus, and tree topology, and you also covered physical and logical topologies. Then you discovered the steps involved in data transmission. If you don't recall these, make sure to review them before taking the quiz. Next, you were introduced to the Internet Protocol, or IP, and its code system known as IP addresses. You learned about the two IP address versions, IPv4 and IPv6. You also practiced how to check the IP address of a device. After learning about the basics of computer networking, you took a deep dive into network devices and protocols in the next week. This section of the course gave you insight into devices used in networks and the underlying architecture that allows these devices to communicate. Here you learned about hybrid networking, the Internet of Things, and discovered the key differences between on-premise and public cloud infrastructure. In addition, you learned about layered architecture and explored the flow of communication over a network using the OSI model. This model separates the communication process into smaller parts or layers, which makes it easier to understand specific aspects of data transmission and assist in troubleshooting. You also discovered TCP/IP, which is the suite of protocols that serves as the rulebook for communication over the Internet. And it also consists of layers, each responsible for specific tasks. In the next lesson, you explored protocols in more depth and also learned about ports and their purpose. Recall that when data travels on a network, it needs to go through certain ports to access specific protocols. There is a range of port numbers that allow various types of data to be sent and received by specific applications over a network. You concluded this lesson by learning about network monitoring, which involves checking what protocols and data are moving around a network and monitoring performance and security threats. You then moved on to learn about the health and metric analysis of networks and how they can be used to manage traffic to optimize a network. In the third week, you worked through several aspects of network security, essential knowledge for anyone considering a career in cybersecurity. You started off by learning about client-server networks and that servers are the primary provider of services, whereas clients are the primary users of these services. You explored different client-server models, such as the request-response model and the publish-subscribe model. You also gained a lot of knowledge about different types of servers and clients. The next section covered remote access, its benefits, and the tools and technologies that make it possible. You learned about the various authentication and authorization methods that give users access to networks. This included exploring various types of authentication mechanisms, such as two-factor authentication, and various types of authorization policies. You also examined the difference between the intranet, an extranet, and an intranet. You learned how VPNs form part of the access control system that allows users to be authorized within the organization's network system. And you covered common VPN protocols. Then you investigated several aspects of security, such as the types of cyber attacks and the strategies network administrators use to mitigate them. Can you recall the difference between packet sniffing, packet spoofing, and IP spoofing? And can you recall other common attack types, such as man-in-the-middle attacks, DDoS, backdoors, password cracking, and SQL injection? You should now be familiar with network security strategies such as firewalls, password policies, intrusion detection systems, and anti-malware tools. Remember, general network maintenance such as software updates, vulnerability assessment, and system logs can also protect against various types of attacks. And don't forget that educating network users about network best practices is essential because human error is often considered the main weak link in a network. In the final lesson, you learned all about firewalls and how network administrators optimize them by setting zones with different security levels and firewall policies made up of many rules. Week 4 was all about networks in the cloud. You were introduced to Azure's functionalities and supplementary services and how to leverage them within a network. Next, you moved on to understand the digital transformation process for business enterprises from a networking perspective. Additionally, you explored virtualization, machine learning, AI, and various cloud services. You should now be familiar with Azure's Virtual Desktop, which grants users safe remote access to resources from any device or location. Finally, you concluded your learning journey by learning about anything as a service, which is a collective term for any service that is provided over a network and, in most cases, across the Internet. It's an alternative to a business providing services with its own servers and data centers. The main types of anything as a service include SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS, and they differ in terms of which responsibilities reside with the cloud provider and the customer. And that's it for this review of the course. Wow, you covered a lot in this course. This might only be the start of your journey toward a career in cybersecurity, but you can be very proud of yourself for how much you've already learned and accomplished. Now you're ready to tackle the course project and graded assessment quiz. Good luck. You've got this. And remember to refer to any of the lessons you completed to refresh your memory when needed. Congratulations! You made it to the end of the Introduction to Networking and Cloud Computing course. Your hard work and dedication have paid off, and you've shown that you have what it takes to master key concepts of cybersecurity. With this course under your belt, you now have a solid foundation to build upon as you continue your learning journey. You've gained a thorough understanding of networking concepts, common network infrastructure, and cloud computing environments. By successfully completing all the courses in this series, you will earn a Microsoft Cybersecurity Analyst Professional Certificate from Coursera. This program is truly a great way to expand your understanding of cybersecurity challenges, and gaining a qualification will allow you to apply for entry-level jobs in the field. The courses in this program also help you prepare for the SC900 exam. By passing the SC900 exam, you'll earn the Microsoft Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamentals certification. This globally recognized certification is industry-endorsed evidence of your technical skills and knowledge. The SC900 exam measures your knowledge about concepts of security, compliance, and identity. Capabilities of Microsoft Azure Active Directory as part of Microsoft Entra, capabilities of Microsoft Security Solutions, and capabilities of Microsoft Compliance Solutions. To complete the exam, you should be familiar with Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365 and understand how Microsoft security, compliance, and identity strategies provide an end-to-end solution across these platforms. Please remember to check out more information about the exam. You can visit the Microsoft certifications page at www.learn.microsoft.com/certifications to learn more about the Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamentals certification and exam. This course has enhanced your knowledge and skills in networking and cloud computing. But what comes next? There's definitely more to learn. So it's a good move to register for the next course in the Microsoft Cybersecurity Analyst program about threat vectors and mitigation. It covers various types of cyber threats and their impact, historical cyber attacks and the methods the attackers used to exploit vulnerabilities, the vectors attackers use to gain access to systems and sensitive information, and what the different available mitigation services are to protect against cyber threats. Whether you're a novice or just starting out as a technical professional, completing the whole program will show potential employers that you are motivated, capable, and not afraid to learn new things. It's been a pleasure to embark on this journey of discovery with you. Best of luck in the future.
Imagine a world where your personal and sensitive information is vulnerable to cyber threats. A world where anyone can access your bank account, email, and social media profiles with just the click of a button. Does this sound like a place you would want to live in? The reality is that cyber threats are becoming increasingly common, making it more important than ever to have a strong understanding of how to protect against them, to ensure a world like that doesn't materialize. This is why this course is designed to benefit anyone interested in cybersecurity, whether you're looking to start a career in the field or simply want to brush up on your skills. You'll gain a thorough understanding of the different types of cyber threats and learn effective mitigation strategies to safeguard against them. With that in mind, let's go over what your learning journey over the next 5 weeks entails. To begin, you'll explore the active threat landscape and learn more about different attack vectors. You'll learn to differentiate between the various types of threats facing your systems and data, evaluate the various attack vector types and their potential impact, and discover mitigation strategies to protect your systems and data from potential threats. Then you'll explore the fundamental concepts and techniques of cryptography to protect data and secure communication. You'll learn about encryption, public and private keys, hashing, digital signing, certificates, and how authentication and authorization play a critical role in securing systems. You'll compare symmetric and asymmetric encryption by analyzing different cryptographic methods and standards, discover the public-private key and hashing technique by evaluating secure data and communication protection plans, and discuss centralized authentication and authorization methods by evaluating their effectiveness. Thereafter, you'll focus on the various types of network and device-based threats and review the importance of security controls in protecting against them. You'll explore methods to keep applications and devices up to date, reducing the risk of cyber threats. Then you'll evaluate the impact of data transmission threats on network security and assess the effectiveness of firewall optimization and safeguarding against cyber attacks. You will also review the significance of network segmentation in boosting security and discover potential risks related to device security. And finally, you'll discover strategies for mitigating these risks and ultimately learn how to strengthen cybersecurity defenses overall. Next, you'll learn about security, compliance, and identity management in cybersecurity. You'll explore the laws, regulations, and industry standards that organizations follow to ensure their systems and data remain secure. Furthermore, you'll learn about best practices for managing access to resources and identities within an organization, and explore various security compliance and risk management strategies like the Zero Trust model and continuous traffic monitoring to detect any unusual network activity. You'll also examine the role of identity management and Active Directory in security management and discover different defense models. And finally, you'll apply what you've learned by creating your own compliance strategy for the end-of-course project. This will help you demonstrate your understanding of the key concepts and best practices for protecting against cyber threats. Throughout the course, you will encounter many videos that will gradually guide you towards your goal of pursuing a career in cybersecurity. Watch, pause, rewind, and rewatch the videos until you are confident in your skills. Then, consolidate your knowledge by consulting the course readings and measuring your understanding of key topics by completing the different knowledge checks and quizzes. This will set you on your way toward a career in cybersecurity and form part of your preparation to take the SC 900 exam, Microsoft Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamentals. By the end of the course, you'll be equipped with the necessary skills to safeguard your systems and data against potential cyber threats, creating a safer and more secure world for yourself and those around you. Imagine you've just ordered a cup of your favorite ice cream from Sam's Scoops, and you can't wait to savor every bite. But as you sit down to enjoy your first scoop, a thief quickly swoops in and tries to steal your delicious treat. Just like that thief, cyber attackers are always looking for opportunities to steal valuable information. In fact, a new cyber attack occurs every 39 seconds somewhere in the world. That's like having 2,244 ice creams stolen in a single day. While this is a simple analogy, cyber attacks are very real and they pose a threat to individuals and businesses of all sizes. Imagine waking up one day to find that your personal information has been stolen, or arriving at work to find your computer locked with a message stating that a ransom is required to get your data back. But what can you do to protect yourself? In this video, you'll gain a deeper understanding of cyber attacks, their various types, and the different methods hackers use to execute them. Let's begin by exploring what a cyber attack is. A cyber attack is a malicious attempt made by cybercriminals to interrupt, cause damage, or gain unauthorized access to computer systems or networks. These attacks can happen through different mediums like emails, websites, or social media, and use methods such as malware, phishing, ransomware, or social engineering. But don't worry if you're not familiar with these methods just yet, as this course will help you explore what they are and teach you how to protect against them, so that you can keep your valuable data secure. As you delve deeper into understanding the types of cyber attacks and the methods used by cybercriminals, it's important to consider the purpose behind these attacks. Cybercriminals have various motives for carrying out cyber attacks. Depending on the attacker's intentions, some might target businesses, while others target individuals. The motive for these attacks is mostly for financial gain, by either stealing money or acquiring sensitive data, while others may have political motives and target government or corporate entities to disrupt operations or obtain confidential information. Cyber attacks may also be a form of espionage or sabotage, where attackers aim to harm the reputation or operations of a target organization. There's even a small percentage of people who carry out cyber attacks as an act of vandalism for entertainment purposes. But how are these attacks carried out? Cybercriminals use a variety of sophisticated methods, often combining social engineering tactics and technical exploits. For instance, malware is one of the most common cyber attacks, as it includes viruses, worms, and Trojan horses, and can be used to steal data, take control of systems, or cause damage to software and hardware. Another type is phishing. This cyber attack tricks an individual into disclosing sensitive information like login credentials or credit card numbers. You may have also heard of ransomware. This is a particularly malicious type of attack that can lock users out of their systems and files, demanding a ransom to regain access. And finally, cybercriminals can also use social engineering tactics, which involve manipulating people into performing actions that may not be in their best interest. Unfortunately, the consequences of these cyber attacks can be severe and can have a significant impact on individuals and businesses. If an attack is successful, it could result in identity theft, financial loss, and harm to your credit score, while businesses could face reputational damage, loss of customer confidence, and financial penalties for non-compliance with data protection regulations. The business may even have to shut down if they're unable to recover from a severe cyber attack. So, with all these potential risks of cyber attacks, it's vital that individuals and businesses stay vigilant and take steps to protect themselves. Fortunately, you can implement several security features that help prevent cyber attacks from occurring, such as firewalls, antivirus software, data encryption, and ensuring your systems are kept up to date with the latest patches and updates. You should also ensure you stay informed about the latest threats and trends in cybersecurity. Well done. You've now learned that cyber attacks are a real and growing threat that can have severe consequences for individuals and businesses. You discovered that through awareness and proper security measures, you can mitigate the risks and protect yourself from falling victim to these attacks. In upcoming lessons, you'll learn more about the latest cyber threats and build your understanding of the security features that you can implement to stay one step ahead of the cybercriminals. Remember, the more you know about cyber attacks and their methods, the better prepared you'll be to prevent them. So keep learning and stay vigilant to keep your data secure. Imagine that you're working on your computer when suddenly you notice that it's running extremely slow. You think that it's because you don't have enough space on your local drive, so you decide to simply delete some files. But as you try to do this, you're greeted with a pop-up message instead, stating that a virus has infected your computer and corrupted all your files. This will be pretty devastating, wouldn't you agree? Unfortunately, this scenario happens to thousands of people every day. This is why it's so important to understand the different types of malware and their impact so that you can be better equipped to protect yourself against them. You've already explored the dangers of worms and their ability to spread through networks and devices, but worms are just one type of malware among many. In this video, you'll dive deeper into this topic by exploring two other common types of malware, Trojans and viruses. You'll discover what they are, how they work, and the significant impact they can have. Let's start with Trojans, which is a short term for Trojan horse. You might be wondering where this term came from. Well, in Greek mythology, the Trojan horse was an enormous wooden structure disguised as a gift to the city of Troy. But in reality, Greek soldiers were hiding inside the horse, and they used it as a cover to sneak their troops into the city. In cybersecurity, Trojans work in a similar way, gaining access to your computer by pretending to be something else. A Trojan is a special type of malware that can disguise itself as a legitimate file or piece of software. It does this to trick you into downloading and installing it. Once the Trojan is installed, the attacker can remotely manipulate your system, allowing them to steal important data and get access to the data or applications on your computer. Trojans can even work as keyloggers, reading keystrokes and stealing login credentials or credit card information. Unlike viruses, Trojans can't replicate on their own. Instead, attackers use social engineering tactics to trick users into installing them. Trojans are typically delivered through phishing emails, malicious downloads, or compromised websites. Since Trojans can't replicate like viruses, they are easier to detect and remove. However, they can still cause considerable damage. There are several types of Trojans, including the infamous Zeus Trojan, which is a type of malware that can be used to steal banking information, and Emotet, which is responsible for spreading ransomware and other types of malware. But what exactly makes viruses so different from Trojans? Well, a virus is a type of malware that infects files or programs computer systems. It can even spread to other computers through network connections, email, or infected files. Unlike Trojans, which need to be physically installed by a user, a computer virus can replicate and spread itself rapidly once it has infected your machine. A virus can be delivered through email attachments, infected software downloads, or malicious websites. Once your system becomes infected, the virus can cause considerable damage, such as deleting or corrupting files, slowing down system performance, or stealing personal information. Viruses are often more difficult to detect and remove, as they can hide in system files and continue to spread to other devices. One virus that spread through email attachments and caused significant disruption in 1999 was the Melissa virus. It used a macro to hijack users' Microsoft Outlook and then sent emails to the first 50 addresses in their mailing lists. Numerous email servers at corporations and government agencies worldwide became overloaded. Some even had to be shut down entirely. Thankfully, within a few days, cybersecurity experts succeeded in containing the spread and restored the functionality of their networks. So you have now covered Trojans and viruses. But where do worms fit in? Unlike viruses and Trojans, worms don't have to attach themselves to a program or file to infect your system. Instead, they can take advantage of vulnerabilities in your operating system and spread from computer to computer, causing considerable damage to your system and network. However, just like Trojans, worms can create backdoors to your system, allowing attackers to gain unauthorized access or launch other types of attacks. Thankfully, there are measures you can take to protect your systems and networks against worms, including making sure your operating system and antivirus software is kept up to date, and don't forget to run regular scans. Be cautious when opening email attachments or downloads. Don't open them unless you are certain they are safe. You should also avoid suspicious websites, especially those that offer free downloads, adult content, or pirated software. Try enabling the pop-up blocker in your browser. This blocks unwanted pop-ups which can contain Trojans or viruses. And finally, keep yourself up to date with the latest information. Stay knowledgeable on the latest threats and educate yourself on how to protect your device from Trojans and viruses. Well done. You now understand that protecting your device against these threats is of vital importance. In this video, you completed an examination of the various types of malware, including Trojans, viruses, and worms. You learned how they spread through your systems and networks and explored the differences between them. You also discovered the impact malware can have before finally learning some valuable and important steps you can take to help protect your systems and network. It's important to note that while there are clear differences between Trojans and viruses, some malware can exhibit characteristics of both. You'll dive deeper into cyber attacks and protecting your computer in upcoming lessons, so keep learning and soon you'll be prepared for every eventuality. Imagine walking through a forest on a warm summer's day. While enjoying the scenery and taking in the fresh air, you decide to take a break at the base of a tree. Suddenly a mosquito takes a liking to your arm, and you're left with an annoying itch that won't go away. Threat actors are the mosquitoes of cybersecurity. Just like a mosquito injects you with its saliva, threat actors, like hackers, use malicious code to deliver viruses to their victims. Threat actors represent human beings who use different entry points to gain unauthorized access to computer systems. These entry points, known as threat vectors, include malicious URLs, USB storage with malware, and phishing emails. In this video, you'll gain an understanding of threat vectors, their various types, and how hackers use them to gain access to systems and sensitive information. This knowledge not only helps you spot insecurities in your organization, but also helps you ensure that you stay alert to take the steps necessary to safeguard your valuable network data and systems. Let's begin by defining exactly what is meant by the terms threat landscape, threat actor, and threat vector. In an earlier lesson, you discovered that a threat landscape is an organization's overall cybersecurity environment. It includes all the potential risks and threats attackers use to manipulate an organization's network or computer system. A threat actor is the individual or group that engages in malicious activity that compromises the security of computer systems, networks, or other digital assets. Threat actors can range from amateur hackers to sophisticated criminal organizations, nation-states, and even insiders with authorized access to sensitive information. Threat actors use a threat vector to gain unauthorized access to your system. So, a threat vector is the entry point for attackers to gain access to a system or organization. Now that you know the leading terms, let's explore some of today's most common threat vectors. Were you aware that one of the leading causes of data breaches is poor user credentials? That's right, attackers view weak credentials in the same way mosquitoes view your blood, which makes them a major threat vector. In fact, data breaches frequently occur after credentials have been leaked and made available to cybercriminals. Another common threat vector is email. Emails can be leveraged in various ways so attackers can gain access to your system. For example, emails with attachments that contain malicious code can lead to system infections. Or spear phishing, which targets specific individuals or organizations using personalized emails to increase the likelihood of success. Another threat vector relates to social media platforms, which have become increasingly popular as threat vectors. Attackers create fake profiles and then share malicious links or message users to exploit them. Have you heard of a watering hole attack? This is another primary threat vector that involves malicious websites or downloads. This attack involves purposefully injecting a website with malware that employees of a specific organization are known to visit frequently. These tactics compromise user systems by exploiting vulnerabilities in the organization's web browsers. This might surprise you, but humans themselves have become a primary threat vector through social engineering. Cybercriminals taking advantage of human error use tactics like deception to steal sensitive data. Another threat vector is weakly configured Wi-Fi routers. This allows cybercriminals to gain unauthorized access to your network. Or removable media, such as infected USB drives, can be a hardware threat vector, spreading malware to your computer when connected. If attackers gain physical access to your computer system, they can attach malicious USB devices like hardware keyloggers to record your keystrokes. Supply chain attacks, in which cybercriminals compromise a trusted vendor's software or hardware, can have far-reaching consequences. They install malware in software supplied by a vendor, and once that software is installed by an organization, the malware enters the network and starts spreading. Zero-day vulnerabilities refers to previously unknown flaws in software or hardware, which can be exploited by attackers before developers have a chance to release a patch, making them particularly dangerous. Another threat vector relates to the Internet of Things devices, such as your smart home appliances and wearables. Lack of adequate security measures, default passwords, or poorly configured systems can make them threat vectors. And finally, mobile devices, including your cell phone or tablet, could be targeted through malicious apps. Smishing, known as SMS phishing or vishing, also referred to as voice phishing, and exploitation of Bluetooth or Wi-Fi vulnerabilities. Well done. You now understand the growing threat that cybersecurity faces. As technology improves, the number of threat vectors is increasing, which gives cybercriminals an increasing number of opportunities to compromise systems and networks. In upcoming lessons, you will explore these terms in greater detail, discovering how cybercriminals use them throughout the world today. So keep learning. Understanding these terms and threats has become vital for developing a comprehensive security strategy that addresses the entire threat landscape of an organization. Have you ever received an email from a local restaurant advertising their latest deals? It's pretty common, right? Now, let's imagine you decide to check out the restaurant's menu by clicking on the attachment that came with the email, but nothing happens. Frustrated, you decide to go to the restaurant's website instead. However, unknown to you, you've just put your device at risk. This scenario may seem innocent enough, but this is a common tactic that cybercriminals use to spread malware. You might recall malware is a type of malicious program that infects your device and steals your personal information. Cybercriminals can use malware to record your keyboard activity, encrypt your files, or steal your data, holding it for ransom until you pay for its return. This is why it's vital to stay up to date on malware. So in this video, let's examine malware in further detail, exploring the considerable damage that it can cause. You'll also explore another method cybercriminals use, ransomware. Let's begin with intentions. You might wonder why people would create such malicious software. Like most crimes, they all have a similar motivation: financial. Cybercriminals distribute malware through infected computers, with the objective to obtain financial data or login credentials, collect information that can be sold, sell access to computing resources, or extort payment from victims. To achieve this objective, cybercriminals use a variety of malware. You explored viruses, trojans, and worms earlier. However, malware is becoming more sophisticated with its attacks, and is developing intelligent new malware that uses new vulnerabilities and pathways to spread and evade detection. Firstly, coin miners, which is also known as cryptojacking malware, is a type of malicious software that uses your computer's processing power to perform coin mining. Coin mining is a complex mathematical calculation that validates transactions on a cryptocurrency network. The malware performs its functions and then sends the cryptocurrency directly to the attacker's wallet. It achieves this without the user ever knowing about it. This malware uses a significant amount of processing power and causes severe performance issues on the user's computer. Next, exploit kits are a collection of exploits that take advantage of vulnerabilities in your system or software. These malware kits scan for vulnerabilities in your system. Once detected, they deploy additional malware to further infect your device. These exploit kits often include shellcode, which refers to code that starts a command shell. This is a small malware payload that is used to download other malware from attacker-controlled networks. Macros are a powerful method of automating common tasks and improving productivity within Microsoft Office. Maybe you've heard of them before. However, cybercriminals also use macro malware functionality to infect your device. Delivered via an email attachment or zip file. The macro works by hiding in your Microsoft Office files. The email attachment uses names intended to entice or scare you into opening them. Often they can look like invoices, receipts, or even legal documents. Next is rootkits, which cybercriminals use to hide malware inside your device. This allows the malware to possibly remain undetected for years, allowing it to steal your information and resources. Rootkits can also intercept and change standard operating system processes and adjust system reports to evade detection. Finally, there's fileless malware, which is unique because it functions without installing malware or other programs on your computer's hard drive. Instead, fileless malware makes use of existing programs or tools already installed in your computer. This method makes it challenging for antivirus software to locate it. So, you have now explored malware in further detail. However, where does ransomware fit in? You might recall that ransomware is a special type of malware that focuses on destroying or encrypting your files and folders, making it impossible to access them. A ransomware attack occurs when a cybercriminal achieves unauthorized access to your network. Installing the ransomware in a location with sensitive data or business-critical systems, the attacker executes the ransomware, locking you out of all your files. This leaves the files inaccessible until you pay a ransom. The ransom is usually demanded in cryptocurrency, such as Bitcoin, because the owner of a cryptocurrency wallet is untraceable. Sometimes attackers also steal sensitive data before deploying the actual ransomware in what is known as a double extortion ransomware attack. Several high-profile ransomware incidents have involved organizations including Colonial Pipeline, JBS Foods, and Kaseya. These ransomware attacks drew considerable public attention and illustrated the extent of the threat and the significance, as well as the multi-million-dollar consequences of ransomware attacks. Microsoft data shows that the energy sector is one of the most targeted sectors for ransomware, as well as the financial, healthcare, and entertainment industries. You now have a greater understanding of malware and ransomware and recognize the threat they pose. In this video, you examined the various types of malware, including coin miners, rootkits, exploit kits, and ransomware, discovering how they work and the considerable damage they cause. You learned how threat actors use these tools to infect and steal your information. You then dived into ransomware and learned that threat actors use ransomware to extort money from individuals and organizations. Remember, it's vital to stay up to date on the dangers that malware cause, so continue to educate yourself to help prevent them in the future. Imagine receiving a phone call from someone claiming to be your bank or a trusted company, asking for sensitive information like your credit card details. It may seem innocent enough to provide this information, but unfortunately it could lead to devastating consequences like identity theft or financial loss, which is a reality many individuals across the globe have had to face. The truth is, this scenario is all too common, and it's not just limited to phone calls. Cybercriminals are using social engineering tactics to manipulate and deceive people into giving away confidential information, like their financial details. This is why it's vital you understand what social engineering and phishing is and the impact they can have, so that you are equipped to protect yourself against them. Therefore, in this video, you'll complete an examination of phishing and social engineering, discovering what they are and the various techniques cybercriminals use before exploring several prevention methods. Let's get started with social engineering and phishing. As previously explained, cybercriminals use social engineering to manipulate people into performing actions that aren't in their best interest, just like in the earlier scenario. But social engineering can refer to a variety of tactics that involve psychological manipulation aimed at persuading individuals to perform actions with malicious intent. Cybercriminals commonly employ these tactics to obtain sensitive information from users, either for personal financial gain or to cause harm to others. Phishing is an example of social engineering that uses digital media, including email, text messages, or voice calls as its method of attack, with the primary goal of manipulating users into downloading and installing malware, divulging critical financial information like one-time passwords or OTPs, or gaining control over the victim's online accounts. For example, you might receive a phishing email that looks like it's from a legitimate source, like a bank, that tricks you into clicking on a link to verify your account information. In reality, the link directs you to a fake website designed to steal your login credentials. You now understand what phishing and social engineering are, so let's explore some techniques cybercriminals use. Phishing and social engineering techniques come in several forms, each designed to exploit human vulnerabilities. You discovered earlier that watering hole attacks target people's specific industries by installing malware on websites frequently visited by industry professionals and redirecting them to malicious websites without their knowledge. However, watering hole attacks are the tip of the iceberg regarding social engineering attacks. There are several other techniques cybercriminals use to exploit vulnerable people and extract sensitive information. One is pretexting, where cybercriminals impersonate someone else to gain trust and extract information from their target. Or baiting, where cybercriminals lure victims with a seemingly genuine offer that entices them to disclose personal details or download malware. Next is quid pro quo, which involves cybercriminals offering something in return for personal information. And lastly, tailgating refers to cybercriminals gaining unauthorized access to restricted areas by following an authorized individual. Social engineering is a powerful tool used by cybercriminals, and phishing is one of its most common techniques. Phishing attacks come in various forms, such as spear phishing, which targets specific individuals using personalized information to appear more credible, or clone phishing, which duplicates a legitimate email and modifies its content to include malicious links or attachments. Next is whaling, which targets high-ranking individuals within an organization, such as executives or board members, by carefully crafting messages that will appear to come from a trusted source. And finally, smishing, or vishing, where cybercriminals trick their victims using text messages and voice calls. You'll explore these techniques in further detail later in the lesson. These techniques demonstrate the dangers that phishing and social engineering pose to cybersecurity. Protecting yourself from them requires constant vigilance and a proactive approach. But thankfully, there are measures you can take to reduce the risk of falling victim to these attacks. The first step is to educate yourself and your team about the various techniques and warning signs used by cybercriminals. Regular training and awareness sessions can foster a security-conscious culture within an organization. It's vital to verify the identity of anyone requesting sensitive information, particularly if the request is unexpected or unsolicited. Whenever in doubt, contact the person or organization directly using a known, trusted method of communication. You should also exercise caution when you encounter links and attachments, ensuring you avoid any received from unknown or suspicious sources. By hovering over links, you can reveal the true destination before clicking. Ensure you scan attachments with an antivirus program before opening them. And finally, keep your software, operating systems, and antivirus programs up to date. This is essential for defending against known vulnerabilities and modern threats. So that's it. You now know how cybercriminals use phishing and social engineering to access financial and sensitive information. You also discovered in this video that by remaining vigilant and adopting best practices, you can significantly reduce the risk of falling victim to these attacks. Remember, cybersecurity is an ongoing process demanding continuous attention and adaptation to stay ahead of cybercriminals and the threats they pose. You'll delve further into these topics in upcoming lessons, so keep up the great work. In 2022, the FBI's Internet Crime Records registered over 800,000 reports of cybercrime. Statistics show over 422 million individuals were impacted. Plus, an estimated nearly 33 billion accounts will be breached this year. The cost of these breaches is predicted to be at $8 trillion. So it may not be a surprise that hacking has become big business. The stereotypical image of a loner who is living in a basement is just not true anymore. They've shaken off their reputations and rebranded themselves around the world as internet tribes and organizations. Some even have codes of conduct and goals. This basement hacker stereotype is damaging. It gives organizations a false sense of superiority over these threat actors, whom they perceive as untrained individuals, when they are in fact highly skilled and organized groups. Groups such as Anonymous have caused havoc and continually make news worldwide. To possess this hacking skill, you need an understanding of society and people, so they are no longer the typical hacker that one might imagine. They are united by their skills and perform everything from pranks to financial crimes and even espionage. These groups are also known for sharing their exploits on various internet forums, but not everything is always so clear-cut. Within all of these hacking groups, meet Tony. He's working with a team of hackers in Philadelphia, and as a group, they are attempting to hack into a multinational corporation's cyber defenses. The corporation has a new software application that customers use to make financial payments. The hacking group continually probes for weaknesses within the company's advanced software. After several weeks of probing, the team has had success and locate some vulnerabilities. Using their highly trained skills, they hack into the corporation's network, accessing private user data. But everything is not what it seems. This hacking team are the good guys. They've been hired by the corporation and are working with their permission to find potential weaknesses in their software. Throughout their hacking, Tony and the team have developed state-of-the-art cybersecurity software for the company. Tony is what's known as a white hat or ethical hacker. They collaborate with companies and governments to help organizations improve their cybersecurity. Groups and individuals like Tony and his team are on the rise worldwide and continue to be in high demand. Through collaborations like Tony's Cyber Technology Group and numerous companies, manufacturers, and governments, cybersecurity professionals are starting to fight back against cybercriminals, changing the game on how cybersecurity is being dealt with. Imagine you are shopping at a local mall and decide to unwind at a cafe. Conveniently, the cafe offers free public Wi-Fi, allowing you to check your emails and browse social media. Unbeknownst to you, a cybercriminal is also using that public Wi-Fi. When you connect to the Wi-Fi, the hacker employs a technique called man-in-the-middle, or MITM, to intercept any data being sent between your device and the network. You decide to check the balance of your bank account, thus giving the hacker access to your login details. Later on that day, someone gains access to your account and withdraws funds, leaving you with a compromised account and a loss of funds. From a public Wi-Fi network, hackers can even introduce malware into your device, which can lead to more harm. This technique is commonly employed by cybercriminals all around the world, which emphasizes how crucial it is to master the techniques that can stop these occurrences. In this video, you'll explore personal mitigation strategies, discovering how to stay safe and keep your data and devices secured from any potential cybercrimes. Let's begin with virtual private networks, or VPNs. A VPN is a method used for creating a secure connection between two networks when using an unsecured network, like in the earlier scenario. A VPN encrypts your internet connection and passes the data through a secure server, protecting your data from interception and eavesdropping. By using a VPN, you can browse the web privately and securely, even on public Wi-Fi networks. While public Wi-Fi networks are convenient, they are unsecured and can be easily exploited by cybercriminals. Where possible, avoid using them for sensitive tasks like online banking or accessing personal accounts. If you must use public Wi-Fi, always use a VPN to keep your connection secure and protect your data. You should also create strong and unique passwords for all your accounts, and incorporate uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, and symbols. Avoid using simple words, phrases, or patterns, and enable multi-factor authentication, or MFA, on all accounts that support it to add an extra layer of security. MFA works by requiring a second form of verification, such as a text message or an authenticator app, in addition to your password. Avoiding software downloads from unauthorized or pirated sources is another mitigation strategy. Pirated software can install malware programs on your device, creating additional security risks. Always make sure you download software from reputable sources, such as the developer's website or official app stores, and keep your software up to date with the latest security patches. You should also avoid having any private information or passwords on websites or in plain sight, such as in a file on your computer or written down. Instead, use a secure password manager to store your sensitive information, and always double-check the website's URL and security certificate before entering your credit card details. Now, you already know that cybercriminals use phishing attacks with malicious links to trick you into revealing sensitive information or downloading malicious malware. By checking the destination URL in such links, you can ensure it's from a legitimate source. If in doubt, just navigate to the website directly by typing the URL into your browser. Remember, even though they appear as legitimate sources, phishing attacks use emails, social media messages, and text messages to trick you into revealing sensitive information. Be cautious when clicking on links or downloading attachments, and verify the sender's identity before acting. If in doubt, contact the sender directly using a known contact method. One of the best mitigation strategies you can implement is to install a reliable antivirus and firewall. Maybe you already have one installed on your own device. A good antivirus program can detect malware and remove it before causing any damage, which helps to protect your device from cyber threats. Additionally, a firewall helps protect your devices by monitoring incoming and outgoing network traffic and blocking unauthorized access. So it's vital to install a reputable antivirus program and enable your device's built-in firewall to take your security to the maximum. And finally, remember to keep yourself up to date on the latest cybersecurity threats and best practices to protect your digital life. Follow reputable sources on social media, attend webinars, or enroll in training courses to enhance your knowledge and stay vigilant against potential threats. Great. You have now discovered some effective strategies for protecting your devices against cybercrime. These strategies play a vital role in protecting your digital life from cyber threats. In this video, you explored personal mitigation strategies and several methods for protecting yourself. By understanding and implementing these measures, you not only enhance your cybersecurity knowledge, but also create a safer digital environment for yourself and others. Remember, staying proactive and informed is the key to staying secure in the ever-evolving world of cybersecurity. Imagine working from home and receiving a confidential financial report via email while in your home office. As this data is quite sensitive, an ordinary email attachment just won't cut it. It's vital that even if cybercriminals compromise the email account, the document remains private and secure. To achieve this, you encrypt the file so that only the intended recipient can download and decrypt it. Thankfully, there are several security software solutions available that can help you encrypt your files for safe digital transmission, and just like encryption software, there is a range of additional programs and tools that you should use on a regular basis to safeguard your online security and privacy. Therefore, in this video, you'll explore several types of security software, learning how they safeguard your personal information and keep your online activities protected from potential threats. It's common in today's world to have dozens of passwords for numerous accounts or websites. Remembering them all has become an impossible task. While it's easy to reuse a password across multiple websites or resort to writing them down, both pose a security risk. This is why password managers have become a very useful tool for generating and saving complex and unique passwords for all your logins. Password managers encrypt and store your passwords and login information in one place. Some of them can even automatically log you into websites and apps, so you never have to manually enter your credentials again. There are several password manager applications you can use, including LastPass, 1Password, and Bitwarden. Most of these password managers even support a secondary authentication layer, like one-time PIN or OTP, which adds additional protection. While password managers are useful and create very secure passwords, it's also beneficial that you understand how to create a secure password yourself. But you might ask yourself, what are the characteristics of a strong and secure password? Well, a strong password is one that is unique and complex. It's a password that uses 12 or more characters, has a combination of upper and lowercase letters, and a combination of numbers and symbols. Also, it shouldn't be a word that can be found in a dictionary, or the name of a person, character, product, or organization. If you want to use a word or phrase you'll remember, misspell it, or include numbers or letters. For example, a complicated password is stronger than a simple password like 3 birds. Make it different from your other passwords. Do not include your name, a family member's name, or a pet's name. They are too easy to guess. It should not include phone numbers, birthdays, addresses, or social security numbers. Also, avoid using popular passwords like 123 or password. And finally, ensure you update your passwords regularly. Cybersecurity experts recommend creating a new password every 3 months. You previously learned that anti-malware tools can detect and remove malware from your system, and they always monitor your files for any new malware. Similarly, firewall applications can filter incoming or outgoing traffic from your computer. Installing these programs on your computer has become vital in this modern digital age. Thankfully, most operating systems already have built-in firewall tools, so you don't even need to purchase anything extra. Recent versions of the Windows operating systems come with Windows Security, which is a free solution with an integrated antivirus called Microsoft Defender, which includes anti-malware, a highly capable firewall, and other browser and device protection features. You also have the option to bump up your security with two-factor authentication. You already know that two-factor authentication can protect your online accounts by adding an extra security layer. There are several applications that offer two-factor authentication, including Microsoft Authenticator, Google Authenticator, and Authy. They generate time-based, one-time passwords or OTP for multi-factor authentication. On top of all these options, you also have personal encryption tools like GPG or GNU Privacy Guard, and Pretty Good Privacy, or as it's known, PGP. These help protect sensitive information by encrypting files and messages, ensuring only authorized recipients can access them. These tools use public key cryptography to enable secure communication and file sharing. Applications like Microsoft BitLocker and macOS File Vault provide full disk encryption, scrambling your entire hard drive and all its contents. Even if lost, stolen, or confiscated, an unauthorized individual cannot access your data without the proper password or key. You will explore encryption and cryptography later in the course. Well done. As you discovered, by combining security software and implementing effective mitigation strategies, you can significantly improve the security of your personal devices and online accounts. Understanding these applications and software has become vital, not just for budding cybersecurity professionals like yourself, but for individuals all around the world. In this video, you explored the security software available for these topics, learning how they protect your data and keep you safe and secure while navigating the World Wide Web. Well done. You've now reached the end of this introductory week about threat vectors and mitigation. At this point, you have a solid understanding of cyber attacks and how they can occur, the various methods that cybercriminals use to commit these attacks, real-world examples of various cybercrimes that have taken place, and the software and strategies you can use to mitigate these attacks. It's now time to take the module quiz, but before doing so, let's recap what you've learned so far. At the beginning of the week, you were brought through the course introduction and syllabus, learning how you can gain the most from the course and then sharing what you hope to learn with your peers. Then you began your learning journey by exploring cyber attacks, discovering that a cyber attack is a malicious attempt made by cybercriminals to interrupt, cause damage, or gain unauthorized access to your computer system or network. You discovered the purpose of these attacks, their impact, as well as several methods cybercriminals use. Do you remember what these methods were? They include malware, ransomware, phishing, and social engineering. At this stage, you have learned about some notable cyber attacks that occurred throughout history. You took a deep dive into the WannaCry ransomware, discovering how it affected thousands of computers across 150 countries, causing billions of dollars in damage. You also learned how the Stuxnet worm targeted Iran's nuclear program, manipulating the centrifuges, causing them to malfunction and eventually break down. While ransomware and worms can be considerably impactful, a Trojan can also be dangerous. If you recall, a Trojan is a special type of malware that disguises itself as a legitimate file or piece of software. Following this, you discovered that a threat landscape is an organization's overall cybersecurity environment, while a threat actor is an individual or group that engages in malicious activity that compromises the security of computer systems. Meaning, a threat vector is an entry point for attackers to gain access to a system or organization. Next, you delved into some common threat vectors, including poor credentials, email, routers, or IoT devices. You might recall some of the various types of malware, including coin miners, which uses your computer's processing power to perform coin mining, or how exploit kits are a collection of exploits that take advantage of vulnerabilities in your system or software. You followed this by exploring malware, discovering how malware works, including detection and removal. You examined some advanced methods that cybercriminals use to evade detection, such as metamorphic malware, which change its code while keeping its base functionality the same. You also learned how polymorphic malware is like a chameleon, encrypting its malicious code once it infects a system. Polymorphic malware does this by generating a new encryption mechanism with each infection, changing its code constantly to match its environment. You also discovered that phishing is an example of social engineering, which manipulates you into performing actions that aren't in your best interest. And you should now be familiar with some common phishing and social engineering techniques that are used by cybercriminals. You gained insight into measures you can take to reduce the risk of falling victim to these attacks, which involves educating yourself and verifying the identity of anyone who contacts you. For example, an email from an unknown source. You also completed an examination of threat vectors and should be able to explain, amongst others, insider attacks, hardware-based attacks, and typo squatting. In the final part of this week, you delved into mitigation strategies, exploring biometrics and various biometric security systems available. You now understand that biometric systems enhance accountability by providing a clear and accurate audit trail of access to sensitive areas or data. However, there's concern that biometrics is vulnerable to cyber attacks and data breaches because biometric data is stored in centralized databases or on individual devices. Additionally, you are now well versed in the security software options that are available to help you encrypt your files or an entire hard drive, including password managers that generate unique and complex passwords for each login. You also know that malware tools detect and remove malware from your system and monitors your files for malware, but firewall applications can also filter suspicious traffic. The Windows operating system comes with Windows Security, which includes an antivirus called Microsoft Defender. It also includes anti-malware, which is a highly capable firewall. Before completing your learning journey, you explored data loss, discovering several ways in which your data can be corrupted or destroyed, including malware, ransomware, or hardware failures. And understand that one of the best solutions to avoid data loss is through data backups, which are completed in various ways, including full backup, which backs up all your data but is time-consuming, or incremental backup, which only backs data that has been updated or changed. Through understanding data loss, you learn strategies that help you retrieve lost or deleted data, including checking the computer recycle bin, or using backed up copies, making use of file history or time machine applications. You can also use recovery software. And lastly, you could use a professional data recovery service. To enhance your knowledge further this week, you also completed several in-video questions, knowledge checks, discussion prompts, and examined several real-world examples on the topics you covered. You might now have a good idea about what items you'd like to revisit to refresh your memory before you take the module quiz on threats and attacks. Over the next week, you will expand your knowledge of threat vectors and mitigation by diving into cryptography, starting with encryption. Best of luck. Have you ever sent a private message to a friend using a secret code that only the two of you knew? Maybe you created unique symbols for each letter of the alphabet, making a key that can be used to write and decipher coded messages that only those with the key can read them. Or perhaps you had a secret handshake or a sign to signal something that only you and your friend would understand. Encryption works in a similar way. It's the process of encoding a message or data so that only authorized parties with the right key can access it. In this video, you'll be introduced to encryption and learn about some of the fascinating techniques used to protect data and secure communication. Encryption is an essential tool in modern-day communication and helps protect sensitive information from being intercepted and read by unauthorized parties. Encryption has a long history and has evolved over time, from simple techniques like the Caesar cipher to the complex algorithms used today. The Caesar cipher is one of the oldest and simplest encryption techniques. It was named after Julius Caesar, who used this technique to communicate with his generals. The Caesar cipher involves shifting each letter in the message by a certain number of spaces down the alphabet, which is also known as character substitution. For example, if the key was 3, then A would become D, B would become E, and so on. The Caesar cipher technique is simple to implement, but is not secure, as the key can be guessed and the message can be decrypted quite easily. In the modern day, encryption is much more complex, and there are many different types of encryption techniques used to protect data and communication. One such technique is symmetric encryption, which uses a shared secret key to encrypt and decrypt data, much like using a shared secret code to send a message to your friend. But modern encryption keys are a lot more complex and much less predictable than traditional character substitution techniques. Symmetric encryption is often used in situations where two parties need to communicate securely and have agreed on a shared key beforehand. The same key that encrypts the data is used to decrypt it, making symmetric encryption ideal for bulk data encryption and secure communication within closed systems. Another type of encryption is asymmetric encryption. Unlike symmetric encryption, which relies on a single shared key for encryption and decryption, asymmetric encryption uses a pair of keys. This pair consists of a public key and a private key. The public key is responsible for encrypting the message and can be shared with anyone, while the private key is responsible for decryption and must be kept secret. Asymmetric encryption uses end-to-end encryption to protect the confidentiality and privacy of the user's communications and to authenticate users. Many other types of encryption techniques are also used in modern-day cryptography, such as hash functions, digital signatures, and key exchange protocols. These techniques are used to protect data and communications in a variety of different scenarios, from securing online banking transactions to protecting military communications. You'll explore more about encryption techniques later, but they essentially all boil down to a more complex series of numbers and calculations to encrypt data. In the end, no encryption is unbreakable, given enough time and resources. However, the aim of encryption is to make it so difficult and time-consuming to break that the encrypted data is no longer relevant by the time it's decrypted. Encryption is an important tool for protecting data and communication, and it has a long and fascinating history. From the simple Caesar cipher to the complex algorithms used today, encryption has evolved over time to play an essential role in protecting data in industries such as finance, healthcare, and government, where sensitive information must be kept confidential. Without encryption, the online world would be less secure, and the sensitive information shared by individuals would be more vulnerable to interception and theft. By now, you understand that encryption is an essential tool for safeguarding sensitive information when transacting and communicating online. You've learned quite a bit about some of the most widely used encryption methods, like AES and RSA. But with so many different encryption options available, how do you know which encryption technology to use to protect your data? Not all encryption techniques are equal, and understanding the strengths and weaknesses of different modern encryption methods is crucial in choosing the right technology to provide the best security for your specific needs. That's why in this video, you'll delve deeper and explore the strengths and weaknesses of modern encryption technologies and discover key management best practices. To begin, let's reflect on what you've learned about AES and RSA. AES is a symmetric encryption algorithm that ensures high levels of security by encrypting data into fixed-size blocks. In this method, each block is encrypted with a secret key that is shared only between the sender and the receiver. RSA, on the other hand, uses two keys, a public key and a private key, and can be used to communicate securely between multiple parties without the need to share a secret key. In addition to AES and RSA is another popular encryption technique called elliptical curve cryptography, or ECC. ECC is a type of public key encryption that is based on the mathematical theory of elliptical curves and uses smaller, faster, and more efficient keys. Instead of multiplying large prime numbers like traditional methods, ECC uses an elliptical curve equation to link two separate keys to encrypt and decrypt data. One is a public key and the other is private. This approach offers a higher level of security because the private key cannot be derived from the public key. ECC is an alternative to the RSA cryptographic algorithm and is widely used in cryptocurrencies, such as Bitcoin and Ethereum. And because it is so efficient, it works well for wireless communication and the Internet of Things. The methods used in encryption are designed to be highly secure, making it difficult for anyone to break them. Advanced encryption algorithms like AES are particularly strong and can withstand brute force attacks that attempt to decode the encryption key. However, no encryption technique is 100% foolproof, which is why it's also important to understand their limitations and weaknesses. For example, managing the shared key in AES can be challenging when multiple parties are involved. RSA's complexity can slow down the encryption process. And while ECC offers a higher level of security, its complexity makes it vulnerable to implementation errors. These issues can impact the overall security of your data, and it's crucial to address them by implementing effective key management practices. Key management practices involve procedures for generating, distributing, storing, and revoking encryption keys, and ensures that only authorized parties have access to them. This is essential for maintaining the confidentiality and integrity of encrypted data. One of the most popular key management practices is the use of key exchanges. Key exchanges allow for the secure distribution of encryption keys between parties without the need to share the key itself. A popular key exchange protocol is the Diffie-Hellman protocol, which allows two parties to independently generate shared secret keys without actually sharing the key itself. This protocol is commonly used in secure communications and e-commerce transactions. When it comes to choosing the right encryption technology, various factors such as the level of security required, the size of the data, and the number of parties involved need to be taken into account. Symmetric encryption methods like AES provide fast and efficient encryption, while asymmetric encryption methods like RSA and ECC offer more versatility and security for multiple parties. From uncovering the captivating history of encryption and delving into the intricate tools that uphold modern data security, you've come a long way to learn about the role of cryptography in data security. In this video, you'll zone in on private keys and learn about how they are formed, used, and stored securely. You will also touch on different private key encryption algorithms like AES and Blowfish, uncovering their unique strengths and the key management challenges that come with them. Private key encryption, also known as symmetric key encryption, is a fundamental concept in cryptography that involves using the same key to both encrypt and decrypt data. But how are these keys created? Private keys are created by generating a sequence of bits, or ones and zeros, that serve as the key itself. Once generated, the private key is used to encrypt the data, and only the same private key can decrypt the encrypted data. It is crucial to keep the private key secure to prevent unauthorized access to the protected information. As you may recall, the Advanced Encryption Standard, or AES, is a widely used symmetric key encryption algorithm. It operates as a block cipher, dividing data into fixed-size blocks of 128 bits. The encryption process involves applying a series of mathematical operations, known as rounds, to the input data. The number of rounds depends on the key size. For instance, 10 rounds for 128-bit keys, 12 rounds for 192-bit keys, and 14 rounds for 256-bit keys. A larger key size generally provides greater security, making it harder for cybercriminals to crack the code. However, it's essential to note that the larger key sizes may result in slower encryption and decryption times. It's a trade-off between security and performance. AES operates in various modes, each with its unique characteristics and strengths. Let's explore a few examples. Electronic Codebook, or ECB, is the simplest and most straightforward mode. In this mode, data is divided into blocks, and each block is encrypted independently. However, this simplicity comes with a downfall. ECB can be vulnerable to certain attacks, making it the least secure option. On the other hand, cipher blockchaining, or CBC, encrypts each block of data using the previous block's ciphertext, creating a chain of interconnected blocks. This creates an extra layer of protection, making it more secure and commonly used in situations where confidentiality is very important. Now that you've explored the different modes of AES encryption, let's shift your focus to another prominent symmetric key encryption algorithm, Blowfish. Blowfish is a symmetric key encryption algorithm designed by Bruce Schneier in 1993. Just like AES, Blowfish is a block cipher that operates in both ECB and CBC modes, but it offers a few unique features that set it apart. One standout feature of Blowfish is its flexible key size. With Blowfish, you can use variable length keys ranging between 32 and 448 bits, making it a more efficient solution for scenarios that require swift encryption and decryption. While Blowfish is ideal for fast encryption, it's important to note that alternative methods like AES may be more suitable in situations where a high level of security is required. Now, let's delve into the crucial aspect of key management in private key encryption. Key management plays a vital role in maintaining the security of private key encryption. Since the same key is used to encrypt and decrypt data, safeguarding the key is essential to prevent unauthorized access to encrypted data. One solution to address the key management challenges is the use of hardware security modules. Hardware security modules are physical devices specifically designed to provide secure key storage and cryptographic operations. Their tamper-resistant properties make them resilient to physical attacks such as drilling, cutting, or heating. Hardware security modules are commonly used in industries such as finance, healthcare, and government, where the security of cryptographic keys is of utmost importance. Another option for storing private keys is to use encrypted key storage services. These services use encryption to protect keys stored on their servers, while access to the keys is typically protected by multi-factor authentication and other security measures. It is also crucial to establish secure backup and storage mechanisms for private keys. Regularly backing up keys helps mitigate the risk of key loss in the event of hardware failure or other unforeseen disasters. However, it is equally important to store the backup securely to prevent unauthorized access. That wraps up your exploration of private key encryption, from the powerful algorithms like AES that provide robust security to Blowfish that excels in speed and flexibility. Understanding both and the best practices for key management is essential for ensuring robust data security. You've become well versed in the world of private key encryption, understanding its inner workings and significance in safeguarding data. However, there's another vital piece of the puzzle: public keys. So let's dive deeper into their role. Imagine you have a top secret letter destined for your friend's eyes only. To keep it safe from prying eyes, you put the letter inside a special lockbox that only you and your friend have the keys to. What if someone tries to steal the lockbox and the keys while it's being delivered? To prevent this from happening, you add an extra layer of protection. You use a unique lock equipped with two keys, a public key and a private key. The public key is shared between you and your friend, while the private key is exclusively held by your friend. You lock the box with the public key. Only your friend possessing the private key can unlock and read the letter within. Even if someone manages to get their hands on the box and the public key, they won't be able to unlock it without the private key. In this video, you'll explore the significance of public keys and explore how they synergize with asymmetric key encryption algorithms like RSA, Diffie-Hellman, and ECC to bolster cryptographic systems. Let's start by refreshing your memory on what public key encryption is. Public key encryption, also known as asymmetric key encryption, is a technique that uses a pair of keys, one public and one private, to encrypt and decrypt data. The public key can be freely shared, while the private key is kept secret. When a sender wants to send a message to a receiver, the sender uses the receiver's public key to encrypt the message. The receiver then uses their private key to decrypt the message. Public key encryption is used for secure communication over unsecured networks, such as the internet. There are different types of asymmetric key encryption algorithms, such as RSA, Diffie-Hellman, and ECC. As you may recall, RSA is a public key encryption algorithm widely used for secure communication and data transmission over networks. The RSA algorithm is based on the mathematical properties of prime numbers, generating two large prime numbers, P and Q, and calculating their product. The resulting number is used as the modulus for the encryption and decryption process. The term modulus or modulo may be a new one. It's a mathematical term used to describe the remainder after a division is carried out. For example, if you divide 10 by 3, there is 1 left over. This is the modulo value. So, to decrypt the message using RSA, the receiver uses the private modulo as part of an equation that allows the message to be divided by their private key to obtain the original message. Don't worry if this sounds complicated. For now, all you need to know is that the RSA uses prime numbers to generate encryption and decryption keys. You'll learn more about the key generation process later. The RSA encryption process involves key generation, message encryption, and message transmission. And RSA offers several advantages, including security, scalability, and efficiency. However, it also comes with challenges related to key management and performance. Now let's shift your focus to the Diffie-Hellman algorithm. The Diffie-Hellman algorithm is a key exchange algorithm used to establish a shared secret between two parties over an unsecure communication channel. It is used for sharing the keys for symmetric encryption. The Diffie-Hellman key exchange process involves key generation, key exchange, shared secret generation, and encryption and decryption. The algorithm offers benefits such as security, scalability, and efficiency. However, it is important to be aware of potential vulnerabilities such as man-in-the-middle attacks and challenges related to key distribution. Finally, let's discuss ECC, the elliptical curve cryptography algorithm. You may recall that ECC is a public key encryption algorithm that uses elliptical curves over specific fields to perform cryptographic operations. The ECC encryption process involves key generation and message encryption. ECC brings advantages such as enhanced security, smaller key sizes, and faster computation. However, like any algorithm, it also has its share of challenges, including key management and patent issues. Exploring the different asymmetric algorithms in this video has provided you with valuable insights into the methods behind public key encryption. You've learned that algorithms like RSA, Diffie-Hellman, and elliptical curve cryptography have different capabilities, providing security, scalability, and efficiency. But they also face certain challenges like key management and distribution and performance and patent issues. By understanding these asymmetric key encryption algorithms, organizations can make informed decisions about the most suitable approach for their specific needs. As you continue to explore encryption and data security, remember the critical role public key encryption and its algorithms play in safeguarding digital communications. Have you ever wondered what happens when you enter your password in something like your banking app, social media, or email? How do service providers securely match the password you provide with the one you initially signed up with? And if this information is saved somewhere like a database, how do they ensure that your password remains out of the reach of malicious actors? Well, this is where hashing comes into play, a powerful technique that transforms your password into a string of characters that's almost impossible to decipher. In this video, you'll explore hashing and its vital role in data security. You'll also be introduced to different types of hashing algorithms like MD5 and SHA-256, and discuss a technique called salting that enhances the security of hashes. Hashing is a process that takes input, like your password or any other information, and turns it into a fixed-size string of bytes, typically in the form of letters and numbers. This output is called a hash or a digest and is unique for each input. So even a slight change in the input will result in a completely different hash. This makes it extremely difficult to reverse engineer the original input from the hash, making it a crucial technique in data security. So storing passwords as hashes rather than plain text ensures that even if the database is compromised, attackers cannot easily extract the original passwords. But hashing is not limited to password storage. It also plays a crucial role in ensuring data integrity and enabling digital signatures. For data integrity, hashing helps verify the integrity of files and messages by allowing recipients to confirm that the content has not been tampered with during transmission. Hashes are also used to create digital signatures, which can be used to authenticate the sender and ensure the integrity of the transmitted data. There are different types of hashing algorithms. MD5 is a widely used algorithm that produces a 128-bit hash value, but it is no longer considered secure for sensitive applications due to its vulnerability to collision attacks, where two different inputs produce the same hash. However, it can still be used for non-critical tasks like generating unique IDs or verifying the integrity of non-sensitive files during data transfer. It is widely adopted for its strong security properties and performance efficiency. For instance, SHA-256 is extensively used in applications such as digital signatures, password hashing, and blockchain technology. When it comes to password security, hashing algorithms play a vital role in protecting your sensitive data. But even these robust algorithms can be vulnerable to certain types of attacks, such as brute force and dictionary attacks. So to bolster the security of hash passwords, a technique called salting comes into play. A salt is a randomly generated unique value that is combined with your password before hashing. This technique guarantees that even if you and another user share the same password, the respective hashes will be different due to the distinct salts. This mitigates the risk of identifying users with the same password by simply comparing hashes, making it harder for attackers to exploit common or weak passwords. Salts are stored in the database alongside the hashes, which is crucial when you try to log into your account. So, when you enter your password, the system retrieves the associated salt, which is then combined with the entered password. The resulting value is then hashed and compared to the stored hash. If the newly generated hash matches the one in the database, you're granted access. This approach not only enhances the security of hashes, but also prevents attackers from using pre-computed hash tables, such as rainbow tables, to crack passwords. By implementing unique salts for each user, the attacker's task of matching hashes becomes significantly more difficult and time-consuming, as they would have to recompute hash tables for each salt value. So now you know, hashing is fundamental to ensure data security and integrity. It forms the basis of many security systems, with algorithms like MD5 and SHA-256 being widely used in various applications. And remember, adding salt to the mix makes data even more secure. Imagine if every message, every piece of information you share online were accessible to anyone who desires it. It sounds like a nightmare, doesn't it? Fortunately, in an era where life intertwines with technology, lies a powerful force that stops this from becoming a reality. It's a force that holds the key to your privacy, security, and the protection of your most valuable information. And by now, you've become quite familiar with it. It's the incredible power of encryption. Encryption is like a vault, protecting your data from prying eyes. It works by transforming your messages and files into a secret code, rendering them unreadable to anyone but the intended recipient. And it all starts with the dynamic duo of symmetric and asymmetric encryption. Symmetric encryption is like locking valuable information in a secure lockbox using a secret key that is shared between you and the recipient, while asymmetric encryption adds an additional layer of security by using two keys, a public key to lock the box and a private key to unlock it. It's a combination so potent that it ensures only the intended recipients can unlock and read the message. Meet Bailey. She has an idea for an invention. Bailey has spent a lot of time and effort on her invention and is now ready to apply for a patent. But before that, she wants to share the design with an old friend. So she writes an email and includes her design for a friend to see. Unfortunately for Bailey, she didn't use an encrypted communication channel, and her email was intercepted. The hacker gets her design and sells it to a nasty character, who then resells the design to a multinational company and in turn makes loads of money. Poor Bailey should have encrypted that email. In an era filled with cyber threats and constant data breaches, encryption stands as a fearless guardian in the digital landscape. In fact, a recent study found that businesses that implement strong encryption are less likely to suffer huge financial losses in the event of a data breach. They can save up to $1.4 million for each attack, to be exact. It's a staggering statistic highlighting encryption's power in safeguarding sensitive information. Encryption doesn't discriminate. It's for everyone. From individuals sharing personal messages to multinational corporations safeguarding trade secrets. Encryption is the unsung hero that keeps the digital world spinning securely. So, next time you send a private message, make an online purchase, or share sensitive information, remember the vital role encryption plays. It's the lock that keeps your secrets safe, the shield that defends your privacy, and the key that unlocks a world of secure communication. When it comes to verifying the authenticity of paper-based documents like contracts, essays, or even heartfelt letters, a simple ink signature serves as a trusted seal. But what about the files and documents you share online? How can you ensure the same level of trust and integrity? Digital signing and signatures provide a solution to ensure trust and authenticity, and over the next few minutes, you'll learn all about their vital role. You'll explore their use cases and familiarize yourself with the best practices for implementing them. But before you do, let's start with what digital signing is. Digital signing is the process of using cryptographic techniques, such as RSA and ECDSA, to authenticate digital documents or messages. Here's how it works. When you send a document, a unique digital fingerprint or hash of the document is created, which is then encrypted using your private key to generate the digital signature. The recipient can then use your public key to decrypt the signature and verify the document's hash. This process ensures the document's authenticity, integrity, and non-repudiation, and verifies your identity. Now let's review the role digital signing plays in various industries where secure communication and document verification is essential. In online banking, digital signing is crucial in authenticating and securing your transactions. It protects sensitive information such as your account numbers and balances from fraud and identity theft by ensuring that the communication between you and the bank is secure and genuine. Then, when it comes to online shopping, digital signing is employed to ensure the integrity of electronic invoices, receipts, and other transactional documents, protecting you from counterfeit products or fraudulent transactions. It enhances the overall experience and trust in e-commerce platforms. Digital signing is also revolutionizing the way legal documents are signed, streamlining the process and reducing the reliance on paper-based documentation. This not only saves time and resources, but also ensures the authenticity and integrity of the signed documents. The healthcare industry is no exception. It is also experiencing a transformative shift with the help of digital signing. Electronic health records and prescriptions can now be authenticated with digital signatures. This ensures patient privacy and data security and improves efficiency when sharing information between healthcare providers. Finally, government agencies widely adopt digital signing for secure communication and document verification. This technology has been crucial in improving efficiency, reducing the risk of fraud, and enhancing overall security in the provision of public services. Now that you've explored the various applications of digital signing, let's delve into digital signatures themselves. Digital signatures are the unique string of characters generated during the digital signing process. They are created using the sender's private key and the signed data. Digital signatures serve two primary functions: authenticity and integrity. Authenticity means that the recipient can verify the sender's identity, or in other words, the document really came from whom it claims to be from. And integrity means that the recipient can check if the document has been tampered with since it was signed. If a company deals with digitally signed services, it likely involves handling and verifying these digital signatures and documents or messages. This could include making sure the signatures are valid and that they match the corresponding public key of the signer, thereby ensuring the document is authentic and unaltered. Now that you have a foundational understanding of digital signing and signatures, what are some best practices for effectively utilizing this powerful technology? Well, the first step is to stay informed of the latest developments and best practices in digital signing and digital signatures. By staying up to date, you can adapt to new security measures and advancements, ensuring that you use these technologies effectively and securely. Another important aspect is choosing the right digital signature software for your specific needs while considering ease of use, cost, and compatibility with your existing systems. It's also crucial to implement strong security measures when using digital signatures. This means that you should ensure that your private keys are securely stored and that you have robust security protocols to protect your sensitive data. And if you're working within a team, ensure that your peers are well versed in the use and benefits of digital signing and digital signatures, so they can effectively incorporate these technologies into their workflows. Finally, as digital signing and signatures evolve, it's essential to consider how these technologies may impact your industry and business processes and be prepared to adapt accordingly. Digital signing and digital signatures are transformative technologies that have the potential to revolutionize various aspects of the modern world. From secure online transactions to efficient document management, these technologies offer numerous benefits and opportunities for growth and innovation. By staying informed, choosing the right tools, implementing strong security measures, educating your team, and being future ready, you can harness the full potential of digital signing and digital signatures in your industry. Embrace the future of technology and unlock the countless possibilities these advancements offer. Throughout your cybersecurity journey, you've explored various technologies to safeguard sensitive information and ensure secure communication. From everything like encryption algorithms, keys, and hashing, to the fascinating concept of digital signing, you've covered a lot of ground about cryptography. Now it's time to expand your knowledge further by learning how certificates fit into the picture. In this video, you'll explore what digital certificates are, discover the role of certificate authorities, and get to know different types of certificates, including the widely used SSL and TLS certificates. To begin, let's consider the following. As a startup business, Sam Scoops has made great strides towards expanding the business. As part of Sam's endeavor, she sets up a website. Now put yourself in her customer's shoes. They want to explore Sam Scoops' online offerings, but they may have concerns about the legitimacy and the security of the website they're about to visit. This is where digital certificates fulfill an essential role. They act as electronic credentials that validate the identity of entities and ensure secure communications over the internet. In Sam's case, a digital certificate serves as a stamp of authenticity, assuring her customers that they are indeed visiting the right website. Digital certificates are electronic documents that are issued by trusted organizations known as certificate authorities or CAs. Certificate authorities play a crucial role in verifying an entity's identity by following strict protocols and adhering to industry standards. Digital certificates guarantee that the certificate holder is who they claim to be. They contain key information including the website's name, like Sam Scoops, the certificate holder's name, a public key for secure communication, the CA's digital signature, and the certificate's validity period. Digital certificates are an essential component of secure online transactions and communications, ensuring that sensitive data remains confidential and tamper-proof. The process to obtain a digital certificate involves several key steps. First, the entity. For example, Sam Scoops requests a certificate from a CA. Then the CA verifies the entity's identity, following stringent guidelines. Once the entity is verified, the CA issues a signed digital certificate containing the entity's public key. The certificate is then installed on the entity's server, and the server uses it to establish secure connections with clients. When a user views the website, the client, in this case the web browser, checks the server certificate for validity. Then the client verifies the CA's digital signature on the certificate. ensuring the certificate's authenticity. And finally, if the certificate is valid, the client establishes a secure encrypted connection with the server using the public key. This process ensures secure communication between clients and servers, protecting sensitive information from eavesdroppers and tampering. Now let's review the different certificate types. Secure Socket Layer and Transport Layer Security Certificates, or SSL and TLS for short, are two common types of digital certificates used to secure communications on the internet. SSL is the predecessor to TLS, and while SSL is still used in some contexts, TLS is the newer and more secure protocol. Both SSL and TLS certificates use asymmetric encryption to secure data transmission between a client and a server. By encrypting data and verifying the identities of the communicating parties, SSL and TLS certificates provide confidentiality, integrity, and authentication. SSL and TLS certificates have a wide range of applications, including securing web transactions, email communications, remote access, and IoT devices. E-commerce websites rely on SSL and TLS certificates to protect customer data and ensure secure online transactions. These certificates encrypt sensitive information such as credit card numbers and login details, providing a secure shopping experience for customers. Certificates can also be used to encrypt emails, protecting sensitive data from unauthorized access. Email encryption certificates, also known as SMIME certificates, verify the sender's identity and ensure the email content remains confidential. Organizations can use SSL and TLS certificates to secure their internal communication channels, such as intranets, VPNs, and messaging applications. This helps protect sensitive data and maintain confidentiality within the organization. IoT devices can use SSL or TLS certificates to ensure secure communication between devices and servers, protecting sensitive data from eavesdropping and tampering. Digital certificates and certificate authorities are crucial elements in ensuring trust and security on the internet. They serve as electronic credentials that validate the identity of entities and facilitate secure communications. For SAM Scoops, digital certificates will be instrumental in building trust and ensuring secure online interactions with our customers. If you've ever subscribed to something like a streaming service, a Game Pass, ebooks, or even webinars or online courses, then you've already experienced the convenience of accessing premium content with signed URLs, perhaps without even realizing it. In this video, you'll come to know how signed URLs work to grant you access to this exclusive content. You will also discover their role and advantages across different applications like file sharing and access control, and learn about the underlying technologies that power them. So let's dive in. Signed URLs ensure that only authorized users can access certain resources, such as files or APIs, requiring users to have a valid signature before accessing the resource. But how does this work? To answer the question, let's explore the process of generating and validating signed URLs. First, the resource owner, like a streaming service provider, creates a key to sign the URLs. Then the resource owner creates a signed URL by combining a few essential elements, including the resource's URL, the secret key, and optional parameters like an expiration time or access level. The signed URL is then shared with the authorized user. Then, when the user makes a request using the signed URL, the server receives the request and validates the signature using the same secret key. If the signature is valid and the URL has not expired, the server grants access to the requested resource. If the signature is invalid or the URL is expired, the server denies access. But why go through all that trouble? Well, there are several key benefits of using signed URLs, including increased security, the ability to grant temporary access, having fine-grained control of access, and reducing the complexity for the end user. For instance, by requiring a valid signature, signed URLs help prevent unauthorized access to protected resources, improving the overall security of sensitive data or confidential documents. Then, when it comes to enabling access for a period of time, signed URLs can be used to grant users temporary access to a given resource. This feature is especially useful for sharing time-sensitive information or granting temporary access to premium content. For example, if you've only subscribed to an online service for a month, signed URLs can ensure that your access expires automatically at the end of the subscription period. Signed URLs also provide resource owners with fine-grained control. This means they can control access to specific resources by generating different signed URLs with different access levels or permissions. This allows for a highly customizable and flexible access management system. Finally, signed URLs make the process of accessing resources easier by reducing the need for users to log in or otherwise authenticate themselves to access secured resources. You now know about the benefits of using signed URLs, and that they can be used to control access to premium content. But signed URLs go beyond paywalls and subscription-based content. In fact, they offer a versatile solution for a wide range of applications. Signed URLs can be used to securely share files with specific users, like confidential documents, images, and videos. This is especially important in industries like healthcare and finance, where sensitive data must be securely shared. APIs can be protected using signed URLs to ensure that only authorized users or applications can access specific endpoints or resources. This is crucial for maintaining the security of APIs and preventing unauthorized access to sensitive data. Signed URLs can also be used to grant temporary access to resources for third-party services, such as file conversion or analysis tools. This enables secure collaboration with external partners while maintaining control over sensitive data. Now, what about the technologies that make all of what you've covered so far possible? Let's begin with the hash-based message authentication code, or HMAC. HMAC is a widely used algorithm for generating a unique signature based on a secret key and a message, which is in this case the URL. It provides a way to verify the data's integrity and the sender's authenticity. Then there's JSON Web Token, or JWT for short. JWT is a secure and compact way to share information between two parties over the web. This information is in a special format called JSON, and it's safely signed digitally. In web development, cookies are used to remember things about you, like your preferences and whether you've already signed in. So, a JWT cookie is a special kind of cookie that carries a JWT. This is how it works. When you log into a website, the server creates a JWT with your information and puts it in a cookie. This cookie is sent back and forth between your browser and server, letting you stay logged in so you don't need to enter your password again. Finally, public key cryptography, or asymmetric cryptography as you've come to know it, can be used to generate signed URLs by using a private key to sign the URL and a public key to verify the signature. This approach provides an additional layer of security, as the private key is not shared with the end user or the server validating the signature. Having gained insights into the workings, benefits, use cases, and underlying technologies of signed URLs, you should now have a better understanding of this powerful security mechanism and its role in safeguarding sensitive resources. Whether you need to securely share files, control API access, manage paywall or subscription-based content, or provide temporary access for third-party services, signed URLs offer a versatile solution that empowers individuals and organizations alike. Authentication and authorization are two concepts you've come to know. They form the cornerstone of security across multiple online and computer services. They allow organizations to control and grant access to data based on an individual's rights and privileges. But managing access across multiple platforms can become quite complex, especially if many employees are involved. So how can organizations efficiently manage authentication and authorization across their workforce? This video will introduce you to centralized authentication and authorization, which offers a solution to this challenge. Sam's Scoops is a lively ice cream parlor, filled with a diverse team of individuals, each with their own roles and responsibilities. Among them are cashiers, who handle transactions, ice cream makers who create delicious treats, suppliers who deliver the ingredients, and managers who oversee all operations. Each role requires access to specific areas of the shop or specific sets of data to carry out their duties efficiently. Now let's examine the importance of implementing centralized authentication and authorization systems in more detail. The challenge of efficiently managing network access for a variety of users is a struggle for organizations of all sizes. Centralized authentication and authorization systems are integral to this task. Across multiple machines, servers, mobile users, and data centers, they provide an efficient solution for managing network access. Such a system consolidates access control, simplifies management, and enhances control. By having a single point of authentication, organizations can enforce consistent access policies across various networks and services. This reduces the administrative workload associated with managing numerous access protocols and bolsters security by minimizing the potential for access violations and inconsistencies. Moreover, centralized authentication and authorization systems facilitate single sign-on or SSO capabilities, a feature that significantly improves the user experience. With SSO, users authenticate themselves just once to gain access to multiple services or applications, eliminating the need to remember multiple passwords or repeatedly prove their identity. This is not just for convenience. It also improves security. By reducing the number of times users must enter their credentials, the likelihood of phishing attacks, password theft, and other security breaches decreases. In essence, SSO simplifies and secures user access, an increasingly critical requirement in today's digital landscape. Now, let's imagine that Sam's business flourishes and she wants to open multiple new ice cream shops. With each new shop, there are more employees, more roles, more data, and consequently, more access controls are required. Managing all of this for each shop individually would take a monumental task. That's where centralization fulfills an important role. Sam can manage all the access controls from a single place by having a centralized authentication and authorization system. Such a centralized system comes packed with numerous benefits. Let's examine these in more detail. Firstly, a centralized authentication and authorization system increases efficiency. Instead of Sam having to travel to each shop and set up the access controls individually, she can manage it all from one place. It saves time, reduces effort, and streamlines the process significantly. Secondly, a centralized system ensures consistency. It ensures that the same rules and standards of access control are applied across all shops. This provides uniformity and fair treatment in how access is granted and controlled. Thirdly, a centralized system helps to enhance security. It's easier to monitor and manage the system from one place, making it simpler to detect any suspicious activities and act on them quickly. Security measures can be implemented more efficiently and effectively with all the access controls in one place. Lastly, a centralized system allows for better scalability. As Sam's business grows, adding new users, creating new roles, or even adding entirely new shops can be easily managed within the system. It can grow and adapt according to the requirements of the business. Remember, implementing robust authentication and authorization systems isn't just a nice-to-have in today's digital age. It's an absolute must to safeguard data and ensure seamless operations. As digital and business environments become more interconnected, the role of these systems becomes even more significant. Investing in a centralized system to manage these processes can revolutionize business operations. By ensuring consistency and security, it provides a backbone for seamless operations, even as the business scales. For Sam, it means she can focus on perfecting her ice cream recipes and expanding her business, knowing that her system will adapt and grow with her. Adopting a centralized authentication and authorization approach lays the groundwork for an efficient and secure network environment. By offering precise control over who can access what resources and when, this system ensures that critical data and services are only available to authorized users. This minimizes the risk of data breaches, a crucial advantage in an era where cyber threats are ever evolving and increasingly sophisticated. Furthermore, by consolidating user data in one place, the system allows for easy auditing and monitoring, helping organizations spot suspicious activities and respond swiftly. A centralized authentication and authorization system is not just about convenience or efficiency. It is about protecting an organization's most valuable assets in the digital age. Previously, you learned that authentication is the process of verifying the identity of a user, device, or system, while authorization is the process of granting access to a resource or system based on the authenticated user's permissions. In this video, you will explore different authentication and authorization methods, including passwords, biometrics, and multi-factor authentication, and their use cases. You will also gain insight into how passwords are stored using common encryption methods. First, let's look at multi-factor authentication. Traditionally, authentication has been done using passwords. Think of a website where you enter a unique combination of characters to prove your identity. However, with the rise in cyber threats and hacking attempts, passwords alone are no longer enough to ensure the security of systems and networks. This is where multi-factor authentication comes in. Multi-factor authentication is a security process that requires you to provide 2 or more forms of authentication to verify your identity. The most common types of factors are something you know, something you have, something you are, somewhere you are, and something you do. Let's discuss each of these factors in more detail. Firstly, something you know is a factor that refers to information that only you should know, such as a password or PIN. Passwords should be complex, long, and include a combination of upper and lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters. Something you know is commonly used in authentication methods, and it's essential to choose strong passwords and change them regularly to ensure the security of the system. Something you have is a physical object that you possess, such as a smartphone or a security token. For example, you might log into a system using your password, and then receive a verification code on your smartphone, which you must enter to complete the authentication process. This is becoming increasingly popular, particularly in the age of mobile devices, and it is often used as a second factor of authentication with a password. The third factor, something you are, is a physical characteristic unique to you alone, such as your fingerprint or facial recognition. For example, some laptops use fingerprint readers to log into the system, and some smartphones use facial recognition to unlock the device. This is known as biometric authentication, and it provides a high level of security because it is difficult to replicate or steal someone's physical characteristics. This is becoming more common as technology advances. The next factor, somewhere you are, refers to your location, which can be determined by GPS or other location tracking technologies. This requires you to provide something you have, such as a smartphone and your current location. For example, you might log into a system using your password and then receive a notification on your smartphone asking you to confirm that you are in a specific location. This is commonly used in two-factor authentication. Finally, something you do refers to your behavior or actions. This can include things like the speed and pattern of your typing, your mouse movements, or the way you interact with the system. However, due to its complexity and potential for false positives, this is less commonly used in authentication. Now that you have covered the various multi-factor authentication methods, let's revisit passwords and how they are stored. Password hashing takes your password or any other piece of data and uses an encryption algorithm to turn it into a short string of letters and numbers. If a website is hacked, cybercriminals don't get access to your password. Instead, they just get access to the encrypted hash created by your password. When you create an account or change your password, you provide a password as an input. The system processes the password using a hash function, such as SHA-256. The function takes the password and converts it into a fixed-length hash, which consists of a series of seemingly random characters. A random value called a salt is generated and combined with the password before hashing. This ensures that even if two users have the same password, their hashes will differ. The salt is stored alongside the hash in the database so that it can be used during the password verification process. The original password is not saved, reducing the risk of unauthorized access to your account. When you attempt to log in, the system retrieves the stored hash and salt from the database, combines the input password with the salt, and applies the same hash function. If the resulting hash matches the stored hash, the password is considered correct and you are granted access. In this video, you learned how authentication and authorization play crucial roles in safeguarding sensitive data and resources. Traditional password-based authentication has its limitations, and the increasing prevalence of cyber threats calls for more robust methods, such as multi-factor authentication and biometric authentication, to enhance security. You learned about the elements of multi-factor authentication: something you know, something you have, something you are, somewhere you are, and something you do, to create a more secure authentication process. Finally, you gained insight into how securely storing passwords using hashing and salting techniques further strengthens the security of your accounts by minimizing the risk of unauthorized access. Well done, and congratulations on making it through another week. You've been working hard and now understand encryption and the techniques used to protect data, private key encryption and how they are formed, used, and stored, the fundamentals of digital signing and signatures, and centralized authentication and authorization. This week's content is probably fresh in your memory, but it's always a good idea to revisit the most important points. So let's look back on the week to make sure you are prepared for the quiz. You started your learning on cryptography by working through the fundamentals of encryption, learning about how it evolved from simple techniques like the Caesar cipher to the advanced algorithms used today. You learned how symmetric encryption uses a shared secret key to encrypt and decrypt data, while asymmetric encryption uses a pair of public and private keys. Next, you explored some common encryption tools, including PGP, which offers intuitive interfaces that enable secure communication, full disk encryption tools like BitLocker and FileVault, VPNs, which create secure and private network connection over the internet. And you learned that end-to-end encrypted messaging secures messages between sender and recipient by making it challenging for cyber attackers to intercept and read the messages. You followed this by taking a deeper dive into private and public keys, discovering that private keys are generated by creating a sequence of bits, or ones and zeros, which serve as the key itself. You also zoned in on the Advanced Encryption Standard, or AES, and learned how AES supports key sizes of 128, 192, and 256 bits. You were also introduced to Blowfish, a symmetric key encryption that uses variable length keys ranging between 32 and 448 bits, offering more flexibility than AES. You learned that public key encryption, also known as asymmetric key encryption, uses a pair of keys, one public and one private, to encrypt and decrypt data. RSA is an example of public key encryption. It's based on a mathematical property of prime numbers generating two large prime numbers and calculating their product. The resulting number is used as the modulus for the encryption and decryption process. You also discovered that the Diffie-Hellman key exchange process involves key generation, key exchange, shared secret generation, and encryption and decryption. You then gain technical knowledge of how hashing algorithms operate, learning that hashing is a process that takes input and turns it into a fixed size string of bytes. This output is called a hash and is unique for each input. So even a slight change in the input results in a completely different hash. This makes it challenging for malicious actors to reverse engineer the original input from the hash, making it a crucial technique in data security. You also got to know a few commonly used hashing techniques and algorithms, including SHA, MD5, and Blake2. Thereafter, you learned that digital signing and digital signatures use cryptographic techniques like RSA and ECDSA to ensure the authenticity, integrity, and non-repudiation of electronic documents. You followed this learning by gaining insight into digital certificates, which are in electronic credentials that validate the identity of entities to ensure secure communication. These certificates are issued by trusted organizations known as certificate authorities, or CAs, that guarantee that the certificate holder is who they claim to be. You also learned that secure socket layer and transport layer security certificates, or SSL and TLS for short, are the two most common types of digital certificates used, and now understand the differences between them. You then moved on to learn that signed URLs ensure that only authorized users can access certain resources, and that they offer a versatile solution for a wide range of applications, including secure file sharing, API access control, paywalls and subscription-based content, and temporary access for third-party services. Through this examination, you uncovered that signed URLs offer several benefits, including increased security, granular control over access, and reduced complexity. In the final part of the week, you delved deeper into the vital aspects of centralized authentication and authorization. You walked through the multi-factor authentication process, which is a security process that requires you to provide 2 or more forms of authentication to verify your identity. Then you turned your attention to password hashing and learned that it takes your password or any other piece of data and uses an encryption algorithm to turn it into a short string of letters and numbers. Remember, securely storing passwords using hashing and salting techniques strengthens the security of your accounts and minimizes the risk of unauthorized access. To reinforce your learning, you participated in in-video questions, knowledge checks, and an exercise on initial protective measures. You've learned a lot about cryptography, and as you approach the module quiz, consider going through some of the key learning material again to reinforce your understanding. Looking ahead, you will expand your knowledge of security controls and applications by diving into network and device-based threats, where you will learn all about safeguarding systems and data from potential vulnerabilities. Best of luck. You're probably familiar with the sensation of worry that follows accidentally sending a confidential email to the incorrect person. Sam Scoops recently had a similar experience. A confidential email with brand new, exciting ice cream recipes was provided to the production team by the team in charge of creating flavors. But when it was revealed that the recipes had been leaked on an online forum, panic set in. Worried about the situation, Sam employs a cybersecurity company to investigate the matter. Unfortunately, the cybersecurity company finds that Sam Scoops has suffered a cyber attack with a method known as man-in-the-middle, or MITM. The hackers accessed their networks, intercepted emails, and stole information without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, attacks like this are now commonplace, enabling cybercriminals to maliciously steal confidential information quietly. This video will delve further into data transmission threats and emphasize the importance of data protection. Data transmission has become a part of everyday life, whether it's sending group chat messages on your cell phone to friends or sending work emails containing attachments. Both are equally private and can contain data that increases your risk of suffering a cyber attack. Let's start by discovering exactly what is meant by the term transmission threat. In a network, data is always passing from one device to another. While the data is traveling, cybercriminals can use various techniques to listen and capture this data. These techniques are called transmission threats. You've already heard about some of these techniques, including eavesdropping, sniffing, and MITM. But how do these attacks occur? Let's find out. An MITM attack, as you may recall, involves an attacker intercepting communications between two parties, such as a client and server. In this technique, an attacker reads, inserts, and modifies your messages without either party knowing that the link between them has been compromised. For an MITM attack to work, The attacker must be able to intercept and relay messages between you and the other party. But how is this accomplished? One possible way is by the attacker firstly compromising the connection. This includes connections like public Wi-Fi or Ethernet networks, or the attacker accessing something physical like a switch or router. Then the attacker pretends to be an access point for the Wi-Fi or router, or an Ethernet switch. This establishes the connection, making you believe that you are communicating with the other party directly. However, you are actually only communicating with the attacker. The attacker is now in control of the entire conversation and can choose to only forward selected messages between both parties. They can also maintain their anonymity, modify messages, or even inject new messages. To perform MITM attacks on encrypted communications, the attacker needs to have a way to decrypt the traffic, either through pre-shared keys or by tricking you into switching to weak encryption algorithms that the attacker can crack. MITM attacks can be avoided by employing strong encryption techniques and digital certificates to sign conversations. Furthermore, if you need to access critical services, you should avoid connecting to public, untrusted networks. Another technique attackers use is something called SSL stripping. This technique downgrades a secure HTTPS connection to the less secure HTTP connection. This method effectively bypasses the encryption provided by SSL and TLS, thus allowing the attacker to intercept and read your sensitive data that has been transmitted. Let's explore how cybercriminals accomplish this. The victim attempts to connect to a secure website using HTTPS. The attacker, positioned between the victim and the server, intercepts the request and establishes a HTTPS connection with the targeted website on the victim's behalf. The attacker then sends the requested content to the victim over an unencrypted HTTP connection while maintaining the HTTPS connection with the targeted website. The victim, unaware of the downgrade to HTTP, sends sensitive information to the attacker in plain text. The attacker can now read, modify, or steal the data before forwarding it to the intended recipient over the original HTTPS connection. A replay attack is another approach used by attackers. A replay attack involves an attacker maliciously capturing and retransmitting data. Even when the data is encrypted, retransmitting the encrypted packets can enable an attacker to carry out an MITM attack or authenticate themselves as a valid user. When the attacker captures an encrypted message, they can retransmit it, and the receiver, noticing valid ciphertext, decrypts it. For instance, consider a scenario where you use a secure network to send a message to your bank authorizing a $100 transfer. An attacker can capture and replay this transmission multiple times, resulting in multiple unauthorized transactions. The easiest way to prevent replay attacks is to use one-time passwords or OTPs. In conclusion, the advancement of technology in recent years has led you to perform more and more sensitive operations on your devices. As a result, data transmission threats have become increasingly popular for cybercriminals. As a budding cybersecurity specialist, you should constantly be aware and up to speed on the current trends and preventative measures available to you. This video took you through an exploration of data transmission threats, examined the various types, and explored how cybercriminals perform them around the world. Imagine a scenario where you're working freelance and traveling to various locations for work. Due to being a freelancer, you often send emails and touch base with colleagues and friends while connected to public Wi-Fi services in hotels or coffee shops. Is this scenario familiar to you? As you previously learned, these networks often pose security risks for man-in-the-middle or eavesdropping attacks. Whether you are checking your online banking or examining a spreadsheet for work, your online activity should always have a high level of privacy and security. So, what is the solution? In this video, you will take a deeper dive into the technical details of virtual private networks, or VPNs, discovering how they work. So far, you've learned that a VPN helps protect your data from potential hackers, ensuring that sensitive reports and emails remain confidential. But how do VPNs work? Well, a VPN starts by creating a secure, encrypted connection between your device and a remote server operated by the VPN service. This secure connection is often referred to as a VPN tunnel. All internet traffic that passes through this tunnel is encrypted and therefore secure from interception. So, when you activate your VPN using VPN software, your device connects to the VPN server. This server could be located anywhere in the world. Secure protocols such as OpenVPN, L2TP, or IPsec, SSTP, and lastly, IKEv2 are used to create the connection. Your VPN provider chooses a protocol based on your specific needs, including your device compatibility, speed, and level of security. Then, once your connection is established, the VPN encrypts your data. As you know, encryption is the process of converting data into a code to prevent unauthorized access. VPNs have strong encryption protocols like AES-256 to encrypt the data before it leaves your device, making your data unreadable to anyone who might want to intercept it. After encryption, the data is transmitted through the VPN tunnel to the VPN server. So even if a hacker intercepts your data, since it's encrypted, they won't be able to decrypt it due to the encryption. Hence, the brilliance of VPNs. The next step sees the data reach the VPN server, where it's decrypted back into its original readable format. The VPN server then transfers your data to its target location, for example, a website. If required, the VPN server will receive data back from this website, encrypt it again, and send it back to you. In addition to ensuring secure data transmission, VPNs also make it appear that the data is coming from the location of the VPN server and not from your device or location. This not only keeps your data secure, but also helps protect your online identity and allows you to bypass geographic restrictions on content. Although it seems like a lengthy process, each step is completed quickly, so browsing safely requires no additional effort. So now that you know how VPNs work, let's explore some common VPN types that are available. The most common type of VPN is a remote access VPN. This enables you to create secure connections with a remote computer network, making it appear as if they're directly connected to that network. On the other hand, a site-to-site VPN connects entire networks, such as a branch office network to a company headquarters network. However, when several offices of the same company are interconnected using a site-to-site VPN, it forms an intranet-based VPN, providing a seamless internal network for the company. Lastly, an extranet-based VPN connects companies with external entities like suppliers, customers, or partners, offering them limited access to the company's intranet. You now understand how VPN works and the different types available. But what about methods? What method does your device use to connect to the VPN server? These methods are known as the VPN protocol. Let's explore them now. First is Open VPN protocol, which is highly secure and versatile. It's compatible with various encryption algorithms and is widely regarded as the industry standard. Next is the L2TP, or IPsec, which is actually two protocols used together. L2TP, or layer-to-tunnel protocol, creates the tunnel, and IPsec, or Internet Protocol Security, handles the encryption. L2TP is considered secure but slower than OpenVPN due to its double encapsulation. You also have a point-to-point tunneling protocol, or PPTP, which is one of the oldest protocols. While it's fast and easy to set up, it's not a secure option as hackers can manipulate it quite easily. Lastly, Internet Key Exchange version 2, or IKEv2, is a fast and secure protocol that is excellent at re-establishing your connection if it gets interrupted. As you might have noticed, you have a lot of options here. So, how do you choose the right VPN for you? Try considering the following factors before making your own choice for a VPN. Firstly, consider the security protocols that the VPN software supports. Next, find out if they keep a log of your browsing data. Explore how many server locations they offer. You should also make yourself aware of what bandwidth comes with the software. Is the VPN software compatible with your device's operating system? And lastly, before buying a VPN subscription, find out how many devices you can connect to a single account. Well done. As you now know, VPNs have a lot to offer in terms of protecting and securing your data, but it's vital to remember that not all VPNs are made equal. Making sure you select the one that best meets your needs is vital to protecting your data. This video took you through an exploration of VPNs and examined how they work behind the scenes to keep your data safe and secure. You learned about the different types of VPNs and protocols used today, exploring their use cases and advantages. What's more, you've learned how to select a VPN that meets your own specific needs. You've studied many aspects of the threat landscape and explored the various threats that businesses and individuals, including yourself, face daily. However, there's another threat lurking in today's threat landscape, and that's Advanced Persistent Threats, or APT. Imagine you've been running a successful business for several years and continually face cybersecurity threats from hacking groups. Taking your digital defenses to the next level, you decide to enlist help from cybersecurity experts to fortify your cybersecurity. But using a formidable and sustained cyber attack, a hacker group exploits a previously unknown vulnerability in your system, leading to your business suffering a data breach. An APT occurs when a hacker group targets a business over an extended period of time, employing a variety of techniques to breach the defense system of an organization. This video discusses APTs and explores the various stages of these attacks. Let's start by refreshing your memory on what a threat landscape is. A threat landscape is an organization's overall cybersecurity environment. But where do APT attacks fit in? APT attacks are not your typical cyber attack, which targets a large number of random devices. Instead, APTs are sophisticated threats specifically designed to exploit vulnerabilities in target devices. It's vital to have an understanding of the stages of APT attacks so that you can identify and mitigate against them. Typically, APT attacks take place in the following way. They start with an initial reconnaissance, a technical term that describes the process of gathering as much information as possible about the target to identify any potential vulnerabilities. Next is weaponization. In this phase, an attacker creates malware designed to exploit the identified vulnerabilities, often using encryption and other techniques to avoid detection. Then the attacker delivers the malware to the target device, often through spear phishing emails or exploiting network vulnerabilities. Once inside the network, the malware exploits the vulnerabilities and installs itself within the system. Next is command and control, or CNC. This is where the malware establishes a CNC channel to communicate with the attackers, allowing them to control the infected system remotely. Then it's lateral movement, where the attackers explore the network, identifying valuable data and spreading the malware to other systems within the network. Data exfiltration comes next. This is where the attackers begin to extract the identified valuable data, sending it back to their servers. The attackers even establish methods to maintain their presence within the network, even if the initial malware is detected and removed. And last up is cleanup and exit. After achieving their objectives, the attackers clean up their tracks and exit the system, often leaving no trace of their presence. As you now know, APTs are among the most sophisticated assaults now taking place in the digital world. Let's explore some of the characteristics that APTs have in common. First is objectivity. APTs are not random attacks. They target a specific entity and are meticulously planned for maximum effect. Next is persistency. APTs are long-term attacks, with hackers working to remain within the network undetected for extended periods. Their goal is to stay hidden while extracting as much valuable information as possible. They are sophisticated. In fact, APTs are characterized by their advanced techniques and tactics. They often exploit zero-day vulnerabilities and use complex malware to infiltrate the target system. Lastly, evasion. APTs are designed to evade detection. They use advanced evasion techniques that bypass traditional security measures and hide their presence. You might now believe that preventing APTs is an impossible task. And yes, given their sophisticated and prolonged nature, prevention can be challenging. However, adopting certain strategies can significantly reinforce your defenses against them. For example, regular patching is essential, as timely updating and patching of systems can deter attackers from exploiting known vulnerabilities. It's also equally important to invest in education. Many APT attacks commence with a seemingly innocent phishing email. Educating yourself on how to spot deceptive emails is a proactive step toward prevention. Another effective strategy is network segmentation, which can obstruct attackers' ability to easily navigate through your network. You can also implement intrusion detection systems, or IDS, to identify any suspicious activity within the network, potentially detecting an APT attack in its early stages. And lastly, regular auditing and monitoring of your network serve as a crucial line of defense, helping to identify any unusual activity that may suggest an ongoing APT attack. By exploring advanced persistent threats, this video has provided you with essential knowledge into the modern and sophisticated ways that hackers are threatening the digital world today. You now understand APT's distinctive characteristics and understand its various stages of attack. Remember, by taking the prevention steps covered, you can greatly protect your organization against these sophisticated and enduring cyber threats. As you continue to go through network and device-based threats, remember the crucial role that knowledge improvement and due diligence play in safeguarding your devices. Imagine a large organization's network security team notices an unusual slowdown in their network performance. Upon investigation, they find the firewalls overloaded with redundant and outdated rules. Furthermore, the lack of rule prioritization is creating latency. The team realizes they must adopt a thorough firewall optimization strategy that includes rule management, strategic rule prioritization, regular audits, and continuous monitoring and logging for better and efficient traffic management. In this video, you will learn about each of these steps and the role that they play in implementing an effective firewall optimization strategy. Firewalls require ongoing management and optimization to function effectively. Unoptimized firewalls can reduce security and network performance. Let's discuss some of the optimization strategies that you can follow in your organization. The first one you'll explore is rule management and why it's important to remove redundancies and outdated rules. A firewall operates by executing a set of rules that define the kind of traffic to be allowed or blocked. Over time, these rules can accumulate, leading to redundancies, conflicts, or even outdated rules that no longer serve a purpose. For example, if the firewall rule set contains multiple rules for the same traffic type, it could lead to unnecessary processing and potential security vulnerabilities. Also, if a rule corresponds to an obsolete service, it can become a gateway for threats. Therefore, it's critical to regularly review and remove these redundant and outdated rules to improve the efficiency and security of the firewall. Now let's examine the importance of rule prioritization. The sequence in which firewall rules are processed plays a significant role in network performance and security. In general, firewalls process rules from top to bottom and execute the first matching rule they encounter. This functionality makes the placement of rules crucial. By strategically placing high priority and frequently used rules at the top, you can significantly enhance security and reduce latency. This prioritization ensures that critical security policies are always enforced first and that most traffic gets processed quickly, leading to improved network speed. Next, let's discover why conducting regular firewall audits is another important optimization strategy. Just as regular health checkups are essential for our well-being, regular audits are crucial for the health and efficiency of firewalls. An audit involves a comprehensive examination of the firewall's configuration, the validity of its rules, the necessity of open ports, and its alignment with the organization's security policy. An effective audit can identify configuration errors, obsolete rules, and potential security risks, enhancing the performance and reliability of the firewall. Also, audits ensure that the firewall remains compliant with evolving regulatory requirements and can help in avoiding potential legal issues. But how can you anticipate potential threats? Monitoring and logging is an effective early warning system that provides you with the tools you need to accomplish this task. Keeping a watchful eye on firewall activities can provide valuable insights for threat detection and incident response. By monitoring firewall logs, you can spot suspicious patterns like multiple failed login attempts or traffic from known malicious IP addresses. Each of these suspicious patterns can indicate a potential cyber attack. Finally, let's see how automating firewall optimization can have a positive impact on your organization. As networks become more complex, managing and optimizing firewalls manually can become a daunting task. Fortunately, numerous tools and solutions can automate many aspects of firewall optimization, from identifying redundant rules to monitoring network traffic in real time. These tools can simplify firewall management. Automating rule prioritization ensures that the rule order always reflects the current network conditions and security requirements. As a result, the firewall remains optimally configured even as the network environment evolves. In this video, you learned that firewall optimization is not a one-time task, but an ongoing process. It involves maintaining a clean and updated rule set, prioritizing rules strategically, conducting regular audits, and actively monitoring and logging activities. Automation can make this process more efficient, freeing up valuable time and resources. By investing in firewall optimization, organizations can ensure that their firewalls remain secure, robust, and reliable, providing the best possible protection against the ever-evolving landscape of cyber threats. Remember, a well-optimized firewall is the foundation of a resilient cybersecurity strategy. Imagine you have friends over who need to connect to the internet. You are cautious as you don't want to expose your home network and all your devices to potential risks. What if one of their devices contains malware that might threaten your devices? What's the solution? Fortunately, you recall that your Wi-Fi router has a guest network option that enables you to establish a distinct network for your visitors. You set up this guest network and give them the access credentials. Despite using the same router, their devices are kept separate from your primary network. This is an example of network segmentation, and in this video, you are going to go into more detail about what it is and how it can benefit you. Network segmentation is an architectural approach of dividing a computer network into smaller, manageable units or segments. The primary purpose of this process is to enhance security and improve network performance. It also enables network administrators to manage devices and to monitor them more efficiently. At an individual or household level, network segmentation might seem like overkill. but in certain scenarios, it can provide tangible benefits. Earlier, you learned how it enhances the security of devices connected to the primary network of a household by separating them from visitors or guests by creating a guest network. Now let's look at network segmentation at an organizational level. In an organizational setting, network segmentation is a critical part of network design and security strategy. Businesses often manage large networks with many interconnected devices. By segmenting these networks, they can protect sensitive data and systems from potential threats, improve network performance, and comply with certain regulatory requirements. An organization might create separate network segments for different departments. For example, the finance department's network segment might be isolated from the marketing department's network to prevent potential cross-contamination of data or security threats. Furthermore, network segmentation enables organizations to implement more granular access controls. By controlling who can access each segment, organizations can limit the potential impact of a security breach. Next, let's examine how network segmentation can be achieved either physically or logically. Physical segmentation involves using different physical devices to create distinct network segments. For example, an organization might use different switches or routers for different network segments. Logical segmentation, on the other hand, involves creating separate networks that share the same physical infrastructure. This is often achieved using technologies like VLANs or virtual local area networks, or subnetting. Despite sharing the same physical devices, each logical network operates as a separate entity with its own rules and policies. An example of logical network segmentation is the guest Wi-Fi network scenario earlier in this video. Network segmentation has both advantages and challenges. Let's first explore the advantages. Firstly, improved network performance. It reduces network traffic by confining network broadcasts within their respective segments. This reduction can lead to better network performance and faster transmission speeds. Secondly, enhanced security. By dividing the network into separate segments, the risk of unauthorized access to critical resources is minimized. If a security breach occurs in one segment, it can be isolated to prevent the spread to other areas. Another advantage is regulatory compliance. For businesses such as financial or healthcare institutions that deal with sensitive data, network segmentation can be a key strategy to comply with privacy regulations. You will learn more about privacy regulations such as GDPR, HIPAA, and PCI DSS and their roles later. And finally, resource optimization is another advantage. Network segmentation allows for more precise control of network traffic, which can lead to better use of bandwidth and other network resources. Now, let's examine some challenges faced in implementing network segmentation. Firstly, complexity. Implementing network segmentation can be complex, especially for large networks. It requires careful planning and a deep understanding of network technologies and principles. Another challenge is maintenance. Segmented networks can be more challenging to maintain and monitor. Each segment might require its own set of rules and policies, adding to the administrative overhead. And finally, cost. Depending on how segmentation is implemented, it may require additional hardware or advanced networking devices, leading to increased costs. In summary, network segmentation, despite some challenges, is a valuable strategy for improving network security and performance. Whether you are an individual looking to secure your home network or an organization aiming to protect your sensitive data, network segmentation can provide significant benefits. In this video, you learned the fundamentals of network segmentation, the differences between physical and logical segmentation, and its advantages and challenges. You've also been introduced to some real-world examples of how it can be used by individuals and organizations. Imagine you're an employee of Sam's Scoops, and hackers are trying to steal your important financial information. One day, a group of hackers attempt to break into your computer, but luckily you were prepared. You've already installed an intrusion detection and prevention system, or IDPS, to keep your system safe. As soon as the hackers started their attack, the IDPS detected their suspicious activities right away and alerted you and your security team immediately, letting you act and stop the hackers. In this video, you will learn about IDPS and how it can help your business stay safe and secure from cyber attacks. First, let's explore what exactly an IDPS is. An IDPS is a software or hardware-based security solution that monitors network traffic and system activities to identify potential security breaches. Its primary goal is to detect and respond to intrusions, whether they are attempted attacks, malware infections, unauthorized access, or any other malicious activities that may compromise the integrity, confidentiality, or availability of a network or system. When it detects something unusual or suspicious happening within the network, it immediately raises an alarm and sends alerts to designated individuals or security personnel. These alerts provide crucial information about the nature of the intrusion, enabling swift response and mitigation measures to minimize potential damage and protect the organization's assets. There are a few types of IDPS, and their effectiveness lies in their detection techniques. Let's examine the different types of detection. Signature-based detection compares incoming data against a database of known attack signatures. Anomaly-based detection establishes a baseline of normal behavior and raises alerts when deviations occur. Finally, behavioral analysis monitors users and system behavior, detecting suspicious activities that may indicate an intrusion attempt. Next, let's explore the components of an IDPS. Firstly, sensors. These are responsible for capturing and analyzing network traffic, system logs, and other relevant data. They can be placed strategically throughout the network infrastructure to gather information from various points. Next are analyzers, which examine the data collected by sensors. They search for patterns, anomalies, and known attack signatures. Analyzers utilize sophisticated algorithms and techniques to accurately identify potential threats. The IDPS maintains a database of known attack signatures and patterns, which is continuously updated to stay informed about emerging threats. This enables the system to compare incoming data against a vast library of known attacks. Finally, the user interface enables administrators to manage and configure the IDPS from a central control panel. It enables them to view alerts, generate reports, and customize the system according to the organization's specific security requirements. You've gained insight into the components of an IDPS, but what are the benefits? Firstly, let's examine early threat detection. IDPS solutions are designed to detect potential intrusions in real time or near real time, allowing organizations to respond swiftly and mitigate the impact of attacks. Secondly, increased incident response efficiency. An IDPS reduces the manual effort required for incident response by automating the detection and response processes. It provides security teams with valuable insights and actionable information to investigate and remediate security incidents effectively. Next is enhanced network visibility. An IDPS provides organizations with a deeper understanding of their network infrastructure. It helps identify vulnerabilities, monitor user activities, and detect abnormal behavior patterns, contributing to overall network visibility and security. And finally, regulatory compliance. Specific regulations and compliance requirements regarding network security exist in many industries and jurisdictions. Deploying an IDPS can assist organizations in meeting these obligations and avoiding penalties or legal consequences. Even though there are many benefits to deploying an IDPS, there are also some potential challenges that you should be aware of. Firstly, false positives and negatives. IDPS systems may generate false alerts, flagging legitimate activities as threats, known as false positives, or fail to detect actual intrusions, known as false negatives. Keeping the right balance between accuracy and minimizing false alerts is a challenge. Next is evolving threats. Cyber threats constantly evolve, with attackers using new techniques to breach networks. IDPS solutions must continuously update their attack signature databases and stay current with emerging threats to provide effective protection. And finally, scalability. The scalability of an IDPS becomes crucial as organizations grow and their networks expand. In conclusion, this video took you through the fundamentals of an IDPS. You learned what an IDPS is and its role in network security. You examined how an IDPS works and the different types of detection, such as signature-based, anomaly-based, and behavioral analysis. You also analyzed the benefits and challenges of IDPS detection techniques. Understanding an IDPS is vital as you begin your career in the cybersecurity field, and knowledge of these components, detection techniques, and best practices will provide you with the skills necessary to help protect networks against evolving threats. Have you ever worked on your computer and received a pop-up message saying a software update is available? But as you're busy, you just click cancel instead of install or update, thinking you'll do it later only to never get around to it. Sound familiar? Now imagine if this happened across your organization with everyone neglecting software updates. This could lead to serious consequences, with cybercriminals exploiting the very vulnerabilities these updates were intended to fix, putting your organization's data and systems at risk. This video will demonstrate the importance of application updates and why it's crucial for all individuals within an organization to prioritize them. Let's start with understanding what application updates are and why they are important. Well, to put it simply, developers are constantly working on improvements for their software, whether it be an app or something more intricate like an operating system. They release these updates regularly to provide new features, enhance performance, and more importantly, security updates. These new versions are known as application updates and play an essential role in maintaining the software's functionality and security. The operating system is the backbone of your computer, managing all program and hardware communications. With numerous hardware vendors releasing new devices regularly, the operating system and other applications must update themselves to ensure compatibility. What's more, as it's a core component of your computer, if any vulnerabilities are found in the operating system, it can have severe consequences for you and your organization. As a result, major operating systems receive regular security updates to address newly discovered bugs and vulnerabilities. Besides security and bug fixes, application updates are also required to ensure regulatory compliance with industry standards and legal requirements, helping you avoid penalties and legal issues. But what types of application updates can take place? These application updates can be categorized into three types. Firstly, feature updates bring exciting enhancements, additional functionalities, and improved user experiences. They introduce innovative tools, refined designs, and expanded capabilities to make your applications more powerful and user-friendly. Next are security patches, which are critical updates that address known vulnerabilities, protecting your software from exploits, malware attacks, and unauthorized access, ensuring a secure digital environment. And lastly, bug fixes aim to resolve software glitches, performance issues, and user-reported errors, ensuring a seamless user experience and optimal performance. These updates can be delivered automatically, manually, or even over the air. For instance, many applications have automatic update functionality where the software automatically checks for updates and installs them in the background. This approach ensures that you stay protected and up to date without having to manually initiate the process. Sometimes it comes as an optional feature that users can enable or disable anytime. Or you can update an app manually by downloading updates from the software provider's website or application store. Users need to manually download and install these updates to benefit from the latest features, security patches, and bug fixes. Similarly, over-the-air or OTA updates allow you to download and install updates on your phone without requiring a computer. This method simplifies the update process, making it more convenient. While application updates are crucial, they come with their own set of challenges, ranging from compatibility issues and resource constraints to user resistance and issues with patch management. For example, new updates may not always be compatible with existing hardware or other software, leading to operational issues after updating. In such cases, before updating applications or operating systems, organizations must update their hardware too, which incurs additional cost and hassle. You might also encounter resource constraints when updating multiple applications across your organization, since they can be resource intensive in terms of time, manpower, and system resources. Organizations need to allocate sufficient resources to manage updates effectively and ensure minimal disruption to operations. You may also face some user resistance if certain users or organizations fail to prioritize updates, considering them as low importance. This can leave systems exposed to security vulnerabilities and performance limitations. Raising awareness about the significance of updates and their benefits is vital in addressing this challenge. And lastly, patch management can ensure a timely deployment of updates across all systems and applications. It can be challenging to coordinate and track updates across a large number of devices, especially in complex IT environments. In conclusion, software updates have become a vital part of maintaining the security and functionality of your devices. By keeping your software up to date, you can help to stay one step ahead of hackers and the threat they pose. In this video, you learned the importance of application updates and discovered the numerous security enhancements, bug fixes, and performance improvements they offer. You also explored several challenges organizations face in managing these updates. Bring your own device, or BYOD culture, has been growing in recent years due to its benefits for organizations and individuals, such as increased productivity and flexibility. BYOD policies, however, pose additional risks to organizations. At Sam's Scoops, many employees use their personal devices for work-related tasks like checking emails and accessing company files. Imagine, however, that an employee lost their phone at a nearby store. What would be the consequences? How would company data be handled in the event of a lost or stolen device? Can SAMs erase the sensitive company data remotely? Are there strong security measures in place, for example, strong passwords or biometric authentication? This video will bring you through BYOD and explain why a BYOD policy is necessary within organizations, the associated risks of BYOD, and strategies for managing application updates and enforcing security policies. To begin, let's start with discovering what exactly BYOD is. BYOD policies have become increasingly popular in organizations. They allow employees to use their personal devices for work-related tasks. This practice offers advantages such as flexibility, convenience, and a sense of familiarity, as employees can work on devices they are already comfortable with. By embracing BYOD, organizations empower their employees to work and be productive from any location and at any time, leading to an improved work-life balance. It can lead to a reduction in hardware costs for an organization. However, despite these benefits, the BYOD movement carries certain risks, ranging from security data and compliance concerns to compatibility issues. For instance, the use of personal devices exposes organizations to security vulnerabilities. Data may also be compromised if a device is lost or stolen. Malware infections could spread to the organization's network, and unauthorized individuals could access sensitive data. Since personal devices may not have the same level of security as company-owned devices, they can be more susceptible to breaches. Or an increased risk of data leakage when employees use, store, or transfer company data on personal devices, which could be caused by unauthorized access, open Wi-Fi networks, or inadequate data encryption. Concerns about compliance also exist since organizations must comply with data security and privacy regulations. Since BYOD involves managing data on personal devices, compliance can be harder to achieve. Different application versions or configurations may also be necessary depending on the device and operating system being used, leading to compatibility issues with company data. Incompatible applications may corrupt data too. A lack of consistency in application updates across devices may also compromise performance and reduce security. But how would a BYOD policy be implemented? Let's explore the key steps. Firstly, determine how it can enhance productivity, flexibility, and cost efficiency. Set the scope of the BYOD policy, specifying allowed devices and work-related activities. Next, conduct a comprehensive risk assessment to identify potential vulnerabilities and risks associated with BYOD. Now create a concise BYOD policy with guidelines, expectations, and consequences. Next, establish device management systems. You should then provide comprehensive training to educate employees about the BYOD policy, security best practices, and their responsibilities. Next, implement strong security measures like enforcing strong passwords and multi-factor authentication. Then, before launch, take a small group of employees to test, evaluate, and adjust the BYOD policy as required. BYOD activities should be monitored and audited regularly to ensure compliance with the policy. Lastly, all employees should receive ongoing training and updates. As you discovered earlier, software updates have become a vital part of maintaining the security and functionality of devices. But how do organizations with the BYOD policy handle application updates? There are a few methods available to them. First, a mobile device management or MDM solution enables organizations to remotely manage and secure employee devices. They allow for centralized application updates, security configurations, and data wipe capabilities if a device is lost or stolen. Next is training. Organizations educate employees about the importance of keeping their devices and applications up to date. Regular updates include security patches that address vulnerabilities and ensure a higher level of protection. Last is deploying app whitelisting and blacklisting. These techniques help organizations control the applications that can be installed on employee devices. Whitelisting allows only approved applications to be installed, reducing the risk of malicious software. Blacklisting prohibits certain applications known to pose security risks or compliance issues. This video delved into the world of BYOD for organizations. You gained an understanding of what BYOD is and why a BYOD policy is necessary. You also explored the potential risks associated with BYOD policies and discovered the impact of these policies on application updates. You now understand the vital role of employee training and awareness in maintaining application security. By arming yourself with this knowledge, you are now equipped to navigate the risks associated with BYOD and ensure a secure and productive environment for your organization. Well done, and congratulations on making it through another week. You've been working really hard and now have an understanding of threats related to data transmission and the techniques used to prevent them, 2 new types of threats called APT and IoT threats, security controls including firewall configuration and intrusion detection, securing endpoints, the devices and computers used by the individual persons and why it is very important, and the advantages of using application software updates to keep your apps and operating systems up to date. This week's content is probably fresh in your mind, but it never hurts to go over the most important points again. So let's step back through the week to make sure you are prepared for the module quiz. You started your learning journey by completing an overview of data transmission threats, exploring how a man-in-the-middle attack takes place, before taking a deep dive into SSL stripping and replay attacks. You then read through the tools that are used for intercepting data transmissions for legitimate and malicious purposes. These included, amongst others, Wireshark, Cain and Abel, EtherCap, and TCP dump. Next, you examined virtual private networks, or VPNs, and discovered how they are used to protect data transmitted over public networks. You also explored the different types of VPN protocols and the benefits and limitations of each. You followed this by learning about advanced persistent threats, or APTs, and the various stages that occur during an APT attack. You then examined some notable APT attacks that have occurred in the recent past. You also gained insight into the concept of IoT threats and how they are used to gain unauthorized access to your devices to perform malicious activities like DDoS attacks or be a part of a botnet network, and also explored the various tools and technologies for protecting yourself against them. Building upon your introduction to data transmission threats, you then gained a deeper understanding of firewalls, learning how a correctly optimized firewall can enhance security and network performance by filtering malicious traffic. You also discover the importance of rule prioritization and the ongoing auditing and monitoring of your firewall. You then read through a step-by-step guide on configuring your firewall within Windows and Mac OS. It's important to remember that firewall configuration is an ongoing process and is a must for ensuring strong network security. Following that, you studied network segmentation and observed that network segmentation is an important aspect of network architecture for organizations with large networks to maintain. Through network segmentation, organizations can protect systems and sensitive data from potential threats. You then moved on to learn that Intrusion Detection and Prevention System, or IDPS, is a software or hardware-based security that monitors network traffic and system activities to identify potential security breaches and use this to create an emergency response system. You explored the various components of IDPS, including sensors, analyzers, database, and user interface, and discovered that IDPS offers benefits including early threat detection and network visibility. You then had an opportunity to complete your very own exercise where you examined a network infrastructure and identified areas where network segmentation could improve security. You also created a plan detailing how to implement network segmentation to address the identified use cases. You followed this by observing an exemplar of how this exercise should be completed, learning how a network segmentation plan offers substantial benefits in terms of improved security and potential performance enhancements. The final part of the week demonstrated the importance of completing software and application updates. You explored the various types of updates, including feature updates, security patches, and bug fixes, and discovered the methods for delivery like automatic or manual updating. At this stage, you understood that software updates had become a vital part of maintaining the security and functionality of your devices. Lastly, you walked through Bring Your Own Device, or BYOD, risks. You gained a solid understanding of what BYOD is and why it's necessary within organizations. You learned about the risks associated with BYOD policies and the impact they can have on application updates. You also explored several strategies for managing application updates in BYOD environments, including mobile device management, employee education, and app whitelisting. To reinforce your learning this week, you also participated in several in-video questions and knowledge checks. You've learned a huge amount about network and device-based threats, and as you approach the module quiz, consider going through some of the key learning material again to reinforce your understanding. Looking ahead, you will begin to expand your knowledge of network security by diving into security, compliance, and identity, where you will learn all about managing identities and ensuring compliance with regulations. You will also explore several defense models to support your network security. Best of luck. For most people, wearing a seatbelt is a proactive approach to road safety. And while seatbelts can't stop an accident from happening, they can significantly reduce the risk of harm. Similarly, security compliance measures are put in place to protect data. It doesn't eliminate all cybersecurity risks, but dramatically mitigates the chances of data breaches and their consequences. In this video, you'll explore the importance of security compliance and gain insight into the different laws and regulations that drive it. To set the foundation, let's first understand what security compliance is. Security compliance refers to the process of adhering to a set of specific laws, regulations, and guidelines designed to protect data and information systems. It's a comprehensive approach that encompasses safeguarding data, controlling who has access to it, and managing how it's shared and stored. It's a way of ensuring that data isn't just stored, but stored responsibly and securely. But why is security compliance so important? Data is like precious cargo. It holds sensitive information and is a valuable asset that organizations must protect. Failing to comply with established security standards can lead to hefty fines, potential legal action, and a significant loss of reputation and customer trust. Security compliance is not just about following rules and implementing them. It's about safeguarding the future of a business. There are numerous laws and regulations that govern data security and privacy worldwide. In Europe, the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, sets rules for how businesses handle European citizens' data. Similarly, in the US, laws such as the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA, are in place to protect the privacy of your medical information. Violations of these regulations often carry significant fines. For instance, under GDPR, companies can be fined up to 4% of their annual global revenue, or 20 million euros, whichever is higher, for serious violations. Violations of HIPAA can also result in substantial penalties, with a maximum fine of 1.5 million US dollars per year for violations of an identical provision. The specific amount of the fine usually depends on the nature of the violation, the severity of the data breach, whether the company has a history of previous violations, and whether the company took adequate steps to prevent and address the breach. There are many other regulations around the world. GDPR and HIPAA serve as examples of the importance of understanding and following data security and privacy laws that apply to you and your organization. Along with laws and regulations, industry standards and best practices are designed to ensure data security. For example, the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, or PCI DSS, mandates that businesses maintain a secure environment for handling credit card data. Similarly, the ISO 27001 standard outlines specific requirements for establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continually improving an information security management system. These standards provide a benchmark for businesses to strive towards in their security efforts. Security compliance takes on additional complexities in the realm of international e-commerce. Different countries have unique regulations, and businesses operating globally must comply with them. For instance, an online retailer operating in multiple countries would need to comply with local data protection regulations in each of these countries. It's a challenging task, but absolutely necessary to ensure secure and lawful operations. Security compliance laws and regulations have a significant impact on business practices. They dictate how businesses should collect, store, process, and secure customer data. Non-compliance doesn't just lead to legal issues. It can also cause operational disruptions, financial penalties, and reputational damage. This is why thorough understanding and adherence to these laws and regulations are crucial for smooth business operations. With that being said, compliance is not a destination, it's a journey. It involves understanding the applicable laws and standards, assessing your current security posture, implementing necessary controls, and conducting regular audits to ensure ongoing compliance. It's a continuous process of learning, implementing, checking, and improving. The importance of security compliance in modern business operations cannot be stressed enough. It's a commitment to data protection, customer trust, and business integrity. While it's understandable that the complexities, especially in international e-commerce, might seem overwhelming, it becomes a navigable journey with a dedicated strategy, consistent efforts, and expert guidance. So, embrace the compliance journey, not just as a legal obligation, but as a cornerstone of your business's reputation and customer trust. Remember, every step you take towards compliance is a step towards a more secure and trusted company. Risk management and compliance. These two crucial pillars of business operations are vital to the success of organizations across all sectors, regardless of their size. Take Sam's Scoops, for example. As the business continues to expand, it means that the volume of customer data, financial records, and employee information will increase. If Sam doesn't take appropriate action to protect this data, she not only exposes the business to security threats, but also carries the risk of legal consequences. Over the next few minutes, you'll discover how risk management strategies and compliance contribute to the success and sustainability of organizations, regardless of their scale or industry. So let's start with understanding what risk management and compliance actually entail. Risk management is a systematic process of identifying, evaluating, and taking appropriate actions to mitigate or control organizational risks. It revolves around making well-considered decisions to reduce the negative impacts of threats and uncertainties on business operations to the lowest possible level. Compliance, on the other hand, is about adhering strictly to a specific set of rules. These could be laws and regulations, standards, or guidelines pertinent to your business. For example, in Sam's case, risk management involves identifying and reducing risks associated with customer data, financial records, and employee information, while compliance means following laws, standards, and regulations on data privacy and financial reporting. Non-compliance could result in operational disruptions, financial penalties, and damage to Sam Scoop's reputation. Now that you understand what risk management and compliance are, let's explore how risk management takes form. Risk management generally involves 4 phases: identification, assessment, response, and monitoring and reporting. The process begins with identifying potential risks in all key areas, using information from various sources such as interviews, vulnerability scans, and incident reports. Then in the assessment phase, each risk is evaluated based on impact, likelihood, and control deficiency. Impact refers to potential damage to the company. Likelihood measures the probability of the risk occurring, and control deficiency assesses the effectiveness of implemented mitigation strategies. The combination of these metrics provides a risk score, which is presented to key stakeholders for verification. For example, a risk heat map can be used to facilitate risk assessment. It visually represents risks categorized by impact and likelihood. This graphical tool simplifies complex data, allowing stakeholders to prioritize risks and make well-informed decisions. Next, the response phase involves developing and implementing strategies to mitigate identified risks. Depending on the nature and potential impact of the risk, strategies may include risk avoidance, reduction, sharing, or acceptance. This is also where compliance plays a vital role. Compliance management ensures that an organization operates within legal and ethical boundaries, minimizing the potential negative impact of risks. It covers 3 major areas: regulatory compliance, corporate governance, and ethical conduct. But what does their role entail in this critical phase of responding to risks? Regulatory compliance comes down to following industry-specific laws and regulations that apply to your organization. By complying with these rules, you can address risks linked to non-compliance, such as financial penalties or legal consequences. Corporate governance focuses on the rules, practices, and processes that guide a company's operations. It promotes fairness, transparency, and accountability within the organization. Effective corporate governance ensures that risk management strategies align with your organization's overall objectives and values. Now let's talk about ethical conduct. It goes beyond what's legally required and focuses on doing what's morally right. Ethical behavior involves maintaining integrity, fairness, and transparency in all aspects of your business. By integrating ethical conduct into your risk response strategies, you can build trust with stakeholders and minimize reputational risks. Additionally, an effective compliance program includes employee training, regular monitoring, and auditing of compliance practices. This brings us to the final phase of the risk management cycle. Monitoring and reporting involve continuously tracking and communicating the identified risks to relevant stakeholders. Various strategies such as security monitoring and periodic risk reviews are employed to gather data for performance indicators and reports. This information informs future risk decisions. The combination of risk management and compliance help organizations safeguard their operations and protect sensitive data. For Sam Scoops, this means using risk management strategies to spot and treat risks before they cause major damage, and maintain compliance to reduce the chance of operational disruptions, financial penalties, and damage to the business's reputation. All in all, risk and compliance management boil down to implementing and maintaining proactive measures to manage risk and ensure compliance with laws and regulations, paving the way for long-term success. Have you ever encountered pop-ups asking for your permission to use cookies when you visit a website? Perhaps you find yourself mindlessly clicking accept just to make them disappear. But did you know they are a direct result of the GDPR, a regulation that's all about protecting your online privacy? But what are these browser cookies you've been agreeing to? Why are they such a big deal? And how does the GDPR come into play? In this video, you'll learn the answers to these questions and discover how GDPR keeps your privacy intact while still letting you enjoy the wonders of the internet. But before you dive into the details, let's clear the dough off the table. Browser cookies, or HTTP cookies, are small, bite-sized pieces of data that websites store on your computer. Their main function is to remember you and your preferences for a specific website. They're the reason you don't have to log in every time you visit your favorite site, and why you don't lose items in your online shopping cart even if you accidentally close the browser. Plus, these cookies can even help show you ads that match your browsing habits. But hey, every hero has its quirks, and privacy concerns are one of the challenges cookies face. That's where the GDPR steps in to save the day. The GDPR has completely transformed privacy laws and put the power back into the hands of the individuals like you. But how does it relate to those seemingly innocent browser cookies you encounter on a daily basis? Simply put, the GDPR recognizes cookies as personal data if they have the potential to identify you, either directly or indirectly. This means that companies have a responsibility to obtain explicit and informed consent before they store or access these cookies. The GDPR requires companies to be upfront about why they're collecting your data, how it will be used, and whether it will be shared with third parties. It's all about transparency and the law that mandates it. This is why you're often greeted with a cookie banner when you visit a website. This pop-up informs you that the site uses cookies and provides options for you to accept, reject, or customize the level of cookies you're comfortable with. It's no longer about merely informing you that cookies are being used. Instead, it's about obtaining explicit consent and providing an option to reject. The GDPR has made it mandatory for companies to respect your preferences, giving you the right to control which cookies you allow. While this may seem like a minor change, it represents a significant shift in the power dynamics between businesses and users, prioritizing your privacy and data protection as a user over the business's needs. Cookies with GDPR in hand empowers you to access your personal data while allowing you to withdraw your consent at any time. The implementation of GDPR hasn't been without challenges though, especially for businesses. Adapting to these regulations has required significant changes in practices and infrastructure. Businesses have had to invest time, resources, and funds to ensure GDPR compliance. They have had to reevaluate their data collection strategies, implement new procedures, and often redesign their websites to accommodate cookie consent banners. However, despite these challenges, the GDPR also presents opportunities. By fostering transparency and trust, businesses can build stronger relationships with their customers. It encourages a more ethical approach to data collection and usage, which in the long term can lead to more sustainable business practices. While browser cookies are integral to providing a seamless user experience on the internet, their potential misuse for invasive tracking and profiling necessitates protective measures. Thanks to the GDPR, companies are now required to obtain explicit consent before storing or accessing these cookies. Transparency is key, as they must inform you about the reasons for data collection, its intended use, and any sharing with third parties. This empowers you with greater control over your personal data. So the next time you're eager to get that cookie banner out of the way, take a moment to appreciate how it works hand in hand with the GDPR to safeguard your privacy. When you think about identity, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Do you visualize yourself? Or do you perhaps reflect on the qualities that make you who you are? Whether it's your physical attributes or personal characteristics, your identity is what sets you apart. But when it comes to information security, identity encompasses much more than that. It's a fundamental concept vital in ensuring authorized access to organizational resources. Understanding identity and adopting best practices for identity management can significantly reduce the risk of unauthorized access and breaches. That's why this video will introduce you to the importance of identity management and how it safeguards organizational resources. So, let's start by addressing a fundamental question. What exactly does identity mean in cybersecurity? Identity refers to the distinctive representation or digital persona of a user or a system within a given network. This persona isn't just a name. It could be a username, an email address, a role, or a combination of several unique attributes that collectively represent an individual entity within the system. It's much like your fingerprint in the digital world, unique and specific to you, allowing you to differentiate yourself from others in the system. But identity does not necessarily refer only to people. It can also refer to a software application, a server, a device, or a network infrastructure component. Each of these entities possesses a unique identity that enables secure and controlled interactions with other components in the system. For example, let's say Ashley needs to access data from Sam's Scoop server. In this case, Ashley's identity is represented by a username and password, while the server's identity is represented by an IP address. This is where identity management comes in to accurately define, verify, and govern these identities to ensure secure interactions between them. Identity management isn't merely about knowing who or what the entities are. It's also about ensuring the appropriate entities have the right level of access to the right resources at the right time. But it doesn't stop there. Identity management encompasses the entire life cycle of digital identities within a system. It starts with creating an identity when a new user or a system component is added to the network. Then it involves maintaining and updating the identity, adjusting access rights as required, or revoking them when they're no longer needed. Now, what about the tools that facilitate this process? Active Directory is a Microsoft service that is a pivotal component in identity management. It serves as a virtual directory for your network, organizing and controlling data access, and managing user interactions throughout the system. Think of it like a digital phone book for your network, storing directory data in a structured way and offering services to manage resources effectively. From users and services to systems and other network resources, Active Directory manages secure and controlled interactions between them. But that's not all. Active Directory is integral to user authentication and authorization. It verifies users' credentials against its database, and upon successful validation, it checks their permissions to determine their access levels. This approach supports the principle of least privilege, granting users only the access necessary to perform their tasks. Now let's explore why this concept of access control is considered a core element of identity management. Access control empowers you to manage and control entity permissions in a digital environment. By affirming and enforcing user or system identities before granting access, it ensures that only authorized entities can access network resources. Simply put, access control allows you to determine and verify who is requesting access and ensures that only authorized entities can reach what they are permitted to. This critical safeguard regulates access to resources, strengthening the authorization process and enhancing overall digital security. Another significant aspect of identity management is identity federation. Your digital identity consists of characteristics that identify you as a unique individual navigating the virtual world. A federated identity involves a mutual understanding between entities regarding interpreting and utilizing these characteristics. Think of a time you used an existing account to register a new account for a different website, like using your Google account to sign up for an online streaming service. This is federated identity at work. It enables you to log in at one location and seamlessly switch to another without the need to log in again. Identity federation signifies a set of agreements, protocols, and technologies enabling you to use a single digital identity to access resources across multiple security domains from different enterprises. This process forms an essential component of creating a cohesive, user-friendly, and secure digital environment. By using a single set of credentials to access different systems or applications instead of having to manage multiple usernames and passwords, identity federation allows for enhanced security by reducing the need for repeated logins. Identity management is an indispensable element in maintaining the integrity and security of an organization's resources. By implementing best practices, such as Active Directory for authentication, rigorous access control for authorization, and identity federation for cross-domain access, you and your organization can build a resilient defense against potential cyber threats. Managing multiple usernames and passwords for various online services can pose a daunting challenge for users. This necessity has led to a growing concern for both personal and organizational data security, giving rise to the solution known as single sign-on, or SSO for short. This increasingly popular technology facilitates a more streamlined and secure method of managing digital identities. In this video, you will explore the concept of SSO, its inherent benefits, and the potential drawbacks associated with its use. SSO is an innovative authentication scheme that allows you to log into multiple, yet distinct software systems using a single set of credentials. The process simplifies the authentication experience, significantly reducing the number of instances you must provide login information to access various applications and services. For example, let's say you use different online services and applications to complete work-related tasks every day. Each of these systems requires you to remember a unique username and password combination. Keeping track of all the different login credentials can be challenging, and you might agree that this can be a challenging and frustrating experience. With SSO, you can access all the required systems and applications using a single set of credentials, eliminating the need to remember multiple usernames and passwords. There are several other compelling benefits of SSO. SSO drastically improves user experience by removing the necessity to remember multiple sets of login credentials. By enhancing convenience, SSO boosts productivity and minimizes the occurrence of account lockouts triggered by incorrect password entries. On an organizational level, the adoption of SSO can lead to substantial cost savings. It eliminates a significant proportion of password-related issues, thereby reducing the workload on IT help desk teams. As a result, they can redirect their focus towards mission-critical tasks. Then, SSO can also boost security measures. It discourages poor security practices such as using weak or repeated passwords across various platforms. What's more, SSO enables organizations to centrally enforce advanced security measures, such as multi-factor authentication and biometric verification. For IT administrators, SSO allows for enhanced visibility and control over user access. This makes it easier to manage and monitor user permissions, ensuring adherence to internal policies and compliance with external regulatory requirements. While SSO offers many benefits, it's just as important to consider its potential drawbacks. A significant concern is that SSO could create a single point of failure. If a malicious entity were to compromise the SSO credentials, it could potentially gain access to all linked applications and services. Another concern is SSO dependency. If the SSO system experiences downtime or an outage, it could prevent users from accessing all dependent systems, thereby causing significant disruption to workflows. Given that SSO allows for user activity tracking across multiple platforms, there could be potential privacy concerns. Despite the various potential downsides associated with the use of single sign-on, they are by no means expected. With careful planning, strategic measures, and the application of rigorous security protocols, these drawbacks can be considerably mitigated. Implementing robust security protocols can go a long way towards preventing unauthorized access. This includes the use of encryption techniques to secure data, making it far less likely that sensitive information can be intercepted and exploited by malicious entities. Additionally, implementing two-factor authentication or even multi-factor authentication further bolsters security by requiring users to provide two or more pieces of evidence to verify their identity before gaining access. Regular system maintenance and backup systems are also crucial factors in mitigating the disadvantages of SSO. Regular audits, updates, and patches ensure that the system remains current with the latest security advancements and protects against newly discovered vulnerabilities. Finally, addressing the privacy concerns related to SSO requires strict adherence to local and international data privacy regulations. SSO providers must prioritize transparency about their data collection, processing, and storage practices, informing users of the extent and purpose of their data usage. With these strategies in hand, single sign-on emerges as a powerful and practical solution for managing multiple digital identities. By offering enhanced user convenience, reducing administrative burdens, improving security, and providing comprehensive control and compliance, it addresses many of the challenges presented by the traditional username-password system. While the potential for a single point of failure, system dependency, and privacy concerns underscores the importance of careful implementation, these risks can be significantly mitigated through the adoption of stringent security protocols, regular system maintenance, and a strong commitment to privacy regulations. Therefore, despite its potential downsides, the overarching benefits of SSO position it as an instrumental tool in the progression towards a more secure and streamlined digital environment. So far, you have explored the fundamental concepts of Active Directory and group policy, understanding how they function to manage user identities and control access to organizational resources. Now, let's delve deeper into these essential tools and explore how they can be effectively used to streamline user management and enhance security. To understand how Active Directory works, it's essential to first familiarize yourself with its key components, including domains, domain controllers, organizational units, and trust relationships. Domains are logical containers within Active Directory that group and organize resources. Each domain has its own unique domain name and maintains a separate security boundary. Domain controllers are servers that run the Active Directory domain services role. They authenticate users, enforce security policies, and replicate directory across the network. Organizational units are containers within domains that help organize and manage resources based on administrative needs. They provide a way to delegate administrative authority and apply group policy settings. Trust relationships establish connections between domains to enable secure resource sharing and authentication across different parts of the network. Now that you have explored the key components of Active Directory, let's focus on understanding group policy. This integral aspect of Microsoft's Active Directory service empowers administrators with a versatile toolset for managing user and computer environments across an enterprise network. As you may recall, group policy allows for the centralized management and control of operating systems, applications, and user settings in an Active Directory environment. By setting up policies, administrators can ensure consistent security and configuration settings across all users and computers within the network, eliminating the need for manual configuration on each individual machine. Now let's explore the key elements that enables this functionality. Group Policy Objects, or GPO for short. GPOs are fundamental elements of the Microsoft Active Directory framework and serve as the primary means for administrators to manage and configure various settings across a network. They enforce specific settings on systems or users associated with Active Directory objects. These settings are bundled together within GPOs and are created using the Group Policy Management Console. The policies within GPOs can dictate a wide range of parameters and settings. This includes system configuration, where administrators can define settings for options such as registry values, security settings, scripts, and software installation, all within a single GPO. In terms of security, GPOs provide a way for administrators to enforce robust network-wide security standards. These can range from setting password policies, specifying user rights, and auditing settings, among others. With Azure Active Directory, group policy settings are applied in a hierarchical manner to determine which settings take precedence, starting with the local group policy on individual computers, followed by site, domain, and OU level policies. The settings defined in higher level policies can be overridden by lower level policies, allowing for granular control over configuration. In addition to configuration management, Active Directory plays a crucial role in managing user identities within an organization, providing features for creating, modifying, and disabling user accounts, as well as managing authentication and authorization. Administrators can also enforce password policies to enhance security, defining requirements such as minimum password length, complexity, and expiration periods. By implementing strong password policies, organizations can mitigate the risk of unauthorized access due to compromised or weak passwords. Controlling access to network resources is another key function of Active Directory and group policy. Through group policy, administrators can manage file and folder permissions, regulate printer access, and streamline software deployment. By defining granular permissions for files and folders on network shares, administrators can ensure data confidentiality and prevent unauthorized access. Overall, the combination of group policy settings in Active Directory empowers administrators to efficiently manage user identities, enforce security policies, and control access to network resources within an organization. By understanding the key components of Active Directory, such as domain controllers, domains, organizational units, and trust relationships, administrators can establish a secure and organized network environment. Group policy, as a centralized management feature, empowers administrators to enforce consistent security measures and configuration settings throughout the network. With the ability to manage user identities, implement password policies, and control access to resources, Active Directory and group policy provide organizations with the necessary tools to enhance security, streamline user management, and maintain data confidentiality. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to the myriad security threats organizations and individuals face. Instead, a multifaceted, layered approach is needed to boost the defense against various attack vectors. In this video, you will explore the concept of defense in depth, a strategic and layered approach to cybersecurity. Defense in depth is a strategy that employs a series of protective mechanisms to slow the advance of an attack aimed at acquiring unauthorized access to information. Each layer adds a protective barrier, ensuring that subsequent layers are ready to mitigate the impact and prevent further intrusion even if one is breached. Microsoft employs this layered security approach in its physical data centers and Azure services. The primary objective is to protect information and prevent unauthorized access. The confidentiality, integrity, and availability principles, often called the CIA triad, guide this approach to defense in depth. Confidentiality is about ensuring the access to information is restricted to authorized individuals. This principle is upheld by protecting user passwords, encrypting sensitive data, and securing email content. Integrity involves preventing unauthorized information changes, whether at rest or in transit. Techniques like one-way hashing algorithms safeguard data integrity, which generates a unique fingerprint of the data, ensuring it hasn't been tampered with during transmission. Availability, the third pillar of the CIA triad, ensures that services and resources are accessible to authorized users whenever needed. Mechanisms such as redundancy, failover protocol, and geographical dispersal of resources are employed to maintain continuous service availability and minimize single points of failure. Now that you know the principles guiding the defense-in-depth approach, let's explore its different layers. The first layer focuses on protecting data, which is often the primary target for attackers. Whether in databases, disk storage, cloud storage, or SaaS applications, organizations must ensure that data is properly secured according to regulatory requirements. The second layer focuses on securing applications, as they serve as crucial gateways to data. So, it's vital that they are developed securely, free from vulnerabilities, and that they handle sensitive data appropriately. Integrating security considerations throughout the application development lifecycle is just as essential. The third layer is compute. This layer focuses on the security of virtual machines and endpoint devices. It is crucial to secure access, implement endpoint protection, and keep systems up to date. Then you have the network layer that focuses on controlling and limiting communication to prevent unauthorized access and lateral movement within the network. Network segmentation and access controls can restrict communication to what's strictly necessary. Next is the perimeter. This layer is about shielding your network from large-scale attacks from the outside. Implementing distributed denial of service protection and perimeter firewalls can help identify, mitigate, and raise alerts for potential attacks. The perimeter layer is followed by identity and access. This layer controls access to infrastructure and records events and changes. Robust access controls such as single sign-on and multi-factor authentication ensure that only authorized individuals can access resources. Finally, physical security brings the defense model full circle. This stage involves preventing unauthorized physical access to assets, which can bypass other security layers if not appropriately safeguarded. Measures such as biometric access controls for data centers fall under this layer. Defense in Depth offers a robust, layered security strategy crucial for navigating the complex cyber threat landscape. It incorporates data protection, secure application development, secure computing resources, controlled network access, fortified network perimeter, managed identity and access, and physical security measures. By employing defense in depth, organizations can significantly enhance their resilience against cyber threats, ensuring their digital assets' confidentiality, integrity, and availability. In an era where security breaches happen all too frequently, who can you truly trust with your data? The traditional models that once assured protection are proving to be inefficient. It's time for a paradigm shift. A model that challenges the very notion of trust. In this video, you'll discover the Zero Trust model, a new approach to data security that goes beyond products and services, built on the principles of verify explicitly, use least privilege access, and assume breach. This model signifies a fundamental transformation in security practices. So, let's learn about this model that redefines the concept of trust. The first principle, verify explicitly, emphasizes the importance of continuous authentication and authorization based on all available data points. It is not good enough to know who is trying to access your network. You also need to know their device, their location, and more. The second principle, least privilege access, means limiting user access with just-in-time and just-enough access policies. These policies restrict access to what's needed for a specific task, reducing the potential impact of a breach. The final principle, assume breach, involves taking a defensive stance by minimizing the area of impact, segmenting access, verifying end-to-end encryption, and using analytics to drive threat detection and improve defenses. Now let's explore the 6 critical elements that must be secured to ensure a robust Zero Trust model. Identities, devices, applications, data, infrastructure, and networks. Identities define the Zero Trust model. Strong authentication is essential to validate the identity of individuals attempting to access resources. All devices, including IoT devices and endpoints, need to be monitored and protected to minimize potential attack surfaces. Applications and APIs need security controls to discover shadow IT activities like unauthorized apps on corporate devices, monitor for abnormal behavior, and validate secure configuration options. Classify, label, encrypt data, and restrict access based on these attributes to ensure data remains secure even outside the organization's control. From on-premises servers to cloud-based virtual machines, infrastructure is a critical threat vector. Harden defense with assessment and telemetry to detect attacks and anomalies and take automatic protective actions. Network segmentation, real-time threat protection, and end-to-end encryption are necessary to provide critical controls to prevent attackers' lateral movements in a network. Finally, a component that applies to all pillars is the principle of visibility, automation, and orchestration. This principle aids in managing the influx of data and alerts from the different areas, allowing you to better defend against threats and validate trust. Now that you understand the Zero Trust model's key principles and pillars, let's explore how it can make a difference in a company like Sam's Scoops. Traditionally, Sam would trust employees inside the store, assuming they will only access the resources and equipment they need. But what happens if an employee breaches that trust, damaging resources, or causing a data breach by tampering with resources they weren't supposed to? This is a real-world parallel to the traditional network security models, where trust is assumed once inside the network. The Zero Trust model, on the other hand, adopts a strict approach of continual validation and exemplifies the saying, "Never trust, always verify." For Sam's Scoops, adopting the Zero Trust model would bring a new level of data security and protection. For instance, Sam can implement multi-factor authentication to ensure only authorized employees with approved devices can access the network and sensitive data. This is especially important for employees who use their own devices or work outside the confines of traditional firewalls. In the Zero Trust approach, every attempt to access resources is carefully checked, regardless of whether it's from inside or outside the network. Then, following the principle of least privilege, Sam can grant employees access only to the specific systems and data necessary for their roles. For example, the cashier can access the point of sale system, but not the inventory management system. Finally, Sam can take a proactive approach to minimize the impact of a potential breach by dividing systems and data into separate segments or zones. She can also use physical hardware like security cameras to ensure complete visibility and monitoring of the store premises. The Zero Trust model offers a layered security strategy. It verifies the user's identity, the device's security status, and the network security posture. Every transaction component and access request are authenticated, authorized, and encrypted before access is granted. The Zero Trust model revolutionizes the approach to network security in the face of escalating cyber threats. By incorporating principles such as verify explicitly, use least privilege access, and assume breach, organizations like Sam's Scoops can ensure data security and protection. This model represents a fundamental shift in network security practices, providing a comprehensive framework for protecting sensitive information. This week, you delved into the essential concepts of security, compliance, and identity management, topics crucial in protecting data and organizations from cybersecurity risks. Let's take a moment to reflect on the key learning takeaways. Compliance is all about following laws, regulations, and guidelines to safeguard data and information systems. By complying with these standards, organizations can significantly reduce the risk of data breaches and their consequences. Non-compliance, on the other hand, can lead to penalties, legal action, and damage to reputation and customer trust. Laws like GDPR and HIPAA have global implications for data security and privacy, and violating them can result in substantial fines. Then, when it comes to risk management, you learn that it plays a vital role in ensuring the success and sustainability of organizations. It involves identifying, evaluating, and mitigating risks through a cycle of identification, assessment, response, and monitoring and reporting. By effectively managing risks and maintaining compliance, organizations can protect their operations and data, and build trust with stakeholders. You then learned more about the General Data Protection Regulation, also known as GDPR, a transformative regulation that empowers individuals by giving them control over their data. One significant aspect you learned about is how GDPR recognizes browser cookies as personal data. Companies must obtain explicit consent and provide transparency regarding data collection, use, and sharing. What's more, the GDPR has made it mandatory for companies to respect your preferences, giving you the right to control which cookies you allow. Next, you covered industry standards and compliance frameworks such as ISO 27001, SOC2, PCI DSS, and HIPAA. ISO 27001 establishes an information security management system to ensure comprehensive security practices. SOC2 assures clients about adequate data privacy and security. PCI DSS combats credit card fraud, while HIPAA ensures privacy standards for health information. You then moved on to identity management, a practice essential for protecting resources, maintaining integrity, and enhancing overall digital security within organizations. Identity refers to the unique digital persona of entities within a network, including users, applications, servers, devices, and network components. Identity management involves accurately defining, verifying, and governing identities throughout their life cycle. This encompasses creating, maintaining, updating, and revoking digital identities. You also learned about single sign-on, or SSO, as a solution to the challenge of managing multiple usernames and passwords for various online services. It simplifies the authentication process by allowing users to log into multiple software systems using a single set of credentials, enhancing convenience and reducing the burden on users. In the context of managing user identities and controlling access to resources, you explored Active Directory and group policy. Active Directory comprises domains, domain controllers, organizational units, and trust relationships, which help organize and secure network resources. Group policy enables centralized management and control of operating systems, applications, and user settings. By understanding and leveraging these tools, organizations can efficiently manage user identities and control access to network resources. Next, you learned about defense in depth, a strategic and layered approach to cybersecurity, focusing on various areas such as data protection, secure application development, secure computing resources, controlled network access, fortified network perimeter, managed identity and access, and physical security measures. By adopting this approach and continuously improving security measures, organizations can enhance their resilience against cyber threats. You explored the zero trust model next, a paradigm shift in data security that challenges traditional notions of trust. The first principle of the zero trust model is always verify. This means that authentication and authorization should happen continuously based on all the available data points. Another essential concept is least privilege. It's about giving users sufficient access only to what they need for their specific tasks. Assuming a breach is also a vital aspect of the zero trust model, it means taking a defensive approach by minimizing the area of impact, segmenting access, verifying end-to-end encryption, and using analytics to drive threat detection and improve defenses. You also discovered that when implementing the zero trust model, there are 6 critical elements to secure: identities, endpoints, applications, data, infrastructure, and networks. Each component plays a crucial role in maintaining a secure environment and protecting sensitive information. Finally, you learned that security operations and monitoring are crucial for maintaining the integrity and confidentiality of an organization's data and IT ecosystem. Continuous monitoring enables proactive threat anticipation and neutralization, facilitated by various solutions and systems such as intrusion detection systems, security information and event management systems, and log management solutions. By prioritizing security, compliance, and identity management, organizations can protect data, mitigate risks, and foster trust with stakeholders. It's an ongoing effort. Staying updated with evolving standards for effective cybersecurity practices is crucial. Overall, understanding and implementing these concepts and best practices are vital to securing organizations from cyber threats and ensuring data and resources confidentiality, integrity, and availability. You're almost at the finish line for this course. You put a lot of work into completing the videos, readings, quizzes, and exercises. And now you better understand the topics presented, including cyber threats and attacks, cryptography, network and device-based threats, and security, compliance, and identity concepts. You now have the opportunity to demonstrate this learning in the final course project, where you'll integrate the concepts you've learned to create a security strategy for SAM Scoops. This exercise will assess your ability to describe cybersecurity threat vectors and develop effective mitigation strategies. Thereafter, you will complete the final graded assessment, which measures your mastery of the course objectives, including your ability to describe the active threat landscape, describe common types of cyber attacks, classify different types of encryption algorithms, and explain security and compliance concepts. But before you move on to complete the final assignment and assessment, let's take a moment to reflect on what you've learned. This will help you assess your understanding of key topics and enable you to identify any areas that may require further exploration before you continue. During the first week, you explored cyber threats and attacks, discovering how these malicious activities can disrupt operations, cause damage, and provide unauthorized access to computers and networks. You then took a deep dive into threat landscapes, explored various malware types, and discovered how malware works. You also learned methods cybercriminals use to evade detection. You examined measures to reduce your personal risk, including educating yourself and verifying the identity of anyone who contacts you. Furthermore, you explored threat vectors and can now explain topics like insider attacks, hardware-based attacks, and typo squatting. You followed this learning by delving into mitigation strategies. You explored biometrics and discovered the range of security software options available for encrypting files. You also learned that the Windows operating system comes with Microsoft Defender, which offers robust features to prevent malware and phishing attacks and a highly capable firewall. As you wrapped up this first week, you explored the critical topic of data loss and recovery. You explored the several ways data can be corrupted or destroyed, and now know how to manage and avoid data loss through the implementation of data backups. In the following week, you worked through the fundamentals of cryptography. You learned how symmetric encryption uses a shared secret key to encrypt and decrypt data, while asymmetric encryption uses a pair of public and private keys. You also learned how hashing takes input and turns it into a fixed-size string of bytes. After that, you discovered how digital signing and signatures use cryptographic techniques to ensure the authenticity of electronic documents. You gained insight into digital certificates, which are electronic credentials that validate the identity of entities to ensure security. You also explored signed URLs, learning how they ensure only authorized users can access certain resources. To conclude your learning on cryptography, you deepened your understanding of centralized authentication and authorization concepts. This exploration highlighted the importance of multi-factor authentication, a security process that demands 2 or more forms of authentication to verify your identity. You then moved on to learning about network and device-based threats. You discovered how critical it is to guard against these threats and learned the significance of keeping applications and software up to date. You were introduced to data transmission threats, exploring various attack methods, and examining tools used for intercepting data transmissions, both for legitimate and malicious purposes. Next, you examined virtual private networks and discovered how they are used to protect data transmitted over public networks. You followed this by learning about advanced persistent threats. You gained insight into the concept of IoT threats, where actors gain unauthorized access to your IoT devices to perform malicious activities. The next lesson dived into firewalls, where you studied a guide on configuring your own firewall on Windows and Mac OS. You learned about intrusion detection and prevention systems, which monitor network traffic and system activities to identify security breaches and prevent it. Then, by completing a network segmentation exercise, you learned how organizations can protect systems and sensitive data from potential threats by segmenting resources into multiple networks. You also explored the importance of completing software and application updates, and now you understand how vital they are for maintaining the security of your devices. You then moved on to learn about security, compliance, and identity concepts. You study the compliance laws, regulations, and guidelines safeguarding data and information systems. You learn that GDPR is a regulator that gives individuals more control over their data. You also covered several industry standards like ISO 27001, SOC2, PCI DSS, and HIPAA. You then moved on to learn that identity management involves accurately defining, verifying, and governing identities throughout their life cycle. You also learned how single sign-on, or SSO, allows you to use a single set of credentials to log in into various online services. Next, you explored Active Directory and group policy. You learned how AD helps organize and secure network resources, while group policy enables the centralized management and control of operating systems, applications, and user settings. Finally, you explored different defense models. You examined how defense in depth focuses on data protection, application security, network controls, and physical security to enhance resilience against cyber threats. You discovered the Zero Trust model, which challenges traditional notions of trust and incorporates principles such as always verify, use least privilege, and assume breach. Your learning throughout this course has prepared you to develop effective mitigation strategies to protect against evolving cyber threats. Now you're finally ready to demonstrate this learning by completing the course project and assessment. Best of luck. Congratulations on making it to the end of this course. Your hard work and determination has paid off, and you've shown that you have what it takes to understand key concepts of cybersecurity. With this course under your belt, you now have a solid foundation to build upon as you continue your learning journey. You gained an understanding of the numerous threats the world of cybersecurity faces today, the common strategies used to mitigate against them, and the various compliance and regulations used to enforce them. By successfully completing all the courses in the Microsoft Cybersecurity Analyst program, you will receive Coursera certification, This program is a great way to expand your understanding of cybersecurity challenges. Plus, gaining a qualification will allow you to apply for entry-level jobs in the field. All the courses in this program, including the one you just completed, also help you prepare for the SC 900 exam, offered by Pearson VUE. By passing the exam, you will earn Microsoft certification in security, identity, and compliance. This globally recognized certification is industry-endorsed evidence of your technical skills and knowledge. The SC 900 exam measures your knowledge about concepts of security, compliance, and identity, capabilities of Microsoft Azure Active Directory or Azure AD as part of Microsoft Entra, capabilities of Microsoft Security Solutions, and the capabilities of Microsoft Compliance Solutions. To complete the exam, you should be familiar with Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365, and understand how Microsoft security, compliance, and identity strategies provides an end-to-end solution across these platforms. Please remember to check out more information about the exam. You can visit the Microsoft certifications page at www.learn.microsoft.com/certifications to learn more about the Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamentals certification and exam. This course has enhanced your knowledge and skills in cybersecurity threat vectors and mitigation. You've made great progress, but your journey doesn't end here. There's still much more for you to learn and discover. The Microsoft Cybersecurity Analyst program offers a diverse selection of courses, each tailored to develop specific skills and knowledge, with topics like information security, access management, identity governance, enterprise security, and authentication methods. The program offers a comprehensive learning experience designed to provide you with key competencies across various industries. Enrolling in another course is a great opportunity to expand your skill set and gain expertise in new and exciting areas of cybersecurity. Whether you're a novice or just starting out as a technical professional, completing the whole program will show potential employers that you are motivated, capable, and not afraid to learn new things. It's been a joy to travel this path of exploration with you. Wishing you all the best in the future.
You may be aware that a common vulnerability exploited by cybercriminals is a weak password. If the password is compromised, an attacker can access a user's account and the sensitive data it contains. This can be damaging when experienced by an individual, but imagine the harm done when a breach happens to an organization with multiple resources and services linked together on a common network. Because of the sheer number of people typically accessing the network every day, it can be a monumental task to verify that all of them are taking the correct precautions. Fortunately, as you'll soon find out, there are solutions that make it simpler to manage large teams. The Identity and Access Solutions in Azure AD course is for those who would like to learn how to use identity as a means of managing access to and within an internal network. This course will specifically cover how to do this in Azure Active Directory, a cloud-based identity and access management service from Microsoft. This solution allows administrators to set rules that apply differently depending on such factors as a user's role and whether resources are internal or external. It also gives control at both broad and micro levels as needed. If you have a general understanding of cyber threats and approaches for securing networks and cloud computing environments, then you are ready for this course as your next step towards becoming a cybersecurity analyst or engineer. Let's go over some key topics that you need to familiarize yourself with as you progress. You'll start with an overview of what an on-premises Active Directory or AD is and how it is used to manage access to resources in a network. You'll find that despite the security benefits, there is a substantial amount of planning, work, and maintenance that goes into setting up and operating an on-premises AD. Fortunately, there is another solution for access management that is more hands-off. That solution is Azure AD. You'll find that even for an organization with an on-premises AD in place, Azure AD features several tools that make it easy to transfer critical information to the cloud, such as user account data and applications. You'll outline the steps for performing this migration with minimal disruptions to company operations, and you'll compare the features of different editions so that you know how to choose the version that best fits your needs. You'll also explore the concept of identity as it applies to Azure AD. Specifically, you will be able to list different identity types and what abilities and privileges each one has. Next, you'll become aware of the authentication methods available in Azure AD, which include passwords, the Microsoft Authenticator app, and more. You'll discover that it is particularly important to enforce a secure authentication policy when these methods are combined with a single sign-on that enables users to access multiple connected services after being authenticated at one point. For further customization, Azure AD also features multi-factor authentication for greater security and self-service password reset for improved efficiency. The next step of your learning journey concerns access to and within a network, as determined by rules and user roles. You'll find out how administrators can set who has access to a resource, who doesn't, and who requires further authentication. This can be based on conditions such as location or risk level, or roles such as user administrators or billing administrators. Additional related concepts you'll learn about include identity governance for updating the access rights of users who change roles or leave the organization, and privileged identity management for dynamically giving users only the minimum access required. Finally, you'll wrap things up with a project that will task you with configuring identity and access policies for a business. To complete this successfully, you'll need to apply the knowledge you've gained about Azure AD. Along the way, you'll have several opportunities to test what you've learned throughout this course. This includes exercises based on real-world examples, along with knowledge checks to assess your understanding of key concepts. All of this will help get you ready for the Microsoft exam SC900, which you can take after completing this program. A passing score on this exam will demonstrate that you are ready for the next stage of your cybersecurity journey. Good luck. By now, you're familiar that software as a service, or SaaS, is a complete cloud service model that is centrally hosted and subscription-based. An Active Directory helps a company manage its employees and company resources. It grants access to SaaS services. In this video, you'll learn about the requirements of an on-premises Active Directory. You'll investigate what is required when setting up an on-premises Active Directory, or AD. Sam Scoops continues to thrive. Sam realizes that she must evaluate the current IT infrastructure because the business's need for more staff and devices has increased. She has been made aware of an Active Directory as a possible tool for keeping track of employee access more easily and decides to explore this solution further. An Active Directory is a service tasked with managing all of the resources on a network. Resources can include various third-party software that companies use, such as SaaS, as well as customer-specific software applications. Think about a phone book directory which has a list of names, addresses, and phone numbers. It is very easy to query this directory because it is in alphabetical order. Similarly, an Active Directory is an organized store that includes references to all users, computers, printers, and any other resources that are part of a network. When a new user joins a firm, they are added to the Active Directory. All the user information, such as their name, email address, department, and role within the company, is uploaded to the system. The administrator then allocates the necessary user permissions to the system. Keeping an Active Directory allows administrators to create groups for users, which simplifies management tasks. For example, an administrator may create a group called Finances, which oversees managing the company's money affairs. Another group may be called Floor Staff, which is in charge of serving customers and other front-of-house tasks. The privileges of a member of Finances differs from a member assigned to Floor Staff. So how do you create an on-premises Active Directory? Let's unpack what is needed to do this. First, recall that AD is developed by Microsoft, and a Windows server like Windows Server 2016, 2018, or 2019 is required. There are some open source variations, such as OpenLDAP, FreeIPA, and Samba 4. However, these require different configurations with potentially some additional steps to integrate with Windows-based applications. Second, Active Directory Domain Services, or ADDS, is the core element of Active Directory that governs authentication and authorization services. An essential part of the directory that links the names to the IP addresses, which are the digital locations of the services, is Domain Name System, referred to as DNS. Remember all you learned about servers earlier in the program? For AD to be effective, there needs to be smooth communication between all servers and users involved. This is the network infrastructure. Now, think about hardware. An on-premises implementation requires hardware to facilitate the various interactions. Another required element is the IP address schema. Recall that the schema is the blueprint or structure, and here it relates to the type of objects that can be created and how they relate to one another. So, Active Directory design is configuring the structure of your directory. In other words, what are the various domains and groups? What policies and permissions will be associated with each domain? Who needs access to it, and to what degree of access is required for each group? Finally, you'll need to configure the appropriate administration tools. Some examples of required tools include the Active Directory sites and services to help manage the physical location of the company resources, and the Active Directory Users and Computers console, which is a tool to create and manage users' accounts, groups, and computers associated with your AD. So essentially, setting up an on-premises AD requires a server operating system, Active Directory domain services, DNS, network infrastructure, hardware, IP address plan, Active Directory design, and the various administrative tools to maintain and operate the AD. Sounds like a lot of work, doesn't it? Fortunately, that doesn't always have to be the case. Instead of an on-premises Active Directory, another option is to use a cloud-based AD. These can implement many of the previously mentioned steps automatically, providing online access with ease. One such solution is Microsoft's Azure Active Directory, which you'll become familiar with soon. In this video, you learned that Active Directory is a tool that network administrators use to manage users and resources on a network. It simplifies the management of staff and administrative user permissions by having one centralized source to configure authorization and access. Implementing an on-premises version can be technically challenging and requires a dedicated department to manage and configure it. However, you'll soon discover that a cloud-based AD can take care of much of this work. After doing some research on the benefits of a cloud-based Active Directory, Sam has decided that it is in the best interest of a rapidly growing company to transition from an on-premises Active Directory to Azure AD. However, she's still unclear about what exactly she needs to do to make this happen. She is also worried about the time needed to transfer user account data, which could mean lost productivity. Luckily, as Sam will soon discover, with thoughtful planning and the right tools, this process is actually easier than she thinks. In this video, you'll go over how users and devices are imported, an outline of some of the tools used, and some advanced features when using AAD. Now let's unpack the four-step migration process, beginning with the pre-migration assessment. So, evaluate the existing AD infrastructure, identify the objects that need to be migrated, and determine any dependencies on other active services with the on-premises AD. It is an opportunity to perform a detailed inventory of the objects currently being managed by the AD. These objects include users, groups, and devices. An organization will have a range of SaaS that are employed, with supporting steps and documentation that's available. Specifically, consider the custom applications or services that rely on AD for authentication and authorization. These applications have their own configuration, so if an issue arises, the solution requires extensive troubleshooting efforts because tailored applications limit the exposure to the online community to troubleshoot it freely. The second step is establishing a connection between the on-premises AD and Azure Active Directory. This can be done using Azure AD Connect, which synchronizes user accounts and passwords from an on-premises AD to Azure AD. Azure AD Connect also ensures that any changes made to the on-premises AD are reflected in Azure AD. Azure AD Connect works by installing software on the on-premises AD server. Then it gathers information on the various users, groups, and devices the AD manages and sends this data to the AAD. Additionally, it also receives changes made to the AAD and syncs them with the on-premises settings. AAD Connect continues doing this even after the AAD has been created. Essentially, it acts as a bridge that keeps both settings in line. Now that the AAD is created and aligned with the AD, the third step is to migrate the user accounts and groups from AD to AAD. Microsoft provides many tools that can achieve this, such as the Azure AD Connect tool. This tool allows administrators to select the users and groups that need to be migrated and transfer them to the AAD, and ensures that all the necessary attributes and properties are transferred correctly. Creating user groups is an advanced feature of AAD. Note that widened scope and use depends on the license available to you. Another tool that can be used for migrating users and groups is the Active Directory Migration tool, ADMT. ADMT allows you to extract passwords, group memberships, and other attributes associated with users and groups and duplicate them in the cloud. It can also migrate computers and contacts registered with the AD. The final step in this process is migrating any applications and services that are dependent on AD to AAD. This involves reconfiguring the applications and services to use AAD for authentication and authorization instead of AD. Devices and services often have special configurations relating to how to join the network and what information they can access. Here, ADMT can implement these AAD security features. In this video, you unpack the process for transitioning from an on-premises AD to Azure AD. You should now know the key steps involved, which are conducting a pre-migration assessment, syncing the on-premises AD with Azure AD, migrating users and groups, and migrating applications and services. You are also introduced to several tools from Microsoft that can help you along the way. This includes Azure AD Connect, which synchronizes accounts and passwords between AD and AAD, and the Active Directory Migration tool, which allows for easy duplication and migration of user and group attributes. Now that Sam knows what to expect from the migration process, she can plan confidently without worrying about lost time or productivity. Previously, you learned what an Active Directory, or AD, is and what is required to create an on-premises Active Directory. Implementing an on-premises version can be technically challenging and requires a dedicated department to manage and configure it. However, it was mentioned that Azure Active Directory, or AAD, is a cloud-based solution that manages these technicalities. In this video, you'll begin outlining the benefits and advantages of migrating from an on-premises AD to a cloud-based one such as Azure AD. You'll also explore the role of virtual networks when performing an AD migration. Now that Sam has discovered what an AD is, she continues to research Azure Active Directory, or AAD, as an option, and what it means to migrate from AD to AAD. She realizes that there's limited computer knowledge within Sam's scoops to set up an AD, and she may need help from a development team. Sam weighs up the following benefits of AAD so that she can make an informed decision. Recall that AD provides a secure and centralized management system for the resources within the company's network. It supports segregating users and applications into groups with the option of granting various access privileges, depending on the information they need to know in order to fulfill their job. Remember the comparison made between a worker managing the books for the company and front of house staff taking orders and working the cash register. They each have unique privileges. Azure Active Directory, or AAD, is a modern way of managing network resources and users. Let's explore the advantages of AAD. AAD is firstly a cloud-based service, which means that it can be accessed from anywhere. This makes it easier to manage and access with an on-premises AD. Additionally, it also means that there is no need to obtain and maintain physical servers. Being an online service, it is possible to expand in response to ongoing change in the number of users and devices. Therefore, AAD is scalable. Thirdly, consider application integration. Having access to the cloud means the Active Directory integrates with various cloud applications. So it is much easier to incorporate a third-party SaaS into business operations. Before any AD can be migrated, there are some key considerations to note. Let's unpack these further. Once the decision is made that it is beneficial to convert an AD to a more sophisticated AAD, it is worth pausing to consider some factors to ensure successful transition from an on-premises setup to a cloud-based one. Companies that decide to keep both the AD while using the AAD as the primary source maintain a secure backup which acts as a failsafe in the event of an unforeseen incident causing data loss. Let's prepare by examining some of these considerations. Before transitioning to AAD, it is important to practice user account management by cleaning up existing accounts. An account cleanup includes removing inactive users, removing duplicates and validating contact information, and reviewing account information. You should also consider the security configuration. Review all existing configurations to ensure that they are appropriate for AAD. This may involve updating authentication methods to make them more applicable to a cloud-based solution. What about applications that need to be integrated? Ensure that you review and assess the applications that are currently fulfilling business obligations. Are these applications appropriate to a web-based approach, or are there newer alternative solutions that can be implemented? Recall that a cloud-based solution means a firm can easily incorporate SaaS into the daily running of the business. Next, directory synchronization is the process of copying all the relevant information from the on-premises setup to the cloud-based solution. Here's where Microsoft's Azure AD Connect, or AAD Connect, comes in to facilitate such a task. It is important to ensure that all the information is copied over properly. AAD Connect provides the additional functionality of password and device write-back. This means that any changes made to the AAD will be mirrored in the AD, ensuring efficacy in cases where it must act as a fail-safe solution. The last consideration is user training. Any system is only as good as the user maintaining it. It is critical that you inform and upskill all the staff operating the system. So, moving to AAD can provide a company with greater security by utilizing Microsoft's expertise in online security. It also gives a company access to easily implement SaaS into an organization's setup. Additionally, it is beneficial that the old AD is maintained so it acts as a failsafe if any issues arise with AAD. Another question that might come up for an organization is how to implement a virtual network, or VN, to communicate between the AD and the AAD. Here, the VN connects the AAD and the AD using a VPN gateway. This allows the organization to communicate between the two networks without compromising security. The VN can be configured with security groups and network specifications to appropriately control the flow of traffic between these resources. In this video, you'll learn that migrating from AD to AAD offers significant benefits for an organization wanting to modernize its infrastructure. These benefits include cohesion, scalability, and better access. In addition, the considerations for migration include managing user account information, ensuring that relevant data copies correctly, and eliminating users or data that's no longer needed. The advantages of directory synchronization were also proposed. Finally, this video highlighted the importance of using virtual networks to maintain safe communication between the two directories. Going online has greatly enhanced what businesses are capable of, from greater reach and faster communication to gathering data that helps them understand more about their customers. To make all of this possible, it takes a robust computing environment and a hard-working IT team to maintain it. However, a challenge for many businesses is finding a way to run their online operations efficiently without sacrificing security. To illustrate the difficulties that a business may encounter, let's observe a day in the life of Gabby. Gabby is an IT administrator for Paws and Perks, an online shop for pet supplies. The company's databases, servers, and other computing infrastructure are located on premises. Paws and Perks relies on Gabby to keep these systems running smoothly, as well as making sure the network is protected from any external threats. A critical part of Gabby's job is controlling who has access to specific resources within the network. This is important because it only takes one unauthorized element gaining entry to potentially cause harm to every person and device that is connected to the network. Gabby enjoys her work, but she often finds herself stretched thin. Much of her time is spent managing access for individual employees, including every new hire or person who has shifted to a different role or department. And that doesn't even cover the external clients who need to view certain company data. Gabby's experience isn't uncommon, and her time management troubles can lead to other problems. These include a higher chance of errors that can compromise system security, less time available for other important tasks like applying updates, and reduced overall productivity, which means higher costs for the company. So, what can Paws and Perks do to make Gabby's workload more manageable? They may find a solution in Azure Active Directory. This service allows IT administrators like Gabby to take a rule-based approach to access management, rather than handling every case individually. This means granting permissions based on factors such as identity, location, group membership, and more. Gabby can even customize the security requirements for different areas in Paws and Perks network. For example, she might enable users to access general resources by logging in with a password, but require additional authorization for higher risk areas. As a cloud-based service, Azure AD can also benefit Paws and Perks in other ways. This includes cutting the high costs for hardware and software licenses and increasing scalability with a pay-as-you-go payment model. By switching to Azure AD, Paws and Perks can implement a smarter approach to identity and access management that maintains a high standard of security and allows Gabby to focus her time and talents on creating a smooth and safe online experience for colleagues, clients, and customers. By now, you're probably aware of Azure Active Directory, a cloud-based solution for managing access to services and resources. But perhaps Sam from Sam's Scoops has a few questions on her mind, such as, does it meet the needs of my business? And can I justify the cost? If she's had these thoughts, she'll be glad to know that Azure AD is offered in multiple versions to suit companies of every size and budget. In this video, you'll explore the 4 editions of Azure AD, which are the Free Edition, Office 365 Edition, and 2 separate Premium Editions, which are labeled as P1 and P2. You'll become aware of the key features of each version that separates it from the others, and you'll better understand how an organization can make a more informed choice. Note that you'll encounter some unfamiliar terms and concepts along the way, but these will be explored in greater detail later. Now let's find out what you can expect from each edition. The Azure AD Plans and Pricing webpage features a table that outlines the features that each edition has and does not have. Note that in this table, the faded check marks indicate partial feature availability, while the full check marks mean full availability. For example, in the free edition of Azure, MFA is partially available. This means that it is part of the default security settings, but cannot be configured. In other editions, it is fully available. This would allow you to configure the specific people and instances that trigger it. Let's start with Azure AD Free Edition, which is the basic version of Azure AD that is free to all Azure customers. This edition provides basic user management and authentication services for cloud applications. It allows you to create and manage user accounts, synchronize them with on-premises directories, and enable simple logging on for cloud applications. However, it has limited functionality compared to the other editions. For example, group management functionality is minimal, and only basic security reporting is provided. Next, you have Office 365 apps, which is a paid version of Azure AD with more features than the free edition. The edition comes with any subscription to a Microsoft 365 product. It includes all the features of the free edition plus additional features. This includes a customizable user sign-in page, which allows the page to be personalized with branding and icons. There is also self-service sign-in activity search and reporting, which provides visibility on who's logging in. The Office 365 Apps Edition also supports cloud-based user authentication for on-premises applications. If you're looking for greater management capabilities, Azure AD Premium P1 Edition is a paid version of Azure AD that provides more advanced features than the Office 365 Apps Edition. This edition includes all those features plus additional features such as dynamic groups. This feature is similar to group access, with the distinction that group access requires manually assigned users to a group. Dynamic groups can be generated automatically by analyzing various roles and permissions assigned to a user and finding commonalities with other users. The commonality might arise from job title, department, or other defining features such as location. It also supports advanced security features such as Microsoft Identity Manager, a centralized platform for managing user identities and credentials, and conditional access, which allows administrators to set network access limitations based on if-then rules. Finally, you have Azure AD Premium P2 Edition, which is the highest tier of Azure AD. It includes all the features of the Premium P1 edition, plus even more extras. One of these is Privileged Identity Management, which differentiates the access given to a user based on status. Another risk is Investigation Management, which helps with triage or assessing severity level and assigning priority to known and newly identified risks. One more is Azure AD Identity Protection for detecting and responding to identity-based attacks. Very briefly, this can be expressed in two ways. It ensures that the digital identity which is assigned to a user is updated dynamically in all places when a change is made, and it provides hardened security against the theft of this identity. This edition is designed for large enterprises that require advanced identity and access management capabilities. You should now have a stronger grasp of the different editions of Azure AD and their features. To summarize, the free edition provides basic user management and authentication services for cloud applications. The Office 365 edition adds features such as group-based access management and self-service password reset. Azure AD Premium P1 edition includes advanced security features such as dynamic groups, conditional access, and Microsoft Identity Management. And finally, Azure AD Premium P2 edition includes all the features of the Premium P1 edition, plus additional features for managing identities across multiple directories and detecting and responding to identity-based attacks. Sam doesn't need to worry if she doesn't feel fully confident making a choice just yet. Soon you'll explore some business scenarios and discover how to align specific business needs with the version that best meets them. When it comes to cloud-based services, people and businesses are often spoiled for choice. On top of selecting a suitable provider, they often must also navigate several distinct packages that offer different features and pricing. You won't have all the answers when you reach the end of this video, but you will be able to make more informed decisions when it comes to Azure Active Directory. Today, you'll learn about key considerations for choosing the right Azure Active Directory edition for your organization. You previously found out that each edition is tailored to meet different needs. Making the best choice can have a significant impact on your organization's productivity and overall success. You'll revisit the major differences between each edition before exploring several business scenarios and determining the most suitable Azure AD package in each case. Let's start with a recap of the different Azure AD editions that are available. Azure AD Free is the basic edition that is available to all Azure customers. It includes the core Azure AD features such as user management, application access management, and device management. It also includes basic security and reporting features. Note that many features are limited in this edition. For example, multi-factor authentication can only be performed using the phone app. The Office 365 edition is designed for organizations that use Office 365 applications. It includes all the features of the free edition, plus advanced security and reporting features, such as multi-factor authentication, conditional access, and risk-based identity protection. Recall that the premium tier of Azure AD editions is actually split into two versions. The Premium P1 edition is designed for organizations that require more advanced identity and access management capabilities. It includes all the features of the Office 365 edition, plus advanced identity protection features such as privileged identity management, identity governance, and identity protection. You also have the Premium P2 edition, which is aimed at organizations that require the most advanced identity and access management capabilities. It includes all the features of the Premium P1 edition, plus advanced identity protection features such as identity and access management for external users, identity protection for non-Azure applications, and Azure AD identity protection. Remember that each edition is also subject to different pricing. The free edition, as the name suggests, is free of charge. The Office 365 edition is included in the Office 365 subscription plan, which starts at $6 per user per month. The Premium P1 edition costs $6 per user per month, while the Premium P2 edition is available for $9 per user per month. Now that you've outlined the features of each Azure AD edition, let's examine the needs of a few different businesses and determine which edition best suits each one. First, imagine a small startup with less than 50 employees. A central administrator manages user accounts, and they have access to a few applications. The company has minimal experience using cloud-based services, so they are not sure if Azure AD is a good fit. Which version would be the best choice here? They would probably want the free edition, as it provides all the basic features they need at no cost. The business does not have a huge staff or large number of devices, so the limitations would not present a problem. This also gives the company a risk-free way to familiarize themselves with the service and decide if Azure AD is a suitable long-term solution that the company can grow with. Next, you have a medium-sized company with 500 employees. Most of them use Office 365 applications such as Microsoft Word and Excel, and the company wants to ensure advanced security for their users when sharing documents online. Which edition should this company choose? The name is probably a giveaway. but the Office 365 edition would be the best choice. This version of Azure AD provides advanced security features that extend to Office apps and is included in the Office 365 subscription plan. Finally, there is a large enterprise with thousands of employees. Because of the complexity of their access requirements, they want to ensure that they have the most advanced identity and access management capabilities, including privileged identity management and identity governance. What's the most suitable option in this case? For the highest degree of control, the company should go with either the premium P1 or P2 edition. The version to pick would depend on the company's specific needs and budget. In either case, they would find it easier to set rule and role-based permissions that make it easier to handle many users without the additional time commitment. As you've just observed, there is no single perfect version of Azure AD, and choosing the right edition is crucial for any organization that wants to manage user identities and access to applications effectively. It's important to evaluate your organization's needs and budget to determine which edition is the best fit. Have you ever felt frustration when wanting to log into an application at work, but you forgot your username and password? There is also a heightened awareness of cybercrime, and you're encouraged to change your passwords regularly. But by logging into various apps and services every day, you run the risk of forgetting your credentials or exposing them because you keep a record of them in a Word document or on a piece of paper at your desk. Here, Azure Identity is a solution that manages this process and saves time for businesses. Previously, you examined the process of transitioning from Active Directory, or AD, to Azure Active Directory, or AAD. You also explored AAD additions with some use cases when transitioning. Now, it is time to discuss Azure Identity. Specifically, you'll learn about the different available identities and various ways to create an identity. Let's define identity. Identity refers to the unique digital representation of a person, organization, or service. It plays a critical role in cloud computing in authenticating and authorizing resource access. Azure has many types of identities, such as user identities, service identities, and device identities. Let's begin with the user identity. User identities are associated with a specific user account and are typically used to authenticate access to Azure resources. For example, Sam's Scoops has a website that allows customers to order ice cream online. To access the website, customers must authenticate themselves using their user identity. Essentially, this means that a user must present a form of identification linking them to further correspondence. Various types of identification include a personal phone number, a personal email address, an authentication app linked to a phone, and a social media account. Once a reference to an individual is established, the user can then log into their AAD portal using this identifying element and a password. Using this approach has the dual benefit of establishing a unique reference for the user. It is also a form of validation if the user is accidentally locked out of their account. The second identity type is a service identity. Applications and services use service identities to authenticate and authorize access to Azure resources. Refer to the example of Sam's Scoops. The ice cream shop may use a chatbot service to handle customer inquiries. Here, the chatbot service uses its identity to access Sam's Scoops Azure resources, such as the customer orders database. Alternatively, Sam can implement an application that requires real-time information, such as weather updates. So, Sam configures a bot with the authorization to make requests from an external source. A service identity might also be an application that is authorized to make requests on behalf of a user. These are referred to as service principals. You'll encounter specific examples of service principals in action later on. The last identity type to focus on is device identity. A device is a piece of hardware like a mobile device, laptop, server, or printer. A device identity gives administrators the information to use when making access or configuration decisions. There are 3 ways to set up the device identities in AAD. The first setup option is Azure AD registered devices. These are devices that are registered to work on a system. Workers often bring their own devices to interact with the company system, and these too should be registered. An example of this is using your mobile phone for multi-factor authentication, or MFA. An alternative option is to set up device identities through Azure AD joined device. This is a device that requires organizational credentials for access. Typically, this would be a company-owned device, such as a work laptop that an employee will use during their employment. Finally, hybrid Azure AD joined devices are registered devices with an on-premises AD that are configured to interact with the AAD and gain the associated benefits. But how do you manage these identities? Managed identities is an AAD feature allowing the creation and management of resources without needing to maintain the secrets, credentials, certificates, and keys often used to enable communication between services. Once Azure AD authentication is granted to a resource, it can be configured as a managed identity. So resources can access the application without using credentials. Note that the credentials are not known to the developer. Managed identities come in 2 forms with AAD: system assigned and user assigned. With system assigned, an identity is automatically created with AAD when the resource is created. The resource uses its credentials to communicate directly with the AAD. On creation, it is authorized to interact with one service. A good way to think about this is to consider an application created to interact with a virtual machine performing a particular function. The system automatically links the application with the virtual machine, which exists for as long as the virtual machine exists. If the virtual machine is destroyed, then the application is as well. The user-assigned feature is a standalone Azure resource that can be authorized to interact with one or more services or multiple Azure resources. As a result, its resources are not tied to one application, so it must be manually deleted if it is no longer used. In this video, you learn that identity management is crucial to cloud computing. Azure provides several options for managing identities, such as user identities, device identities, and service identities, where authorized applications make requests on behalf of a user, known as service principals. Additionally, managing an identity can be done by either system-assigned or user-assigned functions. This will cause them to behave differently. By now, you should know that Azure AD designates different types of identities for system entities that interact with resources. But what happens when someone outside of the organization needs access to these resources as well? For example, imagine that Sam Scoops has decided to use a payroll automation service. This service needs certain data to function, such as records of the shifts worked by employees. But Sam wants to feel confident that other data remains inaccessible. Fortunately, as you'll soon find out, Azure AD offers a solution that makes this possible. In this video, you'll find out how to distinguish between internal and external identities in Azure AD. You'll then be introduced to B2B and B2C, 2 additional concepts to help you understand how a company interacts with external identities. These terms are the shortened forms of business to business and business to customer, respectively. But first, let's revisit the idea of identity. Previously, you discovered that different types of identities exist for different tasks. You explored 3 specific identities, which are user identity for the authorization of users, device identity for the authorization of devices, and service principal for the authorization of applications and services. When created from within an organization, these all represent examples of internal identities. However, Identities can also be classified as external entities, which represent entities from outside the organization. So let's find out more about these external entities. They can be either customers, such as individuals who purchase your product or service, or they can be with businesses. Business relationships can go both ways, as an external company might use your services, or your organization may use theirs. The terms used to represent these external entities, as you were introduced to earlier, are B2C and B2B. Recall that entities refer to everything that could relate to your system, including users, devices, applications, and services. External identities are representations of actors that interact with your system from the outside. This can include collaborators, suppliers, vendors, or SaaS applications. Further, this would include any customers that use your forward-facing application. In Azure AD, external identities consist of the following capabilities: B2B collaboration, B2B Direct Connect, Azure AD B2C, and Azure AD multi-tenant organization. Now let's explore each of these in more detail. B2B collaboration refers to working with external entities by letting them use their preferred identity to sign into your application or other enterprise applications. This includes SaaS apps, custom developed apps, and more. B2B collaboration users are represented in your directory, typically as guest users. The guest user will be prompted to create or use an existing Microsoft login. B2B Direct Connect is for establishing a mutual two-way trust with another Azure AD organization for seamless collaboration. B2B Direct Connect supports direct connection between businesses. This enables external users to access your resources within their home instances and the organization to access theirs. B2B Direct Connect users aren't represented in your directory, but are visible from within and can be monitored. This connection needs to be established with great care, as you provide external access to resources and will not have the same level of vetting as when dealing with inside parties. Azure AD B2C is a means for businesses to provide secure authentication methods in establishing the identity of customers accessing applications and services of the business. The focus of B2C is less collaboration focused. Instead, the goal is to get customers to consume a product that uses Azure-based services. This approach allows for the identity provider to be any email or acceptable social media account. B2C allows the creation of an identity on the site separate from any existing social media account. However, access gained this way only enables interaction with a given application or service created. And finally, Azure AD multi-tenant organization allows for collaboration with multiple tenants in a single Azure AD organization via cross-tenant synchronization. This is a means of bypassing the division of resources within various Azure tenancies by providing a regulated method for interacting with services and resources. Recall that a single tenancy is a self-contained division of an organization's resources. Multiple tenancy allows a company to better distribute the spending of resources. And Azure AD multi-tenant organization facilitates this division with the ability to share some resources when required. There are several ways that you can invite a user to join the organization. You can use direct messaging to create an invite guest link in the Azure portal and email it directly to a guest. Alternatively, you can bulk invite guests using PowerShell. This is a command line interface that you can use to write scripts that can perform batch operations like sending messages to multiple emails at once. Finally, you can pre-approve several self-service sign-ins and provide the link at a central site like GitHub. In this video, you were introduced to external identities as they apply to B2B and B2C relationships. You've discovered that identity management in Azure can impact the security and efficiency of an organization's operations. SAM scoops can ensure that the resources and data are secure and well managed by understanding identity types, the role of devices, and the management options for external entities and service identities. Begin in the Overview section of the Azure portal. From here, scroll to the bottom of the page and you'll arrive at a section labeled Quick Actions. Select the Add User icon in this section to open a form where you can add the details of a new user. At the top of this form, you'll find options for Create User and Invite User. Make sure to choose Create User in this case if it is not already selected. Moving down to the Identity section, there are boxes for entering personal information, specifically a username, account name, and the person's first and last names. Note that the username and the name fields are compulsory. You'll need to assign a password to the account, and you can choose between letting Azure auto-generate one for you or manually entering your own. Let's keep the auto-generate password option, but make sure to tick the Show Password checkbox so that this password is visible. Scroll down the page to the Groups and Roles section. Select the link that reads 0 Groups Selected. A panel will pop up on the right side of the screen. This contains a list of predefined groups. Here you can tick the box for the user administrator. You also have the option to select a role for the user if it's required. The last part of the form asks you to fill in the user's job information. Let's set User Administrator as the job title, IT Department in the department field, and SAM Scoops for the company name. And that's it. You can select Create to confirm the new user account. To verify that this was done correctly, let's select Users from the sidebar of the Azure portal homepage and find the new user in the list. Select it to reveal the user's details. Good work completing identity services. By reaching this point, you should have a good grasp of what Azure Active Directory is and understand the value it brings in helping an organization manage access to their resources. Before you move on to exploring the features of Azure AD, let's summarize the topics you've learned about this week. You began by familiarizing yourself with the goals of this course and setting your expectations. A key step you took was setting up a free Microsoft Azure account, which gives you 30 days to access all Azure services at no cost, including those that will come into play during this course. You were then introduced to Azure Active Directory, or Azure AD, a cloud-based identity and access management service. You found that a major motivation for using it is that, in comparison to an on-premises Active Directory, Azure AD automates many tasks, saving time while enabling safe interaction with SaaS. You learned about the process for migrating an organization from an on-premises AD to Azure AD, which includes assessing the objects to be migrated and their dependencies, syncing the two directories, migrating users and groups, and migrating applications and services. You also got an overview of some major tools for managing users, groups, and devices in Azure AD. This includes Microsoft Intune for configuring devices and setting compliance policies, AD Connect for synchronizing Azure AD with an on-premises Active Directory, and Azure AD Connect Health for monitoring the synchronization status between Azure AD and AD Connect. You then found out why it is important to manage users and groups, and previewed how you can do so in Azure AD. You should know that user access needs frequently change because of the organizational lifecycle. This relates to the idea that a user will need different permissions when they are onboarding at a company, during change or expansion of their role, and when they leave the company. Fortunately, there is Azure Portal, a web-based interface from which you can perform administrative tasks such as creating and managing users and groups. This makes it easier to change a user's access, as instead of updating all permissions individually, you can simply modify their group membership and the user will inherit all permissions and restrictions of the new group. Next, you became aware of the different editions of Azure AD that are aimed at different business needs. This consists of the free edition that provides basic management and authentication functionalities, the Office 365 version that adds group management and self-service password reset, the premium P1 edition that includes advanced security features like dynamic groups and conditional access, and the top-of-the-line premium P2 edition that allows for identity management across directories and detection of identity-based attacks. You then examined several different business scenarios to highlight how each edition aligns with different needs, and to help you determine when it may be beneficial to upgrade from one edition to a more advanced one. Finally, you learned about the concept of identity as it applies to Azure AD. You found that this plays a critical role in how Azure AD determines access to resources for different entities and can be split in several ways. For one, identities can be users, devices, or applications and services. Furthermore, you have internal identities that refer to entities created from within an organization, and external identities that relate to entities outside of the organization. You should also be aware that identity can be established with a centralized source, such as Azure AD or Okta. However, you can also use decentralized identity providers. Perhaps you've used an email provider or a social media account to gain access to another account. These would be examples of decentralized identity providers. Once identity is established, the scope of access can be determined. Recall that scope relates to how much of the system is available. This is significant when it comes to interactions with customers and other businesses who may need access to your resources or applications. With this information in mind, you discovered how exactly you can create an identity in Azure AD, which you then practiced in an exercise. By finishing identity services, you now know what Azure AD is, the advantages it has over an on-premises Active Directory, and what to consider when choosing the most suitable version for a given business or organization. You're now ready to learn about how authentication works in Azure AD. Nice work. You've recently bought a new laptop. You have completed the device setup and now require Office 365. So you download and install the package. From experience, you dread signing into the individual applications you intend to use. But you go ahead and successfully enter your account details in your email app and move on to the other applications. This time, to your surprise, Outlook automatically signs you in, as well as for Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. What used to be a long process is now a seamless one that saves time. In a similar way, Azure AD has a feature that enables extensive access after signing in once. In this video, you'll focus on authentication rooted in the example of SAM scoops. Additionally, the concept of single sign-on, or SSO, will be discussed as a convenient solution that is secure and saves time. This is due to a single login process to gain access to multiple applications and services. So let's begin with Azure Active Directory, or AAD, and how it can be used to secure access to resources in an organization. To make this concept more tangible, let's review SAM's progress in securing safe access to the resources of SAM's scoops. First, why might SAM need AAD and specifically authentication? As SAM scoops has grown, more employees have been acquired. So the new employees are now provisioned with access to specific resources like the point of sale system, inventory management system, and employee schedules. SAM, acting as the IT administrator, wants to ensure that only authorized employees have access to resources that are needed to complete their function.